Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final time of the year, the final time for the Skytear World Series finals. Hello and welcome to this super show at the end of the year, having a bunch of big, enthusiastic players wanting to get that big crown, to get the title of being the world champion in Skytear. I'm not alone here today. That's your luck. Besides myself, I have a lot of people helping me with the stream here. We have some casters going to jump into the games and going to commentate and let you know what is going to happen. And first of all, I want to give a big welcome to RG Commander. Hello.
Good morning, evening, afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am again reporting in for duty for the final series of season 3. It has been a long year. It has been a great year, and I am happy to be here with you, Zaragoza.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Um,
I
so, at this point, we just want to talk a little bit about how this tournament is going to happen. So, you people should now see the bracket overview. So, the first line of players we have already ready. There are 10 players in total in the tournament so far competing for the final title. So, starting with game number 1 would be Grey Ghost versus Bon. Second game, Irvine Person with Mokebas. Game number 4 here, or table number 4, is Smears versus Anderson Panda, which is going to be the game that we are going to provide you in the live stream here first. Table 5 would be Game Slayer versus Sambo, and table 6, Tefoni versus Eric. So, what is going to happen in this tournament, RG?
They're going to play Skytear, Zaragoza.
Wow, surprise.
I know, isn't it? So the way this works, as you mentioned, this is a double elimination tournament. Originally, the intention was that we would have 8 qualifiers for this particular tournament, therefore, relatively straightforward. But due to several in-person tournaments, obviously with COVID's restrictions easing up in many parts of the world, this year we were able to have some in-person tournaments as well as the online tabletop simulator tournaments. We ended up having 10 qualifiers, and so the Neries decided that certain individuals from the Last Chance qualifier, from the Brazilian national tournament, and so on, would end up playing in essentially a provisional round, and that's what we see in round 1, round 2. It's essentially an extra round provisional round for those who qualified there. They'll then be able to join the main tournament, which all of these first round tournament games are going to be held on 2-lane, the standard competitive lane, if you will. And then if the players fall on 2-lane, they get kicked down into the lower bracket, the L1, L2, and so on that we can see there, which will take place on the Embassy Ruins 3-lane map, which was just released this year. Now, players are required to use the same deck on both maps. So very similar to how we ran it last year, where if you lost the first round on the 2-lane maps, if you lost in the winner's bracket, then you got kicked down into the lower bracket, which was held on Ashen Pass. The only difference is we're not using Ashen Pass this year. We are instead using the Embassy Ruins map. So for those of you who enjoy 3-lane map chaos that comes with having a little bit more area to dominate and certain more objective points to hold, those maps will be featured as the tournament goes on. Now, the grand finals are going to work the same way that they did last year. There will only be one game. However, the winner's bracket representative, the winner from game 9, will get all the possible advantages. They get map selection, they get outsider selection, they get first or second player selection. So there is that element of an advantage, but nevertheless, it is still possible to crawl your way through the lower bracket and still come out the champion, seeking, as Zaragoza mentioned, fame, glory, honor, the right to create your own card, and the ability to challenge Ricardo.
Yeah, and what could be a better thing than having your own face on your own created card in the Skytear universe?
Having a custom Yami built for you. That is the greatest thing.
Okay, so there's one difference to the World Finals last year, as we don't have access to the decks. So the deck lists are closed. this is, I mean, they are alternating it. So like on the first year they were closed as well. The last year they were open knowledge, and this year, excuse me, we have closed decks again.
It's true. However, one thing to denote, we may not know what's in the deck, but we do know what's not in the deck.
Oh God.
You don't have that censor button on hand, do you, again?
No. But that would be awesome. Yeah, sorry, my
Sinkhole is banned.
my
Thank the Lord.
yes, Sinkhole is banned. That's one of the let's say exciting decisions that happened right before the World's Finals, and players generally on the digital version of Skytear, so in the TTS version, have access to Smear's designed to the card that Smear's designed. So I'm curious who's going to use it. So it does look like the players might be more or less ready, but before we jump in, I want to introduce the second caster here on the first stream that we're going to provide to you. As it fits perfectly, Calibra here from Brazil. Welcome, bem-vindo.
Thanks. Hello, guys. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeehaw.
I hope you enjoy the worlds, as I certainly will do.
Okay, I'm going to jump into the game. And before I let you two guys go, please, whoever did notice that there is a different, that there was a different music running in the background. Calibra was the awesome guy designing the music in the background. It's a background music for Horde. Maybe you have 2 or 3 words for us about that special song.
Sure. This music was composed for Skytear Horde, and the music is supposed to work as a background music, as in when you play like a video game, a tower defense, or a mobile game. You have background music to set up the tone, the mood. So I was honored with the opportunity to write music for Skytear, which is the game I love, the game I play the most, I would say. So yeah, so I did it and I composed it, and it was really a pleasure to be able to do music to my favorite game. Like I guess few composers have this opportunity, and I'm very happy about it. And I hope you like it and you use it in your Skytear and Skytear Horde games.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Calibra, but haven't you composed all of the music from Skytear throughout the past couple years?
Yeah, I guess
Okay,
I guess
so, yes.
Not every, not all music. I think it was King of Jokes' brother composed some music for Skytear as well, and
Okay, very good.
and he composed like a very nice one. I like it very much. It was the first song composed for Skytear, I guess. So that's it. Me and King of Jokes' brother, I guess. I'm not sure. Sorry if I'm wrong.
Nope, that's good enough. I didn't know any better, so we will assume that your recount is more accurate than mine.
Okay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate to have you both on board here. And yeah, we are ready to start into the game. So maybe we just ping the players there, then they can start drawing. We have a big overview here, so maybe you want to lose some words about different hero constellations and victory cards and such stuff. So good luck, have fun, enjoy everything. And if something is wrong, or you want to know anything or have any questions in the chat, please let us know. We are going to address them ASAP.
Oh,
have fun, guys.
Oh, yes. And as we can see, the victory conditions have been drawn, and it is going to be a bloodbath battle. Our first 3 conditions for the match: Bloodlust, defeat 2 enemies with the same hero; Obstinacy, defeat the same enemy hero twice; Outflank, win the lead of control token 2 3 times. So this is wonderful because Outflank is different from Breach in that the Breach condition will be the mirror of the map for each individual player. However, Outflank specifically focuses on lane 2, which for our perspective is going to be the left lane. So therefore, Calibra and I were talking a little bit beforehand, and Calibra was telling me he's designed this wonderful deck that allows you to deal up to 22 damage in a round. This would be a great place for that deck because we are gonna have violence.
Yes. And also I played a game with Mels this morning, you know, like
Mhm.
we're doing some sparring, and his Capiax is really a monster. Like
Mhm.
it's really aggressive. So I don't know about the 20 plus damage, but he can do some really like damage, you know,
Nice.
real damage.
Speaking of
And
Smiaz, let's go ahead and take a look at their armies real fast while they're drafting. So we saw the coin flip go. Smiaz is going to be our first player, and our second player, and we are going to have his outsider, the Terror of the Endless Night, on board. Smiaz bringing his signature champion, Astrida. Miaz loves Astrida as much as I love Yami, so we figured we would see her there. Obviously, already brought onto the board. He has Heral as well, one of the new heroes that came out of the Untamed set. Akuti also deployed to the field to help with more control power. It looks like he's bringing that Kepiax that you mentioned, thinking about that for hero number 3, as you mentioned, Calibra. Oh, God, he brought... No. Is it
Herald.
too late to edit Fantasy? I can't vote for Smiaz. He has Kenway on his team. Why? Zerigal, we're going to another game. I'm not casting this. We're done here. Okay, at least
And
he
you
didn't
know,
draft it. That's fine. It could be worse.
and you know what, RG, it's nice to see that this is mainly a game of aggression, right? So
Yes.
obstinacy and bloodlust, okay, you can expect some aggression, but outflank is there to balance things out a bit, you know, like you have to take care of the lanes. You cannot
Yep.
just leave it, you know, alone, as we used to do at the earlier days on
Mm-hmm.
Skytear, right?
Yep.
So okay, the heroes want to kill each other, but you have to keep your eye on the lane number 2, otherwise you can
Yes.
lose this game really fast.
That's correct. And we've also seen that Anderson Panda, the red player, has finished his draft as well. He is bringing Equic. He's brought Kenway. All right, so clearly we root for Smiaz in this case. We're supposed to keep neutral, but anywho, Shafathi and Cytheris. So we actually do have the double mage setup. Clinton approves of this deck here. So in this situation, for those of you who have never watched a Skytear game on the YouTube before, the left side of the heroes you can see over there represent Anderson Panda's heroes. On the right side, we then can see Smiaz. The small number in the circle represents the amount of mana. So because it's turn 1, everyone has 1 mana to list. And then the numbers in the black box represent their hit points. So Eckert has 16 to start with, Kenway has 18, Shafathi has 18, and Cytheru, being that he is a squishy mage, only has 14.
You know, RG, although I love Smells and he's a great player, I'm
Mhm.
rooting for Panda just because it's our only chance to win a World Cup this year. So go Panda, go Panda. It's our last chance.
It's the ghost. So we look really silly talking to you because they can hear us and then they think we're completely insane, as opposed to partially insane. Excellent. Zerigal is whispering in our ear, telling us about weird German chocolate things. And so now it makes us sound like we're nuts. All right, but we're getting into the game there. So Anderson charging in immediately there. We see Shafathi going with kind of a fairly traditional opening with the worship action, bringing out his illusion, swapping that illusion over in there, and then also going for a skirmish action and a worship, starting to build that lead. As you mentioned, Calibra, need to establish some sort of presence in lane 2 to prevent the tower from being destroyed and just losing the game on that, because we can't just simply have a dome brawl, as fun as those really are.
Yes, and we could see like Panda's signature move, you know, like the Shafathi's illusion skirmish, and then whatever. It's he does it like he does it very much. Like this move is very how can I say? It's very common for him to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's a nice one. And Astrida responds kind of in the same way, right? It's like trying to establish some advantage on lane number 2, but without worshipping this time for some reason, right?
She actually worshipped Heral. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering if he's setting up to see potentially if Anderson dome piles, and then he'll be able to use the Heral Chakram to try and hit multiple people, plus that Shafathi illusion. I can see a good point there. Obviously, Heral did start in the back, and so therefore would have to commit a little bit more or use a fast card in order to get to the hex to the right of control point number 3, which would right now allow for a 3-target chakram play. So we'll have to see what happens. Although we're bringing out a number of illusion tokens here. Kenwi, with her illusion out, cannot be targeted by attack actions. However, Heral's alternative attack using the chakram strike does not interact with that ability, right? Because it's specifically you cannot target Kenwi with attacks, and so therefore, because the chakram does not target, it would bypass her illusion's defensive properties, allowing him to whack her for whatever amount of damage he's going to get.
Yeah, like Herald, Kohai, Ekrit, they are very nice heroes to counter Kenui's ability, right?
We love to see it. We absolutely love to see it.
But I'm sure that Kenui will dance around this somehow. Like,
we hate to see it.
Yeah.
Stay put! I'm trying to kill you! All right, Smiaz, going in now with Kepiax. So, also, interestingly enough, you mentioned that the Kepiax does put out a lot of damage. You could potentially try to use Lightning Strike to get Kenwi to move around. Obviously, Kenwi, one of the new heroes, very interesting actually to see here. I don't think I've actually casted a game where she's been played, so I'm very, very interested in seeing how she's used in order to play aggressively, play position. For those of us who have not seen Kepiax, just as a reminder, her Nupton ability, when a projected hero plays a power card, Kepiax deals 1 piercing damage to an enemy hero adjacent to either her or her illusion. And then her Leothan ability, the blue ability, you may look at Kepiax's lead cards, and she may play her lead cards as though they were from your hand. So, therefore, you can potentially use that to lead a card, and then you may use that as a bluff, or you could essentially blind draw from your deck with a lead action, and then play the card from there as well. So I think there's a lot of interesting strategic potential to be untapped with both of our new heroes. And as the defending world champion, I'm interested to see what Smiaz brings. And then also I'm interested to see how Anderson counters any potential shenanigans that Smiaz is planning.
True. And that's why I think Panda is playing safe with Setter, right?
Right.
Like,
very, very conservatively, sitting on his side of the map right now.
Yeah, waiting for Smells to move and to reveal his intentions. And Panda is playing first, and on 2 lane playing first means you're going to lose some lane unless you play presence, unless you do something funny with Dumi. So let's see what Panda will give up in order to protect his mages, right?
Indeed, yes. And we know that we don't have to worry about Doomies in this game, obviously. They're not playing, but presence, of course, a very real option for both players. Panda, as the first player, does have the option to pop a Flux. Ekrit is his remaining hero, and she is capable of playing presence, so therefore could be looking for a surprise for his next round. Now, on the same token there, again, if Smiaz has a fast card, Heral can run up and has 2 options where he can hit 3 targets using the Chakram, so it will be interesting. Although Akuti is going to go first, so maybe potentially looking to set up the armor play there, as both of the mages have gone. Armor is relevant for anything that Ekrit might try to do. Let's see what the plan is. We are going to place Ekrit in the middle. So I wonder if the plan here is to worship, put your illusion over in lane 1. There's the worship action. So we're going to put the illusion token down. And then I assume we're either going to attack Kenwi. No, we can't attack Kenwi. We could attack the illusion token. Yep, we're going to get rid of Shafathi's illusion. And then we'll use the retribution to... Oh, no! The psychic shield was wasted. We hate to see it. Overkill. But at least the flip on the minion was still good. You only need 1 damage, which Akuti's retribution does do, 1 plus the flip on that. So therefore, going to delete the minions. Lane 1, currently 1 minion apiece, but there is a Cytheru with a lead from the deck. So currently Anderson advantage in lane 1.
And RG, look at that. Astrida is ready to be pushed by Ekrit if Panda wanted, right?
Oh, she is.
Yes, yeah, but I don't think that would be like much of an advantage for Panda, but
right.
Astrida was vulnerable there. She was, or maybe she was baiting Ekrit, I don't know.
Yes, I know Smiaz has definitely done some weird bait shenanigans. Usually it does involve him being the first player and then popping the Flux Time Warp play, but I'm sure that he does have some other 1-mana potential, but instead Ekrit goes for the relatively traditional opening, move to one of the center dome hexes, summon your illusion, and then blast out an entire lane's worth of minions.
Yeah, and look at that, like Ekrit and Shafati, they are away from Kenui's illusion, so very vulnerable to attacks. They don't have the opportunity to go inside and outside the dome to protect from an attack and skirmish action. So Herald wants that, right? He wants them to be vulnerable and ready to be attacked, I guess.
Correct. And so we're going for... Are we going for... Okay, we're going against the skirmish. So I wonder, are we skirmishing on top of the illusion? And then that way we can use the chakram to hit...
that's what I said. That's what I said.
Newton, yep.
Interesting.
So Whisper of Newton allows the friendly Newton hero on the battlefield to take an action. We are going to move Kenui's illusion over, and this, of course, is going to allow Ekrit to dodge away if she takes damage. Now, remember, the damage and HP loss are not the same thing. So even though there is a chance to flip a +1 there, that is considered doing damage, Ekrit would not take any HP loss due to the fact she has armor. So therefore, if Smiaz flips a 0, Kenui's illusion does not activate her ability. But even if there is a +1 on the flip, then Ekrit would be able to reposition herself, in theory, in order to dodge out from what I assume is a setup for a 3-person chakram play?
Yeah, I guess so.
Or a 3-target chakram play, I should say, yeah.
Yeah.
Smiaz is thinking that.
Yes, of course, because maybe he doesn't want to give Panda the opportunity to move, and that's it. -1.
-1 on the flip, though. Yeah, so that means there's going to be no movements there, which does allow the Herald to move without allowing Ekrit. So where are we going? Are we going into the center of the dome, or are we going on top of that illusion to go for the 3-target chakram? Now, this does present an interesting situation here. We could pivot and end up dropping ourselves right where he's hovering, right next to the control token, because now we can hit Ekrit, Kenui's illusion, and Shafati like that. So I actually like this play a little bit better than killing off Ekrit's illusion, because Ekrit's illusion prevents the players from being moved. Is he only targeting?
Maybe targeting Ekrit.
Interesting. Why is he not? I wonder if he's afraid of a charm?
Yeah, let's see what happens there.
Also, I think you get to flip too, don't you? Because, projected hero. Oh, no, projected heroes. Okay, that's the yellow ability that flips them. Huh.
Interesting. Charm is a thing, right? Like,
right.
He's a Leothan after all, so charm is dangerous for Leothan, right?
Right. So, because can we play? So it would only have been Ekrit that would have been able to play the charm. I'm very curious why he opted not to use the chakram to hit Shafati and Kenui's illusion as well, because you got a 3-for-1. That was a pretty valued play there.
Yeah.
Oh well. I mean, he may have just been afraid of the charm play. Oh no, yeah, the disarm goes off. So Ekrit is now disarmed. One of the things that is worth noting: shapeshifted heroes within 3 of a street do get the disarm applied to their attacks, and so therefore now hitting. Oh, it's time to lead. So we'll get back to that in just a second. Resolving lane 1, Cytheru leads with a 3, so that's going to slam the token way down against the tower. Of course, no tower damage round 1, but does put Anderson in a very strong position to potentially cause tower destruction at the end of turn 2.
Yes, RG, I just want to remember that this is a very nice opening game for us because it's the world champion against the Brazilian nationals champion, right?
That is very true. That is a good point. I think we did forget to mention that Anderson is indeed the Brazilian nationals champion.
Yeah. So we can expect a very nice game, which we are seeing right now, right? Watching right now.
There we go. We do see that lead control token number 2 does go to Anderson as well. Remember that you need 3 tokens on outflank in order to win the victory there. So 1 is not too bad of an issue. 2, that's where we have to start sweating. And of course, 3, the game is over. But that being said, Smiaz does win the control of the outsider, Terror of the Endless Night. So Terror of the Endless Night must spawn in a cover hex. And interestingly enough, not too many good options here unless you want to position it next to Cytheru. There is a chance that Smiaz just says, all right, we're going to maul down your mage. Although Cythera is within range of that Kenway illusion actually going to be doing with that Kenway illusion on the field, she's going to be able to shield all 4 of Anderson's heroes.
Unless the bear grapples Cythera away from the illusion and then starts the beating.
That is correct. Right? Yes, if we grab Cythera and fling him to the right of where the bear is, that would put him 4 away from the illusion. I agree with you. I think that's what he needs to do there. And then / Cythera takes a bunch of damage.
And he could do the same to Shafathi, but Cythera is Cythera, right? Let's take him first.
Well, yeah, the only if you put the bear in the you wouldn't be able to see Shafathi. Yeah, so if you went for Shafathi, you wouldn't be able to get him out of range of Kenway's illusion. Since he's in the cover hex, there's no way to get him out of range of the illusion, so he'll just go and dance away.
True, yeah. So
there we go. There's the grapple, as you mentioned, pulling Cythera out of range of Kenway's illusion. We love to see it. And now we're going to just go ahead and demolish the mage. Only a 0 on the flip, though. 3 damage to Cythera.
And here comes the skirmish or slow. What do you think? Grapple attack?
I think I would probably
slow him down. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with that. Yep, Outsider 1 ability. So again, as a reminder, the Outsider has 3 abilities. The first ability that was used was called the Dreadful Majesty, the Outsider 2. Place target hero adjacent to the Terror of the Endless Night and apply Disarm. So because it's target hero, that's why we couldn't go after Shafathi and keep him out of Kenway's illusion, because we wouldn't be able to target him if we were on the far left side of the map. The attack action, obviously fairly self-explanatory, 3 plus the flip. And then finally, the Nightmarish Roar, push each hero 1 hex and then slow them in a cone attack. So that's why Cythera was pushed back and against his tower.
And Kenway as well.
And Kenway as well, right. Yep.
Push them both.
Yep, because of how the kind of breath attack angle works. So Kenway is now slowed, and Cythera now slowed as well. So Cythera can still make his presence known, but it is going to require either a fast card to cleanse the status effect, or it's going to require commitment of both the skirmish and the move action, which, unless you're setting up for a kill shot, feels really, really bad as a player.
That is true. Totally true. And I guess Panda just discarded a redirect. Is that correct?
It is. Ooh, interesting.
So I would do that if I had at least 1 in my hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
For turn 2, especially for
Agreed.
Turn 2. So we can expect some redirects from Panda next turn, I guess.
I agree. Yeah, redirect is one of those cards that is great to have in hand, but sometimes when you have multiple copies, it does feel bad.
Yes, and I like one thing that it's also a signature move, I guess, from Smells. Like sometimes he uses only one card, like a 1 redirect or 1 time warp, and then it's a very interesting tactic for Skytear, because if this card is this only card is in your hand, your opponent cannot see it coming. But if it's your discard pile, your opponent will always think that you have 2 more in your hand or something like that.
Exactly.
So the mind game of choosing how many cards you will put in your deck is very interesting, and Smells can play with this strategy very well.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it comes down to your consistency versus your surprise factors, and especially in a closed deck list tournament, I think that definitely is something to consider. As you mentioned, obviously, we know that you can have up to 3 copies of a card in a game in your decks spread out across your heroes, but as you mentioned, when you only have 1 copy across all your heroes, there's no way to see it coming, especially when you're not able to research. Obviously, the world qualifiers, we had open deck lists, so, if I was playing against you, I could go in and say, okay, there's Calibra, click, click. Okay, so he's hiding 1 copy of this card. I have to be careful of that. But the players have no information outside of what they play and what they get to see during those games. So it's kind of a build your knowledge base as you go along, and if you opt to keep the 1 of cards hidden in your first and second rounds, that allows for potential surprise play come rounds 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah. So that's why these years Worlds is very dangerous, right? Closed list.
Absolutely.
You don't know what's coming.
I would start singing a song from a beloved game that has that line, but I'm pretty sure we'd get TOS. Can't do that. So moving into round number 2, the board state very interesting setup here. Anderson has a very strong control position here. He's got the control token pressed at both towers. If this was a... What's the victory condition? Not siege. Oh my god, I'm blanking. Invasion, thank you. Yep. If this was an invasion game, Smiaz would definitely have to deal with that. But in this case here, as Ricardo famously said long ago, tower HP is a resource. So Smiaz could opt just to sack the tower in lane 1, defend in lane 2. Again, you don't really want to let your opponent go 2-0 on outflank, because then you have to defend every single time for the rest of the game. So hopefully Smiaz either starts to make progress towards Bloodlust, progress towards Obstinacy, and or defends his lane 2 this round, because the Terror certainly did cause some effectiveness, but Cytheru is still sitting at 11 HP, and Ekrit at 14 HP, Kenwi and Shafathi both at max HP, so needs to start working on making progress to those objectives.
Yeah, and Kenui activates, so let's see what's going on there. Kenui will skirmish targeting somebody. We don't
I think
know.
Heral?
Let's see, yeah. 15
Plus
life,
1 on
right?
the damage. So, doesn't actually matter because everyone has armor. Oh boy, here we go. It's Skytear Flux time.
Here comes the flux. I guess Soul Scream. Yeah.
Oh, you guessed correctly. Oh, very nice. Oh my god,
Because
he's gonna hit
the
3
positioning is
things.
perfect, right? The position
Yes.
is just perfect.
Oh, Soul Scream 4 plus the flip to each enemy hero hit. That's going to be 3 enemy heroes hits. So this is a minimum of 9 damage and a maximum of 21 damage before we factor in armor.
Ouch. It's a pity
Smiaz.
it wasn't Shafati, right? A pity it wasn't Shafati.
Oof, I think so. Yeah, let's see here. Smiaz, what is the response? You need to do something here, sir, or your team is about to get torn asunder.
And Smiaz flipped the psychic shield already, so
Correct.
maybe he has a 1, 2 in
Oh,
his,
there's
yeah.
one. All right,
Come
we're
on.
going to protect Heral. Okay, so
I'm
Heral,
guessing.
nice.
Guessing right.
All right, so Heral is now protected. Psychic Shield does deal 5 damage. Why are we pinging the Illusion and Shafathi?
Because Kepiax is dealing damage to Shafati.
Oh, right. Yeah, Kepiax's effect. I talk about how great Kepiax's effect is, and then all of a sudden, why are we pinging? Yeah, so that's actually very good. So Kepiax does allow for 1 point of damage there. And we do see the +1. All right, so Soul Scream is worth 5 damage, so the Psychic Shield will absorb all of it. And so therefore, Akuti will take 5 damage, and Kepiax will take 5 damage. Of course, mitigated by armor, so Akuti does only take 4 damage. She is within range 3 of her illusion. Kepiax, not so lucky, so she's going to take 4 damage as well.
And Kenui deals 4 damage to Akuti now. She attacked Akuti, so
Yep.
Akuti's about
Goes
to
for the
die.
attack, so 3 HP loss there, puts Akuti to 9. Ouch. And here's the issue. Not Cytheru, Shafathi is within range of Akuti, so Akuti may actually be forced to retreat in order to not get blasted by the mage who's going to bypass her armor. But, where do we go? I mean, I guess you could go to lane 1, which is nice to defend, but you really want to try to focus on lane 2. The issue with lane 2, though, is if you go over there, Ekrit is waiting in lane 2 to start attacking you as well. Now, Ekrit may not be the biggest damage dealer. However, when you're down to 9 HP, even Ekrit's damage can push you very close to the death point.
Yes, so easily Cytheru or Shafati would finish Akuti off, right?
Yes.
But look at that. Cytheru is slow, right? So that
Correct.
one minion in the middle of the lane is preventing Cytheru to get closer to the bush. So Akuti could hide in the bush.
True.
Number
That's a
one,
good
you
call,
know?
yeah.
So Akuti can survive, but look, Nuptin and Fast. I'm sure there's a lot of time glitches and acrobatics on Panda's deck. I'm sure.
Yes. All right, Akuti is moving. Yep. Okay, so Smiaz is taking the Akuti retreat plan. I agree with this. You can still use Akuti very effectively to kind of mitigate the damage in lane number 1 there. We can go ahead, use the worship action, move the illusion over, and then shoot out the 2 minions, or we can shoot out the minion and worship. It looks like he's going to go for the second one. Shoot out 1 minion. And then, we've got, okay, interesting. And then I assume the last action should be it's a presence. Okay, there we go. So Smiaz says, I'm going to ensure that lane 1 goes in my favor unless you commit to overload here. So presence will allow Smiaz to peek at the next 2 cards of the deck and then set them on top any way he wants. Obviously, in this case, as a player, you're fishing for a 3 mana card so that you can get a guaranteed lead from deck and have a 3 mana to help secure your lane. There's the lead action, taking the card from the deck. So it is fair to assume that that is a 3. Of course, you talked earlier about surprise factor and bluffing. Maybe Smiaz is lying there, but 90% of the time, I would say when you play presence and then you lead from the deck after previewing, if you haven't discarded, you're going to assume that it's a 3 cost that has been played.
Yes, you know that poker player Daniel Negreanu, I think.
Yes.
Negreanu. He says that it's to play against a completely like noob and a professional is the same. You never know what they are going to do.
Exactly.
So maybe Akut is leading with a 1, and she wants to bait and get inside the dome somehow. I don't know. So you never know when you play the world champion. You never know what's coming, right?
It's true. Yeah, I mean, there is a possibility that Smiaz is including a Mind Palace, and he wants to use one of the other heroes to Mind Palace away the presence, because obviously the presence effect would maintain, but then that would give Akuti mana back, so she could time warp herself into the dome at the end. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, the onslaught continues there. We do see Kepiak taking heavy damage there from Shafathi with the Worship Skirmish attack sequence against her. So Kepiak's now down to 10 HP. So Smiaz is here. I'm sorry, not Kepiak's, Heral taking the damage there. So Smiaz's heroes starting to take a beating. Obviously, only one of them in single-digit hit points with Akuti. Still plenty of HP to go around, but does need to be careful there because Cytheru is coming charging in. And if there are direct damage cards in play with Cytheru's illusion out, then that remaining HP can disappear very, very quickly.
That is true. And we could see a time glitch flipping from Panda, so maybe he has one on his hand and Cytheru will be able to finish Akuti. Let's see. Because you can remove slow and give Cytheru fast, right? That's the beauty of time glitch. You remove a condition and give it fast. So let's see what happens. And Panda, Smells has to activate somebody now, right?
I assume he wants to activate... Actually, who does he want to activate? Because Kenwi and Shafathi have already gone. Ekrit is already disarmed, so I don't know that you activate Astrida here.
Or maybe Herald to escape from Cytheru?
That could be, yeah. So, yeah, with Heral's... I have to mouse the models because I'm still trying to get used to it. Okay, so Heral is the model that's in the middle there. Let's see. Well, it looks like Heral is activating, so we'll see what's going to happen here. I don't expect a Chakram play here because Heral is not currently shapeshifted, and he's not positioned very well for a Chakram strike. So,
kind of. He could hit Ekrit and Shafathi at once, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, he could hit 2. That's actually not bad value. You could get Shafathi disarmed for next turn. That's a good point. Okay.
Maybe a good move would be like shapeshift and attack and move on to lane 2. But
I agree. Yeah, getting into lane 2 is definitely, I think, what he wants to end up doing. So, we're going to go with Astrida instead. So Astrida, Astrida's going to worship herself. Smiaz is going to take charge in lane number 2. We do see the attack action coming down. We're going to kill off a minion. We're going to sack 2 HP on Astrida, and then we're going to revive a minion. Classic Astrida play. Smiaz saying, nope, you are done getting control of lane number 2. Ekrit being disarmed is going to make it extremely difficult for Anderson to clear out the minions this round because, of course, you need to deal damage. And Ekrit does have that -2 affecting her right now from being disarmed. So therefore needs to flip a +1 or better in order to hurt the minions.
And also, RG, you notice that Smells is running a freeze on his deck. So
I
a
did see that.
plus freeze is very dangerous.
Yes. Oh, right. Because yeah, when you have the disarm applied, freeze is actually a card we haven't seen a whole lot to be used yet. Yeah. So when you have freeze, if you are already disarmed, your damage is just instantly set to 0, regardless of what kind of modifiers you flip. It's just no, your damage is 0.
Yeah, very dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. So we are being told by the ghost of Christmas future in our ear that Giacomo is actually going to bring us a quick update in another game. So Zergul is going to swap us over to take a look at that game real fast, and then we will be right back to the coverage of this game.
All right, are you guys seeing the Game Slayer versus Zambu table here? I hope so. If not, you blame Zargo. Okay, so what?
No, we still
have
blame
here-
you.
Yeah, right. What we have here is round 2, and Zambo as the second player is going for Skytear Master with 1 win. Game Slayer, on the other hand, is pushing both lanes, especially the left one, since there is left breach. And both of them are really aggressive. Both have Yami and Dumis, as you can see, and Akimo and Oguzai are the first casualties on each side. And yeah, I wouldn't know who to bet on. I think Game Slayer is on the back foot here. He has to, because he's pushing for the left lane, but he's the first player. So they have been thinking for quite a while now, but this is the update from this table. So, Ward, over to you.
I'm actually not sure which one surprises me more, seeing Hogasai or seeing Kumaya in that game. That's actually really cool to see.
So Oguzai basically went inside the dome, and
Mhm.
Akimo blitzed next to it and melted it despite armor, but then died. So like that was exchange. They killed
As
each other.
Akimo does.
Yeah. And please tell me in the chat where should I go next to have a peek. Tell me which table you want to have a look at.
For the next game, how about we just go down in order? So if the next game you want to take a look at might be maybe the Two Phone and Eric game, and then we can check that out on table 6, and then we'll bring that in just a short while, perhaps.
I'm on it.
Excellent. We will see you soon, sir. Thank you for the update. So back to the main stage here. Not a whole lot has passed. I've been keeping an eye on this game. We did see that Anderson has activated Cythera there. You can see the move Skirmish Worship. As Calibra and I mentioned, if you don't have a fast, Nupton very common with fast cards. But if you don't have a fast, then you kind of just have to waddle your way down. And that's pretty much what Cythera did. He moved his way down here in order to get in range of the control token. Did cause a worship action to bring out his illusion as well, but does not actually have any lead cards right now. So currently the minion count is tied. Akuti has a presence boost plus whatever her lead card is, so we assume that she's worth 5 versus Cythera's 1. So there's a current strong push for Smios coming at the end of the round, but of course we're only halfway through the round, which means Anderson still has plenty of time to push 1 or more heroes over there and take control of the zone. Also, someone is mentioning Karal's life is not displayed correctly in the overlay, nor is Kepiax's. Let's see. So, oh no, it's not. There we go.
Now it is.
Kepiax. Kepiax's is good there. Okay, that should fix everything. Let's double check. So Cytheru is at 11. That looks good. Ekarit is at 14. Shafathi at 16 now. Kenwi at 18. That looks good. Astrida 14. Heral is correctly at 10. Akuti 9. And Kepiax 14. Okay, good. So we've got that fixed. Yeah, sometimes TTS does have that small glitch out where it doesn't sync properly with the HP trackers. And you just have to pick up and put down the cards. And everything should be good. So yeah, if we ever see any visual overlay glitches, please just let us know, and we will do the best to fix them, and or blame Giacomo, because that's really what we do here.
Hey. Speaking of
Oh,
that,
he's still here. Aren't you? I thought you were at the other game now, sir. Go away.
You gave me the perfect segue because the game with Eric and Tufone, they have the broken stream overlay. So I just disabled it.
Okay.
They have some technical issues.
Ah.
But I still haven't figured out what's happening. So I'll be back in a minute or two.
Sounds good. And my guess is if Eric is involved, it probably involves a control game.
Yeah. There is left bridge and right bridge, so definitely.
Oh, the classic. All right, meanwhile, on the main stage here, we're taking a look. So Kepiax did gain the fast condition from the time glitch. As Calibra mentioned, time glitch is a wonderful card. You can purge a condition from them and apply fast as well. So it's kind of a 2-for-1 benefit. Very nice there. One of the original cards, still getting to see use after quite a few expansion releases. We love to see base cards being used like this. So Kepiax is going to charge in there, goes up, starts smacking Shafathi around, dragging his HP down to 12. And again, as we mentioned, Smia's slowly chipping those HPs away from Anderson's heroes. No one, again, in critical danger yet from either side. Akuti is at the lowest at 9, but as we close out round 2, getting ready for round 3, that does set up for some potential big bang plays.
Yeah, and we could see Shafathi moving 2 hexes because of Kenui's illusion.
Yes.
And Shafathi chose to stay on lane number 2 because
Yes.
I think outflank is a big thing here. Like the way the game is moving, I would say that outflank is the real danger here.
Yes, I agree. With Anderson, the way that Anderson controlled the board after round number 1, I think that his victory condition right now is probably outflank to win. It doesn't look like he's got a whole bunch of heavy hitter cards right now. And so therefore, as a result, even though he does have double mages, it looks like he's going to open with that setup there and try to go for the outflank play, which I agree with. Meanwhile, we do see the skirmish action coming through from Kepiax, another +1. Taking a look there now, Kenwi's illusion is out of range, so Shafathi not going to be able to move as a result of that damage. But as you mentioned, Calibra, he's in lane 2, and so therefore probably right where he wants to be.
Yes, and Accurate can push a street inside the dome, right? That's
he can. It will be required a +1 flip, but it.
There you go. I think.
Yeah, that looks right. Yeah. Worship the illusion.
Look, because she's leading, right?
He's not leading. He's gonna just smack Estrida straight into the dome.
No, I know, but she's leading. That's the thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Yes, Estrida is leading. Ooh, and that's gonna do it. +2 will override the Smiaz. You don't take damage. She's disarmed. Oh, Smiaz, remember your conditions. We can't interfere.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. This is happening.
No.
So we can't interfere, right?
We cannot interfere. Yeah, we long ago we agreed as a community that because when we're commentating games, it's presenting essentially an extra pair of eyes. It's on the players to recognize when misplays have occurred. It's still painful to see every single time. It wouldn't make that much of a difference in this case because the +2 does overwrite the -2 from the disarm, and so therefore net of Ekrit is dealing 0 damage, and so as a result would still push it. So ultimately it doesn't affect the push, which in my opinion is the bigger play here as opposed to inflicting the damage. But it does certainly hurt to see the unnecessary damage be taken. If it comes down to a 1 or 2 point issue at the end, I don't think it will, given, as you've already pointed out, outflank is probably going to be the main focus here. But I certainly have seen some games that have been won or lost because people have not been paying attention to the lack or presence of disarm on certain heroes.
Yeah, but like Astrida could have played freeze on Accurate, and this play would be completely different. That's the thing.
Right, because at that point, then the damage, as we talked about earlier, would be locked at 0, which means no shove. All right, meanwhile, though, Hiral is going to go to town here. We're going to go for the attack action. Shafathi coming down to 8 HP now, so is starting to get a little bit risky here for Shafathi. We do see now 3 heroes under 10 hit points. And Haral going for another presence. Okay, so Smiaz had 2 presences in his hand. Very, very useful there. So we're going to take a peek there. This is the last hero to activate. For some reason, it's not registering Anderson's heroes as exhausted, but all of them are currently turned aside as appropriate. So potentially just another small overlay glitch with TTS in the running there. So this actually does help defend a little bit. Smiaz does have a minion advantage count. It's 3-2. Neither of the heroes have lead that are in lane number 2, so this actually could still go in Smiaz's favor here if he's able to get a high mana card.
Yeah, so Smells for sure will be able to even things out now.
Yes.
All right, guys,
All right.
I think I figured it out. Do
Okay.
you want the update?
Yes, please. We've just resolved the round, so while they're doing math, update now would be excellent time.
Perfect. I figured. So they just finished turn 2. And if you're looking at the screen here, what we see is basically a blue control against a red control. And with left breach and right breach, as I said.
Nice.
And what's going on is lane number 1 on my left, Eric is pushing and damaging the tower, only 3 HP left. While on the other lane, Eptophone is pushing, but much slowly, and he hasn't damaged the tower. Actually, he had to move the Doomies to switch lane and provide some backup because he is otherwise going to lose the tower next turn, right?
Right.
So, yeah, it's a control, red-blue. I have to say, I think Eric is in card disadvantage, and this might become a trouble on turn 3. We'll find out later.
Very nice. Thank you for the update, Giacomo. So, back on the main stage here, we are finishing the resolution there. We did see Smiaz actually has the overwhelming victories in both lanes there. Control tokens both pushed back to the neutral position. Of course, lane 1, really all you're doing there is stalling out so that you have minions respawning and maintaining some sort of pressure there so your tower doesn't explode and expose the nexus. But lane 2 is a victory for Smiaz as well, and that is more important because it ties up outflank at 1-1, which means this game cannot end before round 4 due to outflank. Very, very important there for the players. And in this situation here, I didn't do the math, but I think Anderson wins the dome with the lead from Kenway.
Kenoi led with 1, I guess, and Atrida was leading with the 3. So Smells.
So Smiaz gets all 3 control points. Excellent.
Yeah,
that is a good turnaround for him. There we go. All right, so we do see the attack. Interesting that we're going after Shafathi here. No, never mind. Cythera is no longer next to a cover hex. This makes perfect sense. The Bloodlust being used to give Haral Frenzy. Setting up. All right, so Anderson needs to be careful because Haral setting up for a kill shot in round 3.
Yes, and round 3 is the round that Kepiak is really dangerous because you can play a lot of 1-mana cards and you easily can take 2 heroes at once. So I think Bloodlust is back on the table,
Okay, yeah, absolutely. There we go. And running it down, we go ahead, finish that off there. Outsider 1 does go for the reposition ability, and then we also, as we mentioned, have the Bloodlust ability as well. So Smiaz setting up there. So Anderson potentially needs to stave off this assault here. Let's see what happens. Because as Calibra mentioned, round 3 is where things start to fly. Kepiax does allow also her ultimate whenever you draw cards to deal additional damage to people. And so this could potentially be a whole lot of plink damage that all of a sudden results in a double kill. As Calibra mentioned, Bloodlust, very, very possible here. So let's see what Anderson has prepared to stop the Smiaz train in its tracks.
It's very interesting to see Kepiax as the new hero of Skytear because we are used to Akimo and Haburat. They were like, they're really guys. They're ready from the start to start dealing damage and destroying everything. But Kepiax grows slow, right? So turn 1, okay, I lead. I try to play my power card. I have this ability that I can manage things and manage and set up the board. But then on turn 3, Kepiax is really a monster. It's a girl, right?
Yes, I agree, absolutely.
So,
and it goes back to what we heard from Giacomo's report earlier. Gameslayer ran in, used the Akimo. I presume it probably involved Akimo's Oath there, as it did from the World Qualifier that we casted between Gameslayer and Eric a couple weeks ago. he gunned down a tank, 17 hit points, 2 armor on turn 1, as Akimo does. But then, of course, Akimo usually runs in, glass cannons himself, dies instantly right thereafter. But Kepiax, as you mentioned, it's kind of that slow boil where, first the storm clouds gather, I realize we're making a pun as her title is, of course, the Lady of the Storm, but, you gather slowly. Turn 1, yeah, we have a little bit of damage. Turn 2 starts to make herself known, and then turn 3, kaboom! Everything comes crashing down at once.
Yes, lightning bolts everywhere. That's the thing.
All right, so we do see the activation here, so... Oh, no, he's disarmed! You shouldn't be taking damage, Smias, please! Pay attention to conditions!
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you are playing Skytear, if you have put disarm on your opponent, that is -2 attack and -2 skirmish. Please make sure to remember that, because when you're getting down to this kind of HP levels, those hit points matter.
And
Oh! Especially whenever something like this happens.
Oh,
Oh.
3
Oh,
heal full
no.
life.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, Psychic Vampirism is going to allow Shafathi to heal off the play. You do not need to damage heroes in order to heal here. So what Anderson has elected to do here is a 2-for-1 stone kill here. He's going to wipe out 3 of Smiaz's minions and functionally heal himself back to full here. Oh, this is going to be brutal. So Shafathi...
Not even a chasm would prevent this, because you push
Correct.
Shafathi, he can hit the I don't know, the outsider, other minions.
Sure, yeah. Mhm.
So at least he will Shafathi will heal 10 HP at least, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, at a minimum here, we're looking... Oh, and a +1 on the flip. So that is 5 damage, 15 HP, 3 minions dead. Shafathi's going right back to full.
Yeah, Soul Scream, starter
Ooh.
box card. You see?
Yeah,
like,
once again, from
Once
the
again.
base set.
like Presence and Soul Scream winning the
Mhm.
game.
Yeah. I mean, certainly a number of players, and I think rightly so, have a point where some of the later expansions definitely have cards that are a lot more powerful than some of the cards in the base set, and I think that's a fair argument to make. But at the same time, Presence, arguably the best control game now that we've banned Sinkhole, is a core card. Soul Scream, arguably one of the highest single damaging cards if you get everybody within the attack range. Still also a base card. So, and that's one of the things I love about Skytear. Yes, there's been a little bit of power creep from some of the expansions in certain situations, but there are still a number of base cards that are still very, very good. We've seen Time Glitch here. We've seen Skull Scream. We've seen Presence. We've seen
Yummy.
a lot of that being played here, and I love to see that.
And Yummy, right? Yummy comes in the starter box. Come on,
Yes.
the best hero in the game.
Yes, I mean, I was framing the argument in terms of cards, but yes, you are correct. The best hero also comes in the starter box. All praise to her name.
Also, Redirect is really powerful when it comes in the starter box.
Yeah, redirect, another one. Thank you. I was like, I've seen one more card in here, and I couldn't remember which one it was, and I didn't want to fumble about it on stream. But thank you. Yes, redirect was what I was thinking of as well. All right, so Smiaz going for a change in tactics right now. It looks like he's actually interested in investing in lane number 1 there. We do see the Akuti attack retribution combo to kill off the minions. This is going to leave 4 minions for him, 0 for Anderson Panda. Again, winning lane 1 doesn't really get you anything in terms of immediate victory conditions. It will obviously get you a card control, potentially the lane push later down the line, but doesn't really get you any closer to actually winning the game directly.
Yeah, maybe Akuti's thinking, I'm gonna do what I do best because I know I'm gonna die soon. I don't know.
True.
Right? So, but she didn't spend any mana, so she could be... Ooh!
Oh, doesn't matter. Final Judgment coming through. Setheru Ultimate. We're going to fire down the ultimate board-wide beam, and it hits 1 hex plus every hex surrounding it. You can see that we're hitting the outsider, which makes sense. There's no heroes next to the outsider that Smiaz can use the retaliation function when you damage the outsider on. This is going to hit 3 of Smiaz's heroes, and honestly, this is a huge swing for Anderson.
That is true. Because it's a 5+ damage.
Correct.
Which means that a third of any hero in the game HP almost. So it's a huge hit, right? So maybe 24 damage. 18 damage potentially, even more.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. So
Okay.
Hiral, assuming this goes through, Smios does have. Oh no! But the redirect comes down.
You
So
see?
speaking of good cards in the core box, here's the redirect that we talked about. So redirect allows you to redirect the target, and unfortunately for Anderson, Final Judgment requires you to target a panel to fire. I've had this exact thing happen to me before, and so now Akuti is going to say, guess what? You're just going to target no man's land over there, and so Brimstone Hellfire is going to rain down on absolutely nothing.
Brimstone. Yeah. Well, Skytear could have skirmished before the
Yes.
ultimate, but
Yep.
what would you guess this? I don't know. But Akuti saving
Oh.
her mana was kind of dangerous, right? For a
Yes.
chasm redirect. Wow, what a play! Nice play.
And as Jocko points out, the Comet GPS was broken. I agree. Yep. Sarge, we've got a lock on our location. Sir, we've targeted the desert. We've made a mistake.
That was a beta strike, right? Not an alpha
Yes. Yep. We're just playtesting here, guys. The real strike comes tomorrow.
one. A Zeta strike, I guess.
Oh. All right, so Skytear is now angry, and he's going in for potentially a kill shot here. So we do see the attack action. Skytear is out of mana, so I don't think he can actually kill Akuti here, especially not with a 3. She is down to 6 HP. You can set up for the Kenwi kill, potentially on her turn. So Astrida may need to do something about that. Either serving as a blocker or potentially using that freeze on Kenwi as she tries to chase down Akuti. We'll have to
Yes.
see what the result is. Oh, we're pinging her again. I assume this is a skirmish.
Guess so.
Looks like,
Wow.
oh, the 3 on the flip for the skirmish, though. That's huge. So that
Sure.
brings Akuti down to 3 hit points. Now she is absolutely within kill range. Kenwi can march over, stab her, and delete her.
I thought Skytear would enter the dome, but okay, let's.
Well,
Because-
from his position, he... Oh, no, yeah, because you could move to, you could just step over the minion. That's a good point.
Yes, and he would be in range of Kenui's illusion. That's a good thing always, right?
Right. Yep, so we do have a quick question. We'll talk about the Whisper of Nupta in a second. We did have a question from the chat from CZU Prian 7. I apologize for butchering your name. I thought that you actually have to have a valid target to redirect, and old Tape already beat me to it. You do need a valid target to redirect, but as he pointed out, every hex on the field is a valid target because, as we mentioned, Final Judgment, Last Judgment is a global positioning satellite beam, essentially. And so any hex on the field can be selected as target, and so that's what Akuti did. She selected a random hex that was not going to affect any of Smioz's units, sent the attack over there, and so therefore essentially wasted the card. So very, very good play, but also the correct play to be made there.
It's interesting to see how very simple cards can counter powerful effects on Skytear.
Yes.
Like Reclaim
Yes.
Life can counter Miyuki's ultimate, and
Oh,
Redirect
yes.
counter like
Everything.
virtually everything. So it's really good to see this interaction happening in this game.
All right, Smios has blood in his eyes. I can appreciate this. We're going after the Shifathi, so going for the Shakam strike. He's pinging multiple people. He's not shapeshifted, though. Maybe it's just a misclick on the ping there. So we are going to hit Shifathi there. Now, so, Hiral is bloodlusted here, so therefore does have the +2, so it is 6 damage. Does bring Shifathi down to 12 HP. Oh, and oh wow, Smios is really angry. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, there we go. So the ping comes down from the Kepiax. Oh, no damage on the flip there, unfortunately, or no additional damage, I should say. Does bring Shifathi down to 7. So therefore, very good play from Anderson to use that. Oh, and there's the skirmish. My lord. All right, we are out for blood here. I appreciate this. +1 more damage to the skirmish there, bringing Shifathi down to 4 HP. That +2 does apply to the skirmish as well. So Shifathi is now actually within kill range as well. That's just a misplay or beaming out a missed projection, if we will, as Smiaz adjusts the card there. Not another Soul Scream. That would actually be insane if he was dropping 2 Soul Screams. But Shafathi right back down to 4 HP, this time with no mana, which means that it is possible now to kill off the Shafathi with either Astrida or Kepiax.
And a minion was lost as well with the Soul Scream,
Yes.
so
Mhm.
Smells was managed to go for a bit of an advantage on the minion count.
Yes, yeah. Currently 2-to-1 minion count for Smiaz, and 2-to-2. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's the outsider. So 2-to-1 in the hero count with Anderson advantage there. Oh,
Yeah,
Giacomo,
I'm back.
for a quick update.
Back for a quick update that, can you see my screen? What you see here is to the serve retribution and the doom from Kichi on the poor Strida, who basically brings Kichi back to full HP almost from almost dying. And Astrida now is on the brink of death, especially because we're on turn 3, so big cards will be coming soon. And just to give you the context, this is Mokebas versus Irvine person.
Mhm.
And Irvine is going for Skytear Master being the second player. And Mokebas is pivoting to pushing both lanes. The right one, you see a lot of minions, but it's going to take 2 more turns to win by Nexus, so it's not an immediate threat. And there is a left breach, so he's chipping away HP towers. There are 4 left on the left. So that's his way out for Mokebas to win this game.
That is a lot of minions. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a red control-ish versus blue Nupton, blue yellow. Yeah.
Wow. That is actually impressive. Normally you only see that whenever you have an Astrida deck with that many minions, but that's very nice.
That's what happens when you ignore the lanes.
True.
Yeah.
Also true. Yes. If you ignore the lanes, the minions do pile up.
Yeah, and with the next Living Rules update, extra damage carries over to the Nexus. So this situation will be very, very much more dangerous for a Irvine person. Because if you ignore a tower, you can trample through it and destroy the Nexus at the same turn.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, but we'll talk about those later on. So back to
Spoilers!
You see, Astrida alone inside the dome with Kichi. That's a bad combination.
That is a very bad combination.
It's bad for Astrida.
Yes.
That mermaid is about to get fried. Who wants some grilled fish?
Yes, Akimo for sure. He loves to cook some sushi with the katana.
Do you cook sushi though? Isn't sushi raw fish?
Well, it's my English, you know.
No, it's all good. No, I will be honest, because I'm not a big
right.
seafood person, so I was just double checking.
Right.
Like I was legitimately asking because I was pretty sure sushi was just raw fish, but like I didn't know if there was a grilled variant as well, and so we had like some kind of combination thing going on here. Like I'm not a seafood person.
It's too late. You're just discriminating against the non-native.
No, I think you can do some hot rolls, right? You can do some hot.
Okay, yeah, sure, exactly. There we go. All right, very nice.
Oh,
you know what?
cook
I'm going
sushi
to
in
blame
the
Giacomo for not properly educating me on all of that. So
Sure. What's happening with smells and?
that is an excellent question. What is happening? Akuti got slaughtered. That's what happened. So unfortunately, yes, while we were away taking a look at a quick update on the other table, back to the main stage, Akuti did end up getting slaughtered. Kenwee came out and decided to cut her down. So Akuti is out now because Akuti did activate during round 3. She does not come back till round 5. So currently Anderson does have a 3-2 hero advantage on the table. Very, very powerful positioning for him. Kenwee is going to opt to stay in the dome right now, as you can see there. Does not have a lead action, but does have the presence play, boosting her control value by 1 at this time.
But no leads, right? No leads. And Accurate has
No
to
leads.
activate. So, right.
Yeah, again, it seems that the overlay is not updating correctly because Anderson only has Ekrit left to activate. Even though it shows that only Kenwee is exhausted, Safathi, Satheru both have taken their turns this round. I wonder if we just pick up the card and put it back down. If that, oops.
RG, if you would have to guess, who's going to win this game?
Ooh, that's a good question because let me think here. Can I answer that after the end of this round? Because this depends on whether Shafathi dies. Okay, yeah. If Shafathi dies here, then I think that Smiaz is in a good position.
Yes, Shafat is going to die. I'm sure.
Unless because there's no mana left in that side. Well, Ekrit still has mana. So
Ekrit
she
can
could
do
potentially
stuff like
cast.
a redirect. There you go.
There
you
we go.
I'm calling the shots today, right?
Very nice call there. Yep, there's the redirect. So that's yeah. Oh, that redirect hurts. +1 on the flip. Very dead minion. That would have killed Shafathi because that's 4 damage. So if Smiaz has a way to kill Shafathi with another Soul Scream, her Kipiax's ultimate, anything, then I think that it's a fairly even board.
You think so? Like,
I think Anderson has the advantage at that point, but I think it's a reasonable board. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay, now that Shafathi is exhausted, or Shafathi is living through that, I think that Anderson definitely has the advantage here because I don't see Astrida sticking around to contest the dome.
maybe she's trying. She's going to try and go for Shafati, right? She could. Do that.
Right, that's what I'm thinking because that leaves Kenway to control the dome. As a result, now, yeah, because I assume that Ekrit is going to move up, reposition the illusion, and blast the last 2 of Smiaz's minions. That seems to make the most sense.
Yeah.
From my perspective here, because otherwise you have to deal with Kepiax's lead card, whatever that may be, potentially a lead play from Astrida. Astrida is, of course, shapeshifted as well, so you can... Oh no, we've gotten rid of all the minions, so we can't kill a minion, spawn a minion with Astrida. Oh!
What's going on?
I was going to say, why are we sending Ekrit into the dome? I'm not sure if I agree with that play. All right, well, let's see what happens here. Anderson is obviously a better player than I am. So let's see what he's got. A lead from the... Oh! He's just straight up saying, I'll give you lane number 2. I want control of the dome. That's fair enough.
Yeah, but this is kind of dangerous, right? Like... Okay, so Smells is winning the lane number 2 already, right? So
Correct.
he could just do something like, but well, Ekrit cannot be moved because of the illusion, so Chasm wouldn't work in this case.
And Kenway is far enough away, you can't push her out of the dome with just Astrida.
Interesting. But look, Panda Anderson is repositioning Ekrit's illusion, so but Ekrit has 1 mana left, so no ultimates this turn for her, right?
Right.
Unless...
Yeah, that's the other thing we have to worry about eventually is the Ekrit ultimate coming down and just wiping away the minions themselves. But obviously, as you mentioned, with only 1 mana, that's going to be a turn 4 thing.
Hey, folks.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Giacomo. What's up?
Well, I'm coming back from Bonne and Grey Ghost table that just ended. With, if you see my screen, Grey Ghost basically dominating the field, pushing both lanes and the dome by a mix of control and aggression, since the poor Bonne only had the 2 heroes left on the table.
Oh.
And not even actually Cetero died, and they didn't remove it. So, yeah, that was a strong victory for Grey Ghost, but Bonne has a second chance because, as people know, probably there is double elimination, right? So
that is correct. Yep.
Yep. That's
you're not out till you lose on the embassy ruins.
Right. So that's basically it. First result in. And I wasn't in the game up until the very end, so I cannot tell you much more than what I told you. So.
Ooh, okay, we apologize to cut you off, but it's time for some fun. All right, Zergo, get us back on the main stage. So what we just missed there was Astrida did go for the kill shot there, so Shafathi did end up dying, and then Kepiax brought down Become the Storm. So this is Kepiax's ultimate. Kepiax, when you draw 1 card, or gains the ability, when you draw a card, Kepiax deals 1 piercing damage to the target enemy on the battlefield. Draw 2 cards. By the way, you also get to draw a card from killing your opponent. That counts for the ability, and so as Calibra mentioned, thunderstorm lightning bolts are raining down everywhere.
Capiax is dangerous on turn 3. You have to take care. And I think the fact that Capiax is a brand new hero, people are not used to her tricks, so
Correct.
that's an extra spice, to the danger.
Correct. Yeah. So that's actually huge because that's going to give Capiax 3 lightning bolts in addition to basically refilling Smioz's hand as well here. And Astrida is going for the chasm play as well.
Yes,
that's going to kick Ekrid out of the dome now.
Nice.
Because one of the lightning bolts was spent because you get global targeting and you can target whatever you want. And so therefore we destroy the Ekrid illusion, making it pushable. She's now kicked out, and with that positioning, Ekrid does not contribute to lane number 2.
You see, I saw that chasm coming, but Ekrid's illusion was the only problem. But he got rid of it.
So now, at best, it's a tie in the dome. Oh, no. Kenway wasn't the one that led. No, Smiaz just wins the dome now.
Yes, Kenway has presence, but it's not enough to win the dome.
Nope, because Smiaz led from the hand, so he knows what he's leading with. And so, Smiaz bringing out the Become the Storm card. That is definitely a wild new card. And as you mentioned, that is kind of the crux of Capiax sitting there, growing in power, and then all of a sudden, madness breaking out because, as we mentioned, it's draw any card. And so what happened was Smiaz killed the Shafathi using the Astrida. That puts the draw the card condition on the stack. But before Smiaz drew the card, he reacted with Capiax playing her ultimate, gaining the ability to deal damage when she drew cards. The card itself also draws 2 cards as well as part of the effect. So therefore, Smiaz drew a net of 3 cards, which means 3 lightning bolts come down, one of which, as you mentioned, destroys the illusion, allowing for the great chasm play. And I was giving the advantage to Anderson, and now I think the table has completely swung in Smiaz's favor. It's 3-3 on heroes. Smiaz is going to win lane number 1. Smiaz is going to win lane number 2. Smiaz is going to win control of the dome.
Well, that's the world champion, guys. You couldn't expect less from him.
Oh, that was an amazing play. I mean, Anderson played that very, very well. With the Soul Scream healing Shafathi from, I think it was 5 or 6 HP all the way back up to full. Smiaz said, no, you die now.
And he played, how can I say that? Like very, very calmly and patiently to hold the ultimate until it was like the best moment to play it. That was very nice to see.
All right, we do see a lead for 3 from Capiax from the dome. From the deck. That was not presenced, I don't believe. So a blind lead there, but nevertheless still good. So now Smiaz has both of the control tokens pressed against Anderson. We do see the +2, and there we go. Oh, Smiaz playing his own card. It could work as the lead action, knowing that he only needs to beat Kenway right there. So therefore, no need to waste a 3 mana card. Just use the 2 mana, get the 3-2 control dome lead. Very nice play there. It would have been awesome to have seen that card played in person, but winning games, unfortunately, takes precedence over the cool factor. So I perfectly agree with that line of play there. Here comes the outsider, and Smiaz is going to continue what he started. We're going to go ahead and start rampaging.
6 damage.
Satheru. Satheru, you need to be very careful, sir. Capiax can just blast you to death on the next turn, and that'll be bloodless.
Yes. And actually, Capiax, not Capiax, sorry. Capiax killed Shafathi, right? So yeah, it has to be Capiax.
Yes, Capiax and Kenway both killed one person, so both of those are on track for the bloodlust condition.
There you go. Yes, and Astrida as well, actually. Look, Astrida killed somebody, right?
No, I don't think so. Oh wait, no. I'm
that
sorry, no.
bloodlust?
Capiax didn't kill. Astrida killed. Excuse me, I misspoke earlier.
Yeah.
Astrida killed. Capiax's effect then went off. So I made a slight miscall there. My apologies. So Astrida and Kenway are the ones that currently have the bloodlust stack. So actually, that reduces the threat slightly. We don't expect Astrida to be a killing machine. We expect her to be a control machine. But nevertheless, it is possible that she does deal significant amounts of problems there. And Smiaz very smartly hiding the lowest HP hero of his, Haral, kind of tucked away. Very difficult for Kenway to get access to Haral in order to kill him.
That is true. and at the same time pushing lane number 2.
Yes.
And possibly this turn will be the last, right?
Right.
Given the position, given the situation.
Yeah, it's down 3 versus 3 heroes here, so the hero count is even. But in this situation, Anderson, now remember what we said earlier, in outflank, 1 control token, not terrible, 2 control tokens, now you have to defend every single round. And so look at those minions over in lane number 1. That's an issue. That's going to slow push for Smiaz. Anderson not really able to deal with that many minions there, so that's going to be kind of a slow push of destruction. Again, obviously we're in turn 4, so I don't think that there's tower destruction this turn. I don't think Smiaz puts anything over there, but nevertheless, that is resources that would generate. But I agree with you. I feel like this game is probably going to be a 4-turn game.
Yeah, close to an end. And Smiaz's heroes are close to the left, his left lane, the lane number 2, which is optimal for him. And,
yes.
Anderson has to run there. So at least each Anderson's hero will have to spend at least 1 action to get there. So that's tricky.
And again, Smiaz has flipped his deck over. He did right after, I think it was right after the kill on Shafathi, and so therefore all of those cards now potentially recycled. Obviously, Kepiax's ultimate didn't go into his discard until the end of the round, so that's not potentially possible. But Astrida's ultimate could be redrawn. Heral's ultimate could be redrawn. Very, very high potential for a lot of shenanigans. Astrida's ult, probably the most annoying ult in the game, or at least in contention for, where you just say, you don't get to act this round.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So as you mentioned, there goes the move action and the skirmish action, actually both being spent there. So Shafathi, Satheru coming over, starting to clean out the minions. Anderson recognizes, yes, I've got to start clearing this minion out or I'm going to lose to outflank. So clearing that out, I assume that Kenwi will probably come in with a lead action, as she can't make it to... she can make it to 2 minions from her current positioning, but I expect that she will come over for the lead action while Ekrit sets up. There are 3 minions that Ekrit can set up for a very nice wind blast. Oh!
Look at that. Another redirect.
Yep. The redirect onto Satheru himself.
Wrong minion, I guess?
Oh, they were swapping those. Oh, wait.
That's true.
I was gonna say, wait a minute.
Panda removed the wrong minion before with Satheru.
Okay.
Now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Okay, I was gonna say, at first I thought that, so Astrida actually attempted to, we're just gonna go and assassinate Satheru here. So Shattermind deals 3 damage straight out.
Ooh,
and another one, that's it! If Satheru does not have a way out of this, there we do. There is a way out of this, though. Deserved Retribution, my favorite card from the new set. Very nice. We love to see these last second plays. So Deserved Retribution, mana burn the target hero, deal X amount of lifesteal damage, where X is equal to the... Oh, but wait, Smiaz has 1-man army. And so therefore, the next time the caster would take damage, they deal 2 damage to an adjacent enemy hero instead. Okay, so this is actually where my brain starts to hurt. So let's resolve this in order.
Wow.
Interesting interaction, right? Does Satheru heal before... like 1-man army resolves?
Well, here's the issue. It doesn't do damage to them.
Right.
Because it says the next time that the enemy hero would take damage, deal damage to the enemy hero instead. So I don't think he doesn't do any damage. Like, according to my interpretation, and Giacomo, since you're here, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but based on the way that 1-man army reads, it should negate the lifesteal damage and just deal 2 to Satheru, right?
Yeah, it's a replacement effect. So
right, it's a replacement. That's what I thought. So Satheru just dies here, yes?
Yes, because of instead taking damage.
Nope.
Well, I think Satheru is actually dealing the damage.
Well, either way, we're fixing this with Chasm.
Okay, never mind.
It's not instead. It's the next time the target hero would take damage. Right?
Oh wait, yeah, no, we can't play Chasm. That's 2 hexes away. Yeah, Chasm can't reach.
So
there it is. Yep, that is an Astrida Bloodlust victory. Okay, that was a wild way to close out the game. Both players very, very well played. That was yep, there it is. There's the
We got it, Smiaz. We got it,
Smiaz. There it is. The Estrita Bloodlust condition. Remember
Wow.
what I said about 5 minutes ago. You pick Estrita for control, except when you pick her to kill people off. So, very great game. Anderson played a wonderful game there. Smiaz just had a couple more answers there. That was some excellent use that we saw from both players, really pushing their heroes to the limits. And again, of course, as Giacomo mentioned earlier with the other game that he was reporting, this is not the end of Anderson's tournament. He does get kicked down into the lower bracket where he'll have to battle for his life on Ashen Pass. On the Embassy Ruins, but still in the tournament, still has a chance at winning the crown.
Amazing game.
Yeah. Let's go ahead. Oh, Smiaz is here. So Smiaz, congratulations on the round 1 victory. That was an amazing game to watch from both of you.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's a very, very nice game, and my opponent is very, very good. So
Yeah, both of you guys played very well. That was some ridiculous back and forth from both of you.
Yeah, and the York Carney has lost, right? So you're happy, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that last play there with the one-man army deserved retribution chain, that was brilliant. That actually required some thinking to figure out how that resolved, but that was from both of you, the waiting till the last second to play the Shattermind, and then playing the deserved retribution on the second Shattermind, but then you having the answer there, that sequence of events was awesome. So well done to both of you.
Thanks, Alex.
All right, and so with that's going to conclude this match in round number 1 there.
I can, RG, if you want, I can fill you in on Zambo versus Gameslayer. That's what I'm
Yes,
watching.
please. Let's go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead and jump to a couple of the other round 1 games while we reset and give the players a few minutes to get set up for round 2. So, Giacomo, take it away, please.
Yeah. So as usual, I'm not 100% on the same page, but Zargul, if you can stream my screen. What we see here from the point of view of Gameslayer is going for left breach, but also threatening a bit Skytear Master. So on the left, you see Ixatosk. We are at the end of turn 3. Ixatosk is pushing strong with the help of 5 minions and a lead from end. And there is the last activation of the round 3, Doomies. Now absolutely have to run and save the tower to avoid a left breach, unless they do some shenanigans with cards, of course. From the point of view of Zambo, what are his way out? I think going for the dome is the most likely thing, or attempting a double kill, but it's risky. Notably, Akimo, I don't know if you remember, I told you Akimo was basically melted together with Oguzai on turn 1. Came back on turn 3, and he played like Akimo and teleported right into the action and nuked Yami, I think. And,
what?
Yeah. And that's
Objection!
where we are at. Yeah. So now it's time for Zambo to make the last activation with Doomies, and we'll see where he goes.
Very nice. All right, thank you, Giacomo. We also do have results as well. Eric is reporting in as winning his match as well versus Two Phones, so we do have that result there. So I think that this might be the last game for the first round of play, if I'm not mistaken then.
Actually, no, there is a Rhyme Person and Mokebus.
That one's still going on as well. Okay, thank you. Very good. Okay, so we have 2 rounds that are still waiting to resolve, and then we will be proceeding to the next game. So if you guys in the chat, if you would like to let us know if there's any player in particular, we'd like to try and feature as many as possible. But if you guys have a particular player you'd like us to take a look at for the next game, please go ahead, send it in the chat, and we will take that into consideration as we get set for the next game. Oh, I'm sorry, Zergul, you cut out a little bit for us there. Oh, Game Slayer, yeah, okay, very good. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into Game Slayer's game there as well so I can zip around. And then we will take a look at that. Game Slayer, obviously, as Giacomo has alluded many times, is a man after my own heart as well. There's not enough aggression in the world to satisfy him. We love to see it. Bloodlust everywhere. Unfortunately, not a condition for this particular game for Zergul, or excuse me, for Game Slayer and Zambo, but that's not going to stop him from killing people. So let's see, what are we jumping into here? I'm jumping in. I'm seeing a whole bunch of marks. So it looks like someone played Karuma's Judgment. At the end there, we are leading action to resolve. Looks like the end of round 3 here.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Okay.
And it's left breach. Game Slayer, take it away.
All right, so that takes care of that game as well. And then I think we also had an update from Irvine. Yeah, Irvine versus Mokabus. So Irvine is going to win his round as well. So we have that reported, as we've mentioned. And so...
Then we have it all. I'm
We
going to
have it
update
all,
the
all right.
brackets, and so Dargo can show them soon.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and switch over, I guess, to the bracket then, whenever you're ready. Oh, it looks like we're heading up for a Brothers Showdown. Here we go. I kind of want to do that one, but again, to the chat, if you guys have any suggestions.
Yeah, the brothers. They are updated now. If you look at the usual Google Drive folder.
And we're getting that bracket updated. Oh. All right. Look at that beautiful bracket. It is beautiful. Wait. Why do we have her all featured in the background? Sir.
Because I'm rooting
Sir.
for blue yellow this year.
Sir. Sir.
It's a cool hero, right? It's a art for a card that we never published, so I wanted to use it.
Kepiax, like, I get it if you want to make the mistake of not featuring Yami. I understand that we all can't make the right decision all the time. But Kepiax, lightning bolts, electricity, boom!
And an amazing illustration, by the way, right?
How come we have 63 people watching? Like, I don't understand. Where are they coming from? Are they real or are they Chinese bots or something?
I did pay a lot
Wow.
for those Chinese.
It's true. They're here to hear Calibra's wonderful voice.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, what?
Giacomo said, where did all of our viewers come from? And I said, they've come from around the world to hear your beautiful voice.
Oh, come on. No, that's not true.
Also,
is
I
not
just
true.
realized that I didn't put Game Slayer and VUT in the brackets and game number
Oops.
8. So my suggestion is let's go with the brothers
Yes.
match, and
Yes.
I will have a pick at the other tables.
Okay, that sounds good. So that would be the Grey Ghost versus Irvine person game in table number 3. So we are going to stay on 2-lane. We will eventually get to a couple of the Embassy Ruins 3-lanes maps. We'll probably take a look at those maybe in round 3. We'll try to feature that. But in my opinion and Giacomo's opinion as well as a couple other people that we see here, it is a good idea, I think, to feature the brothers. Grey Ghost, Irvine person, they've been in this community, I think, since 2020. So from the very beginning, if I remember correctly. And both of them very, very good players. Both of them very interesting to watch. We did do a match against them earlier in the World Qualifier tournament, this past tournament there, which was really, really exciting to watch. And so I'm ready for a high stakes redo because honestly, what happened then no longer matters. This is the game that matters.
And RG, I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna have some lunch. I'll come back for the next game after this one. All right.
Excellent. So I think we're going to do a tag out here. So I will still be with you. So hopefully you enjoy me. And if not, I apologize. And joining me now is, drum roll, please,
Hello.
Zergo! Yay!
Thank you very much for that nice segue, sir. I'm waiting for the players to open the game, so that might take some minutes there. But as promised, I wanted to tell you one of my dad jokes.
No!
I think that's a good time.
No!
So, what did Yoda say when he saw himself the first time in 4K?
Tell me,
HDMI.
Zergo.
HDMI.
I'm out.
And it's even a Star Wars pun.
I hate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for my disrupted voice. I'm having a cold here, but I'm going to hang around with RG as much as possible. And going to try to support you with the data necessary, so whenever you see a card on the screen or something popping up, then I'm trying to hit the right buttons. So hopefully everything with the stream is fine here, so if you have any suggestions to optimize it, then please feel free to give us any feedback.
Yep.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that, to get more of a consistency, more of a professionalism here. Yeah, we always want to give our best here to support the Skytear community in every way possible.
We put in 100,000% more professionalism than we ever have on the podcast.
Oh yes, yeah. As we were talking about before the show, we could have recorded the before the show podcasts, and I think they would have been awesome as well. So we're still missing the players there, unfortunately. Maybe you could ping them somehow, RG. I don't know.
You ping the brothers?
Yeah, or are they going to play in real life?
Ooh, actually, that's a good question. Yeah, they may be.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here.
I mean, this happened. When did this happen? If I remember correctly, it happened during a tournament, right? So it was pretty funny.
Yeah, I think actually, I think they actually did the world qualifiers. I did see Irvine in chat, in the YouTube chat mention that he wants that table to be featured. So, oh no, that's never mind. That was Lightning that was mentioning that. So let's see.
And I think Giacomo's doing something with the brackets. Yes, when I'm updating them, they are showing the last state.
Yep, we're just kind of finalizing the bracket. So again, as a reminder for the brackets, so the top portion of the bracket in games 3 and 7 that will be playing here, those are considered, we're in the winner's bracket. Those will be played on the same map that we just featured, 2-lane, as we've affectionately come to call it. Whereas the bottom lane down there, we see Bon and Mokobus, Zambino, Tufone, who will then await the rest of the results there from Anderson Panda and Grey Ghost. Those there, wait a minute. Why is Grey Ghost in 2 places?
Because I make the brackets. I already gave the loss to him, I think.
Wow! So we're not even going to let them play the game. We're just going to immediately kick him down there.
That is like my prediction.
Wow! All right. So Giacomo has immediately decided that Irvine is going to be the victor. I mean, that's fair. The game designers have decreed that that's what's going to happen.
All right, reverting.
No worries. Okay, no worries. I saw that. I was like, wait a minute, did we miss it?
Yeah, you just pinged me when you updated it, and then.
I've done it.
So
okay. Good. So,
Grey Ghost on the bottom is wrong. It's going to be L3, right? So
Correct.
the loser from that match. Okay.
Right. So we wait. Yeah. So we're gonna wait for that. So those 6 matches at the bottom there, those are played on the 3-lane Embassy Ruin map. And those, we are, as I mentioned, we will feature those. Hopefully we'll feature one of those, at least starting next round. That seems to be the plan. We're waiting to see if the brothers are just going to play in real life. That is, one of the conveniences of being close together. Obviously, Skytear, we've grown this into a nice global community. We've got representatives from North America, South America, Europe. Hopefully we can get some people from Asia. As Giacomo mentioned earlier, they're looking to publish Skytear in Chinese as well. So perhaps we can get China, potentially Korea. They are, very into the MOBA genre over there as well. So hopefully we can expand. We did have some players that used to be from the Oceanic region. Unfortunately, I don't think they're with us any longer. But we could eventually see a conceivable world where we're having Skytear from all of the major continents represented.
Yeah, and in real life, please. That would be awesome.
Yes. We can observe the glory of a well-painted Yami model.
Yeah.
Little more enthusiasm for me, please.
No, sorry.
Pretend that you care about Yami.
Yeah, I care about Yami. I mean, my Yami is just she didn't get the attention that she deserves in my painting style. So
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Oh!
But I think my Sakol went pretty well.
Zakal? Yeah, okay. I remember. Have you posted Zakal, or am I thinking of somebody else's?
Yeah, but a long time ago in a galaxy.
Okay, so I'm thinking of another one. Yeah, and so yeah, for those of you who have done the painting, please do feel free to post them in the painting channel. A lot of you have demonstrated that you are in fact a far better painter than I am, which admittedly doesn't take a whole lot because I suck at painting. But a lot of you guys have come up with some really beautiful designs. Some have had what I might consider a traditional or an expected color palette, and some of you have gone with some really unusual ones that look really good as well. So for those of you who have painted your models, we love to take a look at it and be envious of those who have better painting skills than we do.
Absolutely. We are enjoying those paintings totally, and it's always let's say I'm missing that word actually in English. An inspiration.
Exciting?
Yeah,
inspiration. Okay.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
It can be an inspiration to see the different styles here. And I mean, do you remember? I think it was in the first year that we had even a contest, a painting contest.
Yes,
if
I do remember
correctly.
that. Yep, that is correct.
And
Long
the
ago.
top three were really amazing. I think Smears got the crown there as well. So he's not only world champion.
Yes, he was one of the winners. Yep.
He's a world-class painter there, actually.
Yeah.
Um.
I'm trying to remember which of his models won. Was it his Nantaka that won?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the Nantaka had like all those like extra flower things and all that stuff, and it was like ridiculously detailed and beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that the newer models, like starting from the expansion with Nantaka and Forhild, they got more detailed, and therefore like experienced painters like Smears or other painters in our community did really appreciate those details and did really come over with some pretty nice models there. So really, really nice. Yeah, Smears is remembering us. It was a Nantaka with red flowers.
Ah, yes. That was beautiful. Also, yes, Lightning does also point out, no longer with us sounds bad. I realized that as soon as I said it, I was like, wait a minute, that sounds like they've passed away.
Oh, God.
Whoops, that got morbid real fast. Phrasing.
What's happening?
So we do have an update real fast. We have contacted the brothers, and they are going to play on TTS for us for our enjoyment, so that we may enjoy watching Family Feud.
I found them, and I'm going to join the game now, and it's going to take just 1-2 minutes. Please stay tuned with us, and we are going to provide you the game.
Absolutely. I'm logging in now to their game as well. And this is going to be hopefully another banger.
I did pick orange.
I'm not going to make the same joke again.
Why not?
I already made it once today. Not doing it again.
Oh, come on. So I'm just in the background. I'm just setting up the, let's say, camera positions for the stream, and then we just take it away from there. Place a getting the decks actually into the game, so it's just a matter of seconds.
Okay, this might be the surprise of the tournament. There are 2 people running Kamaya.
And we are live in the game.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round number 2. It is a Battle of the Brothers featuring Irvine Person in the green at the top of our screen and Grey Ghost in the blue at the bottom of our screen. So we've given the players the ping. It is time to flip the coin. And less violence this time, but nevertheless, we at least have Bloodlust again. We did see the last round featuring the Bloodlust condition as well, in addition to Obstinacy and Outflank. This round, we do have the Siege condition, which means destroy enemy tower HP down to a total of 4 or less. So the enemy towers have 10 HP total, and we need to reduce that down to 4 or less. So you can deal 5 damage to one, 1 damage to the other. You can do 3 and 3. You can do 4 and 2, whatever floats your boat. But we need to make it so that out of 10, they have 4 or less. Right breach, fairly straightforward. You just have to breach the enemy tower on your right side. So for Grey Ghost, that's lane 2. Irvine Pursing, that's lane 1. And Bloodlust, we've already featured, so we know how this works. We need to kill the same, kill 2 heroes with the same friendly hero. And of course, we didn't talk about this last time because it wasn't relevant, but the Outsider can be used to proc Bloodlust. The player does need to kill 2 enemy heroes with the Outsider. So for example, Irvine Person can't kill with 1 and then Grey Ghost kill with the second one and then call that Bloodlust. No, you must kill the same player must kill 2 heroes with the Outsider, whether it's in one activation or in multiple activations, in order to win by Bloodlust.
Any words
All right.
about the hero constellations here?
Yes.
Grey Ghost is bringing, mainly yellow deck, added by Kumaya. So we find here Akuti, Seteru, Shafati as the main heroes, Heral, Capiax from the new expansion, and additionally Kumaya as yellow-red hero. And
Yes.
on Irvine Person's side, it's more of a blue kind of deck. So as well, Capiax and Heral.
Ooh.
Akuti is in the middle there as well. Astrida, Freihill, and Shilavi are the options, possibly, for Irvine Post. So the first picks here on Grey Ghost side are Akuti and Kumaya. Thinking about the placement here. First reaction was the Untamed Heroes, Capiax and Heral on Irvine's side, and added by Shafati and Grey Ghost.
Yep. All right. So we did see that Grey Ghost did get first player control here. And then, of course, we are bringing the original Outsider, the only multi-hex unit in the entire game. Of course, very, very powerful, very versatile Outsider. I did see, I think, the Silent Ambassador off to the side. Yes. So opting not to bring the Silent Ambassador, which frankly is probably a good idea. In this case here, if you aren't designed to play against Silent Ambassador and you play someone who is, the Silent Ambassador can make your life very, very difficult. So good idea to bring the OG Outsider, and we'll talk a little bit more about their abilities after somebody gets control, as the players do finish the draft off there. So as Zergel mentioned, we're running down the heroes there. Grey Ghost bringing primarily yellow, mixing in there a little bit of red and blue from a 50-50 there. So we have Akuti, Shafathi, Kumaya, and Heral on Grey Ghost's side, and then Akuti, Kepiax, Heral, and Freyhill on the Irvine Person's side of the board. Ooh. So this is an interesting bit here. Both players have a nice mix of control heroes and damage. So obviously Shafathi, Kumaya, Heral all have 3 damage on Grey Ghost's side, and similarly on Irvine Person's, Kepiax, Heral, and Freyhill does not have 3 damage, but Freyhill notorious for healing people to death, using her ability to transform healing into damage, and then just throwing down a bunch of easy 1-mana cards and blasting away at your HP bar.
We love to see this.
We do. We love to see it. It is frustrating, but it's still violence. It still beats playing sinkholes everywhere, so we love to see it.
Yeah, so my impression is that we generally see a lot of yellow here, actually, in the tournament so far.
Yes. I'm actually very surprised. I figured that we would see an increase in it after the release of the Untamed with more red, yellow, blue, yellow support, but I'm actually surprised at the overall amount that we have seen.
Totally, yeah. For myself as well, I did expect maybe some more red decks, but as far as I could see, there's only one who's going with a more reddish deck. I don't know. But yeah, let's see how this is going to evolve. So Akuti is on both sides of the board, bringing absolutely a big control here generally through her ability to kill 2 minions during her activation. So this is really valuable.
Very standard opening as well. We see the move, the worship token. We're going to plink 1 minion with the attack action, and then we're going to use the retribution effect. We saw this very much done by Smiaz in the last round. Very straightforward opening from Grey Ghost. I would not be surprised to see Irvine respond with almost a mirror play, perhaps positioning Akuti a little bit differently maybe, but otherwise I still expect the move, worship, double attack on the minions. Yep, there it is. Token goes on to Akuti. There's the move. Here comes the worship.
Yeah, placing... Where is he going to place that illusion? Yeah, okay.
Right, because you can't place it on top of the other illusion.
Yeah.
And the attack. Wow, it's almost like we saw this coming.
This is... Paul is... writing in a chat, oh, how the times have changed. It's like you banned Sinkhole or something.
I know, and it's wonderful. Green heroes are the least represented, I think. Time to buff them, as Giacomo says. You know what? That's fair. Green, in my opinion, green has often been on the short end of the stick. I feel that is an agreeable assessment. Like, obviously, Doomies and Kohai are technically red-green heroes. They count as green due to the dual faction setup there. But the original 6 green heroes, I do agree, have been a little bit underrepresented. And definitely probably could use a little bit of love in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Giacomo, time glitch. I'm curious, Giacomo, maybe he's going to spoiler us something in that direction also later.
Potentially, but meanwhile, Smia says Mudflood is the... Oh god, Mudflood. Oh!
Sorry, what?
It's time for Through the Eyes. All right, so Shafathi played fast in order to go up and start immediately attacking Akuti. Shafathi then gets his eyes poked out by Akuti. You know, those blades on Akuti's back there. Very, very sharp. Pokes his eyes out there. Does apply the disarm. Ooh, we're going against the skirmish action, though. Now, the skirmish does have a -2 modifier thanks to the disarm. +1 would have dealt damage, but unfortunately not, so we're just using that in order to hide in the bush. Very nice set of play there. So already the game is kicking off. Shafathi wanted to charge in, start dealing some damage there, and Akuti just says no.
Yeah, nice try. Too offensive, but no.
No. So it looks like Irvine is potentially opting to go with Kepiax here, maybe hovering over her to see if we can get the Lady of the Lightning. As Calibra pointed out from game 1, Kepiax, not really the most impactful game in turn 1 in the game. Obviously, she can do some stuff. She can move up here, potentially stab the illusion to destroy it, potentially go for a lead action here, bring out her own illusions. Not going to have, the biggest of impacts. Certainly can cause some change in board state here, but it's really once we get to turn 3 that the Lightning Storm gets ready to fly. So we do see the attack action, removing the illusion token, deleting the armor, protecting both Shafathi and Akuti at this point, and going for the lead action. I agree with this play. Now the question is, does Grey Ghost use a presence in order to force a win somewhere?
Yeah, he has the advantage of the Skytear Flux as first player. So, yeah. I mean, a presence is possible.
It's Christmas time. Presents for everybody.
No. There
You
you
are not
got
the
me.
only one that can make bad jokes. And looks like the overlay is updated, so everything should be good there. Both heroes on both players' sides have exhausted, as they should. We love to see it. Everything is working until it stops working, so we will pray to the TTS overlords that...
Yeah, Kumaya.
Okay, so we're activating her all. So I thought Grey Ghost would save her all till 4th, just in case. So perhaps this indicates that he's not going for the presence play. Maybe just going to control lane number 2, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, moves over. I assume attacks the minion. Yep, and then I assume will probably lead, given the current state.
Misclick.
Yeah, attacking the outer minion. That makes sense, potentially. Depending on if you want to do some sort of shenanigans with Kumaya, having that 1 hex difference could be important. And we do see the lead from the hand. Now, what this does do is indicates that Grey Ghost can win the dome if he so chooses, because Kumaya cannot play presence. And at this point, you're not able to get any of your heroes into the dome with a time warp play. You need to be adjacent to the dome in order to potentially pull the time warp trickery. But it looks like instead we're not actually going for a dome brawl. What has happened? Where are the good days of the dome brawl where, you know, men and women would just pile all of their heroes into the dome, we would have a slap fight contest, and then people started dying and everyone was dead by round 3.
Yeah. Those nice bloody times. I mean, Bloodlust is on the table, but
It's true.
I can understand that players are going more for the control-ish objectives. What I didn't understand was that Grey Ghost didn't activate Herald as last hero. Just because of that presence option that he's now missing.
Ooh. Yeah, he's completely ceding control of the dome here. After the Freyhill went into lane 2 in order to contest the Herald, that did open an opportunity for Kumaya to contest the dome as well there. Not opting to do that, actually going to potentially reinforce lane number 1. There is a chance that the outsider doesn't come out. If Irvine decides to put his 4th hero in lane 1 to potentially overload and start getting that control token push, we may not see the outsiders. So theoretically, you're tied in lane 1. You're tied in... I'm sorry, no, you're not tied in lane 1. In lane 1, Irvine person is actually down by 1 right now from Grey Ghost. You're tied in lane number 2. So the question is, do you give up 1 unit control and then get the outsider to start pummeling heroes? I kind of argue that you do. You can start shooting Herald and dealing a fair amount of damage, but no. Actually going to completely ignore the... What is happening? Why are we ignoring the dome? This is not Scott. No.
Yeah, he can still do it. I mean, he can move there.
Okay, yeah. He can then move into the... Thank you. Okay. I was going to say, please, no.
Yeah.
I want violence. None of
Yeah,
this control shenanigans.
Yeah, Irvine's Herald couldn't help with the elite card as I already led, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we go pick off the minion, and that is going to swing the controls. So in that case, actually, interestingly enough, both players advancing the control token of their defending lane. Grey Ghost will win lane number 1. Irvine person will win lane number 2. So that's going to prevent a breach kill until at least turn number 3. But we do have the outsider coming into play. The big, the bad, and the dangerous. So I think at this time, let's review the outsider's abilities because they are wonderful.
And you didn't say ugly. I'm a bit surprised.
I didn't. We're saving that for later.
Okay.
So the outsider, of course, as we know, being the only multi-hex unit, the outsider does occupy 3 hexes and cannot be moved by any means. That means by its own volition, by pushing effects, by displacement, transportation, nothing. The outsider sits where it pleases. So abilities, obviously, it has the Divine Conduit, which forces a target-friendly hero to take a worship action. Given that a lot of these heroes are dual faction, that basically means we're getting 2 free worship actions. So very potential play there, a lot of potential for good plays there. Shockwave, 0 plus the flip piercing damage to a target hero, pushing them 2 hexes. Very good for displacement repositioning. Of course, little overlooked fact that a lot of people don't realize, a little secret, you can shockwave your own heroes. So if you want to move your hero into a position or move them out of the harm's way, you can do that. Or if you want to try and kill them off because potentially a bloodlust condition is about to trigger from your opponent, option, have the outsider kill them and everything's good. And then finally, instill energy, draw 1 power. Draw 1 power card there. And of course, the outsider is the single most durable unit in the game. 20 HP, 2 armor, are the highest statistics of any unit in the game. It makes sense. Obviously, we saw back in the day, hunting for power, the outsider still can get torched if you have a Freyhill. We don't have hunting for power in this game, unfortunately. That would have been pretty cool to watch to see if players went after that. But nevertheless, not going to happen there. And then a ranged attack of 3 plus the flip. We do see the attack action coming down, as well as the force target-friendly hero to take action. So we did see Shapeshifted Haral now on the field, as well as the illusion token out as well. And then finally, the last one, the Outsider 3, just draw an extra power card. So topping off Irvine's hand, it will force him to discard 1, as he does have 8 in hand.
So, I think actually White Breach and Siege are off the table. I don't know what they are going to do here. So you have the only win condition Bloodlust or winning by Nexus.
Violence, 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 violence. Say it with me, everybody.
Yeah, I think what they did is a totally counterplay to what they could potentially lose by or lose through. So now we have a situation where there is no actual advantage besides one person having a small card advantage through the outsider.
Yep.
Yeah. And a positioning maybe. As I think Grey Ghost is in a disadvantage as the team is scattered around the map more than one person's team. So this could potentially be let's say kind of a boomerang. That positioning of heroes, which is totally important or super important in this game, to have your heroes at the right spot at the right time. And this can be a boomerang.
It's true. And if Grey Ghost was just a little bit older, not only would it be a boomerang, it would be a boomer rank.
Wow. I mean, I started those puns, right? And then
And now I am punishing you for making the jokes.
Oh god. Okay, there's a one-liner that I have to tell you. I used to be addicted to soap, but I'm clean now.
Nice. Was it the liquid soap or bar soap?
Depends on the situation.
Okay. Are we going to elaborate on the situation?
No.
Or are you just going to leave me hanging? Oh, okay, fair enough. All right. Well, meanwhile, that's okay because we're going to redirect our attention to Capiax playing a redirect card here.
What a segue.
Great segue. I know. Remember, I still hold the greatest segue of all time, or the worst segue of all time, with that ice cream from World 1.
Oh, yes.
And so, that was terrible. I still can't believe you people let me in here after I made that. Anywho, so we do see that the Akuti activation does come down, going with the Skirmish Worship attack, and Kepiax playing the redirect to, well, redirect that attack onto herself. Of course, Akuti doesn't do a whole lot of damage there to Kepiax. Kepiax does benefit from the Akuti armor, +1 on the flip. So the 2 armor, Akuti base 2 attacks kind of cancel each other out. So 1 damage to Kepiax, bringing her down to 18. Kepiax, being a warrior class hero, does have 18 HP, 1 armor inherently. And then the bonus armor from the Akuti as well is going to make her very, very durable unless Shafathi starts swinging with his piercing. Ooh, and a presence play.
Yeah.
Okay, so Akuti now saying, all right, I've had enough of your nonsense. We are going to take a look. Ooh, there's open fire in that deck. We're discarding it for now, but I love to see open fire. Open Fire, one of the new cards, it does allow you to deal direct tower damage. We call it explosive damage in this game here. So potentially, as those minions march closer, we just start firing down the doors and blowing up stuff there and dealing tower damage directly, which could, as you mentioned, open up for a potential Nexus win.
So, Open Fire was what? Discarded?
Yeah, Open Fire was discarded as a result of the Presence play. So, but hopefully there are more copies. Obviously, as Calibra mentioned last game, with closed decks, we don't necessarily know whether the players are running 1, 2, or 3 copies of a given card in the deck. Does allow for some potential surprises down the line.
And
but
we have another card played.
we have Discovery in the Deeps.
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, so Discovery in the Deeps is another new card that just came out. So reveal the top 4 cards of your deck. Your opponent forms 2 piles. You draw 1 pile and then place the other cards face up on the caster. So this is actually very, very dangerous. Kumaya and Shafathi both have their full mana bar. So if you put the... Oh, my lord. Where is Divine Retribution? Where is Deserved Retribution? That's going to blast... Oh, nope, Mind Palace. Mind Palace is going to discard all those cards before, because that could have been brutal. Had Irvine Person been holding the Deserved Retribution there, that could have been almost a one-hit KO for Akuti, because she had a lot of damage on her from a mana bar. So very good play there. Cleansing the effects there, so no potential mana burn there. We're going to go ahead and see Irvine Person going for the attack there, going for the Retribution flip as well, deleting 2 more minions and trying to regain control of lane number 1.
Just awesome card plays here. Incredible.
Yes. Yeah, and I like that we're seeing a high versatility in the types of cards. We've seen condition cards from the base set. We've seen Ashen Pass cards so far. We've seen some of the new cards. Obviously, we haven't really had a chance to see a whole lot of the... what was the other expansion called? Oh my god. Unforgotten. There we go.
Yeah,
the Unforgotten expansion cards, but that's mostly because those were primarily red, green, blue, green. We did see the one from last game, but primarily we haven't seen those yet just because we haven't really featured those heroes. We did hear from some of Giacomo's updates, though. Obviously they are being used on the other tables. We heard about the Akimo's Oath from Gameslayer. Very, very fond of that card. Probably, arguably, I would say the most powerful aggression card in the game, the Akimo's Oath, giving you that bonus attack, potential frenzy effect, or the marking effect, and really able to 100-0 most characters when played by its namesake, Akimo.
Yes. Totally. Really awesome and deadly card.
All right, and Akuti finishes off with the lead from the deck. So looking to set up there, try to regain control of lane 1. As you mentioned, Siege pretty much off the table at this point. Irvine saying, yeah, you know what, we can maybe still make a play for the breach condition here. Obviously, again, as we mentioned, not going to be able to make that at least until round 3. We have to move the control token back. We don't have any trample card here to push the control token ahead of time. Actually we could. Freyhill is here and does have the mana to play it. So actually there is a possibility. I don't think that we would play 2 tramples here. Trample, kind of a niche card. I know that Ryan Carrito is one of the few people that regularly plays it. So there is a possibility to see that, but I'm not sure that we would see 2 of them come down. That's a lot of mana. But if the conditions are correct, that could set up Grey Ghost to be potentially on the defense there, as Irvine Person would push for that right breach victory condition.
Yeah. You would need 2 of the tramples, as you said, to push 2 hexes. Yeah, that's... I mean, if you build a special deck around that, it's okay. We saw that in the past, even at higher tournaments, so...
Yes.
Yeah, but actually I can't imagine it for the actual tournament, with the new cards and mechanics.
Right. it
still,
requires this setup, yeah, that's very
Yeah.
specific, as you
yeah,
mentioned.
and you, if I remember correctly, you had to really set up for it just right from the start. You have to have it in
Correct.
hand, such stuff.
Yes. Yeah, it's one of those cards where if you've got it turn 1 and you can pop the flux and then surprise move the control token into damage range and then potentially turn 1 breach, it's awesome. But after that, it's one of those, the surprise factor, as you mentioned, if you don't have it in hand from the beginning, it's much more difficult to be very effective with.
Yeah. Do you know what is irritating here? That they
Besides me?
No, you aren't.
Aw.
That they did mark their heroes in
Yes.
contradictory colors.
I was about
So,
to
like,
say that. Yes, that's
Irvine has the heroes marked in blue, but he's green.
Yes.
And oh god, I can't. This is, my inner monk is killing me.
Oh my lord! Yeah,
Double
it's actually
3.
so. Okay. So yeah. Meanwhile, damage coming through from the play here. We'll talk about that. So Estrida actually going to take massive damage there from the +3 on the flip, sending her down to 11 HP. But yes, I do agree. Irvine Person, the green player, is playing with the blue heroes, and Grey Ghost, the blue player, is playing with the yellow tinted heroes.
Yeah, I'm totally confused. This is wow.
It's the worst possible outcome.
Yeah.
Oh well. We will endeavor to fight through.
Absolutely.
All right, so with that said, that's going to end Heral's activation there. Very good activation, in my opinion. You've laid a whole lot of damage into Freyhill there. I may have accidentally called her Estrida a few seconds ago, but Freyhill now down to 11 HP, so potentially setting up for the first kill. So Freyhill, very annoying because whenever you worship around her, you can start to heal off. So getting her off the board first, very, very good. It stops the healing. It stops the healing to death from her worship effect as well. Ooh!
3.
And a +3 now from the other side of the
But on
table.
a minion. Yeah.
That is a very dead minion.
Yeah.
Like, that minion has just been evaporated.
Yeah.
Poor minion.
You can see him flying away like dust in a wind.
Nice. Patrick Swayze would be proud. We finished the round off there with a lead from the deck there, so Heral content to say where he is as well, within 3 of the control token, going for the lead action as well from the deck. So looking now to continue to push his advantage. Guys, you do remember that right breach is the win, correct?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Have I missed something? Have we swapped right and left, or?
No. I mean, you have a look at the actual table, but
Yep.
overlay says as well right breach.
Yep. Okay, so I'm not totally crazy. I mean, I am, but at least I'm correctly interpreting the information. Good. So I just want to make sure that I wasn't like, have I been completely misinterpreting an entire situation for the last 30 minutes of this game? But so both players opting to go for the defensive route, which, I mean, it certainly is a valid play. You know, if the opponent can't breach, then they can't win. So certainly potentially a good play there to jockey for your position while you set up for your combos. As we mentioned, both players do have high kill potential. Perhaps we get a Void Palace play from Kumaya turn 3. We would love to see it. Oh, we never moved the round marker up to round 2. We should do that. So Grey Ghost is taking his time to think here. Of course, Grey Ghost does still have Kumaya and Shafathi, the 2 yellow-red heroes, to activate. Very good damage output from both of them. Freyhill is on the other side of the map, so you're probably not going to commit too hard with that. But Akuti is out in the open, is exposed, so potentially a play there. We did see that Irvine Person is packing some redirects, so you will want to position carefully there. Shafathi can position himself such that it is impossible to redirect any attacks off of Akuti if he chooses to move next to the tower. Kumaya, unfortunately, not able to do that as successfully without the use of a fast card.
Yeah, that's a point where we come back to... Oh, we have a bot here.
Oh, oh,
Bot. Be right back.
oh. Is the bot misbehaving again?
Mhm.
Banish the bot. Okay, so we do see... Oh, that was your hand. I'm sorry. I thought we saw someone hovering a potential flex pop there. So turn 2, obviously, there are a number of good cards that you can flex play. We did see the Soul Scream last game that was flex played. It's a very good effect, actually. And we are going to activate Kumaya. So let's see what Kumaya is up to. So I really like Kumaya. I think she has certainly been hampered by the fact she didn't get an illusion on release. Obviously, we have had some rule changes since that time to help her a little bit that has made her a little bit better, but I think the lack of an actual illusion has certainly limited her effectiveness and her play usage. So it's very nice to see her play. I do think she has probably the coolest ultimate in the game with the Void Palace Warp. For those of you who have played League of Legends, basically her ultimate is Mordekaiser ultimate, where you banish both of them into an alternative battle realm. The only difference is you don't leave until someone dies, or Kumaya worships. So you can basically lock someone in there with you and end up battling them to the death. There used to be a really cool play with Sinkhole where you could, we never got to see it on stream because no one really played Kumaya, but you could technically play Void Palace, banish someone into it, and then locks Kumaya so she doesn't teleport herself, and essentially force the opponent to play one hero permanently down unless you worshipped. Which was absolutely hilarious in theory. Unfortunately, we never got to see it, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. In the meantime, we do see Kumaya moving over with the move, the skirmish, and the worship action. So although she does not have her own illusion, she is allowed to move any other Noopton hero's illusion on the map as compensation. That was part of one of the buffs that we mentioned, being able to manipulate her allies' illusions. And so we do see that she has opted to work the Haral illusion. And of course, remember that the Haral illusion gives you +1 on the flip of projected heroes. So essentially, Kumaya gets 2 flips on her attacks actions now. So increasing the consistency of her damage output, setting up for round number 3. Interestingly enough, actually, there is another effect that we very rarely get to see. I had to double check to make sure that that was how the rules worked, but Kumaya's smokescreen is currently in effect. So Kumaya's smokescreen, the ability that we don't get to see is when you have line of sight to a friendly illusion, adjacent heroes have their line of sight reduced by 1. Guess what that implication means here right now? Haral, 3 units away, 3 hexes away, does not count for Control Zone 2. He currently cannot see Control Hex number 2, which could end up having implications in the end of the round. Except now that we have presence, so everything I said no longer matters.
Hello, Trizador.
Bonjour.
Welcome
Yes,
to the
welcome.
stream.
We are continuing to gather players as we continue to heat up the excitement there. So we do see the Freyhill playing the presence action card there, going to go ahead, sift through the cards, stack them back on top. And so I assume, therefore, going for a lead action. Yep. There's the lead from the deck. This one is known. The other 2 from the Haral and the Akudi are not known. Going to exhaust, remove the mark that Kumaya placed from the worship action. Didn't really do a whole lot there. Kumaya doesn't actually have an effect from worshiping people with the Karuma mark, other than buffing any potential allies. So it functionally is kind of worthless in this team, unless you, for some reason, have snuck Karuma's judgment in and you're trying to do something weird there.
Mhm.
But I feel like that's massively inefficient compared to what you could do.
Trizador,
right, meanwhile-
if you're still here in the stream, you could bring me another cup of tea. That would be awesome.
Oh, it's flex time. It's flex
Oh, fuck.
time.
Okay.
Oh,
and-
the Habarat's Oath. Oh, baby.
oh, nice.
So, very nice play. So, Habarat's Oath, one of the new cards here, is a 3 mana cost. You must hit a friendly illusion with an AoE. It is a 4 hex straight line, and you deal 1 explosive damage. So, this is going to kill off the Akudi illusion, and this is going to, that was wrongly tinted. Okay. It is not going to. It is going to
Yeah.
deal
Deal
1 damage to the
one-
tower. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 HP.
Yep, so that's that explosive damage. So you do see that lane number 1 down to 4 HP. We do see move over there. We're going for the skirmish action against Akuti there. The illusion is no longer in place, it looks like. So therefore, Akuti has 0 armor. Oh, I'm sorry, no, Shafathi has piercing. So he ignores the armor. Excuse me, wrong explanation there. And so potentially now going to
Disconnected.
stab.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Somehow disconnected.
And
We'll
then
be
actually
right
going for
back.
the lead action. So, yep, no problem. I will keep us abreast of the situation until you're back. Going to actually finish with the lead action for Shafathi, not going to finish piling in the damage there. Akuti is down to 11 HP, so still does have a fair amount of durability left in her. Not going to die immediately, as the other damage dealers are on the other side of the field, and not really going to be able to fully commit to destroying that just yet. Now, the explosive damage, actually very interesting there. We could potentially be looking to set up for the Nexus Breach with that play, as we mentioned. But before we talk about that, we're going to talk about the Whispers of Nupton play coming out of Heral. So Heral is going to allow the worship action to go off there from any player on the field. Now, this does allow for the Kepiak's illusion to be moved. Playing that card there should allow for a ping
And we're back.
as Kepiak's. Oh, good. All right, very good. So Kepiak's should get her ability to ping now. As Heral is. Oh no, Heral himself was not projected at the time.
Hmm.
Why is Kepiak's moving? Oh, because the move action. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we're already ahead to play. I was going to say, like, wait a minute. That card doesn't let you move. So Kepiak's moves over. Kepiak's, interestingly enough, going to go after Kamaya. We're going to have some warrior-on-warrior combat. We love to see it there. Oh, and the Mind Palace. Okay, so this is actually big because this is going to start proccing the Kepiak's lightning bolt pings here. Kepiak's is adjacent to Kamaya. And then we're also going to have, it could work.
Oh,
It
wow.
could work. So Kamaya is going to start taking some damage here. Ooh, right, because the It Could Work is the new card designed by Smiaz after his 2021 World Championship. You predict 2 cards, and then remember, in this case, the second part of the effect applies. If the caster has the Nupton rune, deal 2 plus a flip to up to 1 target damage, target enemy unit. So Kamaya will take the 1 chip damage from the Kepiak's lightning ping, and will then take the 2 plus flip after prediction as well. Does Grey Ghost have a response? Looks like no. Nope, no response. All right, we're gonna go ahead and predict 2. Irvine person is going to look at those, decide what he wants to put on top of the deck there, and deal quite a bit of damage. So Kamaya actually in danger of getting KO'd here. She is down to 8 HP right now. She's going to lose potentially another 2 to 4 HP depending on how this flip goes.
I did notice that I totally missed to implement It Could Work in the stream overlay, and I just, as it was played, I finished the setup to put it on
Nice.
screen. So that
Nice.
that was a nice timing here, actually. So
Mm-hmm.
we love to see this.
We do love to see it. All right, so unfortunately, not a high flip there. It looks like neither of the cards were very high flipped, or Irvine really wanted to draw the second card there. So only going to deal 2 damage, but again, damage is damage, and it's slowly piling up. Kamaya down to 6 HP. Very easy to KO in round 3.
Yeah, but you still need the second kill for one of the heroes or for the
Correct.
outsider.
Mhm.
I don't really see this. Lane number 1 being pushed back into the neutral position.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's not what we want to see if we want to go in the direction of a Nexus win.
Nope.
still possible on... Yeah, there we go. On
that's
lane
what
number
you want to
2.
see if you want Nexus Destruction.
So we can see a big advantage here for Irvine Person on lane number 2, as he would win then possibly next round. So there's possible
Correct.
lose. No minions
Yeah, and there's
are
a
going
lot
to
of
spawn.
minions.
Yeah, there are no minions going to spawn on Grey Ghost side as the tower has been destroyed.
Yep.
This is a big tactical disadvantage. You really have to find a way to get rid of 5 minions, and that's really a lot. And having lane number 1 being pushed back into the neutral position now is a big disadvantage. And yeah, only thing that you could win now with could be Bloodlust. And
Yeah.
that's the question, how you're going to get through this let's say adventure now in a single round with
especially
a single
because
hero.
Kumaya is about to die.
It's a double kill, right? It's you would have to do a double kill.
Right. So there we go. So the attack action goes through. Kumaya down to 3 HP. Now, you can potentially shockwave her and get the 3 on the flip. I don't think that that's what we're going to see here. I don't think that we're likely to hit the +3. We do see the outsider draw 1 energy card. I agree. Leave Kumaya where she is. As Irvine Person, you want Kumaya right where she is. Now you can smite her down, force her to use her actions in order to get into lane number 2, because Grey Ghost definitely on the back foot at this point. And that's going to conclude round number 2 there. We do see the last one to be the force a friendly hero to take a worship action. So looks like we're going to bring out the Heral illusion. Very good. Heral perfectly positioned there in order to take a chakram strike and kill off Kumaya and hit the Heral, the other Heral as well. But of course, Grey Ghost does get to activate first, so potentially going to move Kumaya out of the way of harm. We'll have to see what happens.
Now the overlay is updating, I think, and hopefully showing the correct HP.
Oh, yep, we had the HP bug again. Because whenever you crash, with the HP.
Yeah, it was at 0 and...
Yep. So yeah, looking at the stream here, let's see if I can just pick up everybody's cards real fast and then reset that. See if that does it. Is it updated for you?
Yeah, it's updated.
Oh, good. Okay.
It's works.
Okay, good. Oh, all right. So, Grey Ghost is going to start off with Becoming the Storm as going to say, all right, we're going to... Oh, and Kamaya is going to play Deserved Retribution. Nice. This is huge because this is going to allow Kamaya to heal and survive, which is exactly what Grey Ghost needed. If Kamaya gets lost here, I really don't know how Grey Ghost gets around this, given that his Nexus is under siege here. But with the lifesteal heal, this is big. All right, the last card, Mana Burn. Big damage. 2, okay. Another 2. So this is going to deal 5 damage to Kepiax and heal Kumaya up to 8.
Nice.
Yeah, which is huge because otherwise that would have been the end of Kamaya, right? Because you get 1 damage from the lightning bolt from playing the card, plus 2 more from drawing the card. Then you'd kill Kamaya, which would put another draw on the stack. So that would actually mean net of 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
But with that lifesteal, ends up denying it. Very, very nicely done. Kamaya still at 5 HP though. Still very possible for her to die.
Yep.
So the
Knock,
question
knock.
now becomes... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Knock, knock. It's me.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Oh my god.
I'm
He's
back.
here.
Zarago, are you actually able to still do the magic? Magic being showing my screen.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just-
because
you
then I can
just
probably...
You just click the stream button and then we'll see what is going to happen.
Okay.
Ooh.
Showing your-
So I was actually very happy to see Aburatotes being played with a siege victory condition.
We'll head over there.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Putting the other screen there. Here we go. Okay.
That-
You're now
that
live
is
chatting.
I am? Okay, cool. So what you're seeing here is Vuiti, Eric versus Gameslayer. As you probably know, that means blue for Leothan with the, against Kurumu and yeah, the Ixataxi kind of thing with Doomies. They are both in control, heavy control, because there is Skytear Master, left reach, and double kill, which seems a bit off the table. Well, it's bad news for Gameslayer from what I understand, because Eric is second player, so he's pushing the control token number 1, which is his left lane with left reach. That's bad news. And he's also kind of winning the control of the dome. With 1 token, he just played presence, so he might take the second token at the end of this second turn. So that leaves a Gameslayer with the way out of destroying the left tower, which is possible because, as you can see, it's pushing it, or improvise a double kill on turn 3 with some shenanigans.
Okay.
All right. Very nice.
That's it from this table for now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Meanwhile,
welcome,
back on
Howard.
the main table. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Meanwhile, back on the main table here, we have had another use of Discovery in the Depths by Heral. And so one of the piles was Wind Blast and Ice Wall. The other pile had Freyhill's Ultimate, and I forget what the 4th card was, but the Freyhill Ultimate opted to be picked up there. And so Freyhill actually going to potentially be able to smite down Kumaya. Kumaya is down to 2 HP, so a reverse healing could potentially end up killing off the Kumaya, and causing a very significant problem for the Grey Ghost defense line here, which is crumbling very, very, very quickly.
Ooh, ultimate.
Ooh, it's ultimate time.
So, is she shapeshifted? Yeah, she is. So Freyhill playing the ultimate here.
Yep, there it is. The heal. We've healed Kumaya to death. A tale as old as time.
Yeah, the healing by Freyhill really hurts. So
Yes.
you heal each friendly hero on the battlefield 3 HP. Then if Freyhill is shapeshifted, heal each enemy hero in 3 kills. Line of sight 3 HP, and as when she's shapeshifted, can change that healing into direct damage, and this is a roasted Kumaya.
Yep. So unfortunately, no Void Palace this game. Kamaya does come back on turn 4, but I don't see that it's likely that Kamaya will be able to do any Void Palace shenanigans. Void Palace is actually in the graveyard, so we don't need to worry about that anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But, it is, still a good thought. Perhaps we'll see that in a later game. We do, as we mentioned, have 2 players running Kamaya, so potentially we will get to see a Void Palace imprisonment eventually, just not this game, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So in the meantime, looking at the current state of affairs here, as we mentioned, Grey Ghost is in trouble at this point. Irvine is just slowly marching his army into the Control 2 zone there. He's got Freyhill. He's now got Kepiax in there. He's got 5 minions. And I'm not sure how you can defend against this. Like, with a fast, you will be able to get your heroes over there, but I don't know that you'll have enough resources to stave this off. Let's see what Grey Ghost has, though. Perhaps if he has flashback, there is a possibility that Shafathi might be able to do something with a flashback play. An illusion play also potentially can help out there. So we bring down the Shafathi illusion token. Go for the skirmish action here. Teleport his way over.
Yeah, but that's not...
Yeah, it's not far enough.
That's not far enough. Yeah, I mean, you could only...
Okay.
Why would you want to do this, actually?
Oh no, he doesn't...
Does
he
he
doesn't
win
think
by...
that it's the old siege.
That's
No, because you have to reduce
nice.
the HP down to a total of 4, isn't it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, to damage each of them.
Each
Oh
of
my
them
god,
won.
it's happening.
He won. He
Oh
won
my
by
God.
Haborat's
Oh,
Oath.
right, no, that's right. That was the old version. I had the old version in mind. Yeah, so
Oh.
actually...
That Haborat's Oath just wins him the
Oh,
game?
God.
Sorry, what?
Okay. The double Habarat's Oath. So Grey Ghost has his back to the wall, and all of a sudden, surprise! Oh, right. I'm sorry. I was thinking I was actually had the old siege mixed up with the new siege. I was thinking because back in the old day, that's when you had to reduce it down to 4. Yep, and there was the
And
flashback
even a
card as well.
flashback.
Yeah, no, that's right. Then we changed the siege token or
Wow.
the siege card to be this way. So, that's right. Okay, yeah. So that was huge. That is literally seizing victory from the jaws of defeat. That was nuts.
That is... Wow. I mean, incredible. What could you do in lane number 2 defending this against... I mean, there were already... like 5 minions, 2 heroes, a third hero possibly marching in, and then how could
Grey
you
Ghost was dead.
defend
And
like
then-
against 10? Maximum you could defend 5. 6 with the presence maximum, so you wouldn't lose maybe right away, but yeah, if you pushed one of the heroes away or something. But Haborat's Oath. Wow.
I think that might be the first time I've seen Habarat's Oath play. I've seen Open Fire played a little bit, but that might be the first time I've seen Habarat's Oath played. That was brilliant. That was perfect play.
Wow.
Notice, the control tokens nowhere near damaging either of the towers. Doesn't matter. Whip out the illusion, deal the tower damage, kaboom. Victory achieved.
That's beautiful. That's exactly why we designed this card, right?
Nice.
To have siege become a threat even in these situations and keep the games open. And so it's beautiful to see it here on stream.
Yeah, that was awesome. So we are 2 for 2 for banger games so far, in my opinion, as is appropriate for the World Championships.
This is
I
so
can feel you.
awesome.
On a bottom bracket game, if you want to see Embassy Ruins.
Absolutely, yeah. Who should we jump to?
Yeah,
Where
so
should
right
we go?
now I am, so no need to join, maybe you can join another.
Okay.
I'm looking at Zambo and Tufone. If you're seeing my screen. So the situation is this: there is outflank in the game, and Zambo has 1 point, and we are on the middle of second turn, about the end second turn. So he's going for outflank. At the same time, Tufone played a couple of Xotlan Angers and swept like so many minions with those. Look at the right lane of Tufone here. There are 3 minions that by their own, they will probably destroy the tower next turn if nothing happens. And mid is kind of mirror with the 2 Koi and not much going on. So last notable point is Akimo on the obstinacy. Akimo has been killed by Zambo, and so that's another way in which Zambo can get the win. While Tufone, I think he has to go for the Nexus on the right lane. That's what I understood from looking at the game so far.
Excellent. We keep going with a lot of high-powered information, a lot of high-powered plays so far, and honestly, the Worlds Tournament has been delivering so far, in my opinion.
Yeah. Looking forward to the second half, or I mean, almost it's half. We're
I'd say
almost halfway.
it'd be safe to say this is about the second half. Sure.
Yeah. So yeah,
this-
I don't know. I will stick to this table if you guys want to check out another. This
Okay.
way, yeah.
Yep. We might as well jump to another table.
You just-
Anyone in particular
would-
here?
Yeah, I would go. I was watching WT and Game Slayer. I think that's a good one to have a look at.
Violence. I'm in on it. All right. So shall we make our
Not
way
so
over?
much, actually. You'll see.
What?
Go
yeah,
for
that's
it.
Control, right?
Yeah, you'll see.
I'm going to join. I'm going to join Eric and Gameslayer.
Hmm.
Let's jump right in and see if we can take stock of the situation.
Just give me a second. Need to switch screens.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the game. Just clicking some buttons and then.
Lots of clicking. All right. I've got Eric at the bottom of my screen, Game Slayer
Okay.
at the top. All right. So what do we have going on here? So Eric in the blue here. Oh my God. Zerigal, look. Properly tinted heroes.
Wow, that's amazing.
Oh.
I didn't expect that to
Oh.
happen.
All right. So, Eric bringing, oh, look, Eric's bringing an entire team of control heroes. Why am I surprised?
Not. You are not.
I'm not. No, not in the slightest. We
Yeah.
have Ekrit, Brilvar, Estrida, and Freyhill. Obviously, we have going on here. We do see that, we had a Snowblind coming out. Very nice. Snowblind, again, another one of the original cards. Lots of leading from Eric. No surprises there. Gameslayer bringing out the Ixchatosk, Doomies, Nelliclin, and Yami. So Gameslayer very much a fan of the Yami Taxi combo, allowing her to run down the minions and assert dominance, stomping them out. But also the Nelliclin play to open up a myriad of interesting combinations. Obviously, Nelliclin, the one hero that with the pillar down, able to access the entire color wheel without restriction. So allows you to play those red, yellow cards that Nelliclin wouldn't normally be able to, which does indeed result in some surprise plays.
And additionally, he's a mage.
Also, yes, probably the most important part, he's a mage.
Yeah, I mean, you have access to the entire color wheel, as you said, and you have a mage. So potentially every card that can deal somehow direct damage can be potentially dangerous being played by Nelliclin. If you remember first Worlds tournaments, so like Timban winning the first tournament with I think it was Nelliclin aggressive build the deck.
Good old Rim. Yep. That was back in the day before skirmishing required targeting, and we had I think it was a double rampant hatred. And the damage. There's nothing quite as fun as +4 piercing skirmish damage, and then playing a second one to make it +7 skirmish piercing, and then, oh, by the way, I can still attack.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
for
laying
you,
on the piercing damage.
Yeah. It depends on the side of the table that you're sitting at, right?
True. If it's being done to you, it's not fun.
So I think besides Yami, I mean, Yami is not only your favorite hero. She has so many, so many positive skills.
Objectively the best hero.
Yeah, she's so flexible, and then you add this by another hero like Ixchatosk to provide you with even more mobility and flexibility, and you have a third hero flanking that, like Nelliclin, who's able to just use every single card that exists, because he doesn't give a about the colors.
Correct.
Correct.
Does not care.
So this
Colors are for mere mortals.
Yeah, but still you need to still you need to know how to properly position your heroes and to use them to get the most out of it. So
All right, so we do see that Gameslayer did preempt by removing the, here we go. We joined at the right time, ladies and gentlemen. Yami has, first of all, used Release the Spirits to remove the shape-shifting effect from Brilvar, which means that he's not going to taunt her. But more importantly, it's time for the Dance of Death. So Dance of Death is essentially going to allow Yami to ramp up in damage. Every time you inflict damage to a marked hero, you gain stacking benefits. The first time you gain the Frenzy condition. After that, you just get a solid +1 damage. So we've declared the Worship action. This is almost certainly going to go onto Freyhill. Given that Freyhill is at 8 HP, I fully expect Worship onto Freyhill, Skirmish against Freyhill, and then potentially Attack to kill. I don't think that the Skirmish action alone will be sufficient to kill Freyhill. But Freyhill's going to deploy. It could work. So we just saw it could work coming off of the Nupton effect that we saw in our previous game. So now it's time to take a look at the Talent effect. So again, of course, you do get the Predict 2 regardless of who you play. But you now have, if the caster has the Talent rune, the target friendly gains 2+ the flip armor. So this is actually going to go a long way in protecting Freyhill from death. Now, interestingly enough, you don't have to declare the target of your worship, or the recipient, I should say, because you are not technically targeting, as it were. You do not have to declare the victim of the worship until you execute it. So we do see that the +3 on the flip gives Freyhill 5 armor, putting her up to 6, which means, in addition to the bonus from being shapeshifted by Brilvar, she is currently sitting at 7 armor. So therefore, Game Slayer is going to change his target to Astrida. 100% agree with this. We're going to put the worship token on Astrida. We will deal 1+ flip to her in terms of damage. There's the +1, so that deals 1 damage. She is not shapeshifted, so does not gain the passive effect from Brilvar. And now the damage ramps. We see the +2 on the Skirmish effect, which means that this is going to be... I was going to say, okay, Game Slayer pinging the Dance of Death. I was going to say, yeah, so he is Skirmish. So that actually should have been 2 more damage. I think. Okay, there we go. Yep, there's the frenzy adjustment. And then, of course, using that skirmish action, as we see there, Yami is going to go full dominatrix, stomp on the minion, deleting them from the field there. And now we're going to swing for the attack here. So Yami's current bonus, she gets the 2 base from her attack, +2 from the frenzy to bring her to 4. Plus, now that she's dealt damage twice to Astrida, she's actually going to, oh my lord, she's going to get a +1 bonus there and then flip a +3 on top of that, bringing Astrida to 1 hit point. Needed just 1 more point of damage and Astrida would have been dead from 14 HP with 1 card and 1 activation. And this is why we love Yami.
My God, I'm just here to say that. Ouch.
We love to see it. We absolutely love to see it. I have argued ever since its release, Dance of Death on Yami, probably, given that Yami is one of the triple flippers, so to speak, in that she can take 3 actions that involve flipping cards for damage. One of the best users of Dance of Death, Game Slayer executing it very well. Now, interestingly enough here, Astrida can commit suicide.
It's brutal,
which is potentially what we're going for. So we are going for the Bewitch play here. What's up, Giacomo?
Giacomo?
Maybe not. Okay. I thought Giacomo was going to jump in with potentially an update, but perhaps not the case. So we do see the worship action there from the Astrida. We do see the Bewitch play. As we mentioned, Bewitch is going to kill 1 minion from Game Slayer, convert it over into a minion for Eric. So continuing to apply pressure there on the left breach, as you can see, and actually does kill the Astrida. Now, Astrida does revive next round.
Never mind me. I have like 3 audio going on. I don't understand what dimension we are in.
Good enough. Okay. So Astrida will sacrifice herself and die. So Game Slayer does get a card off of this, but does also deny the double kill potential action there. Game Slayer does, however, have to be concerned with the fact that a breach could occur. Left breach would end up destroying him. He has no minions left. Freyhill does have a lead card. Ishitosk is the last one remaining. And so therefore Ishitosk does need to move over, attack a minion, and then worship, I think, in order to prevent the breach from happening.
So the overlay unfortunately isn't really showing the correct HP from the heroes.
I'll try to pick them up after the
Yeah.
players have ended the
Yeah.
round at the start of round 3. I just don't want to interfere with them right now while they're in the round. So we'll see. But yeah, so for a recap, just in case, since we're a little bit zoomed in, for Eric, Freyhill has 8 hit points left. Ekrit has 16. Brovar has 17. So those two are at full HP. On Game Slayer side, Nelliclin full HP at 14. Doomy's full HP at 16, Ishitosk full HP at 17, Yami full HP at 18 as well. So Freyhill really the only one vulnerable to dying right now, and even so, still relatively durable at this point. 8 HP, 2 armor, not necessarily going to be popped anytime soon unless Nelliclin decides to get up off his couch here and start doing something. But realistically, I think Gameslayer needs to spend Ishitosk's activation here defending his breach. So you could go for the move action next to the Terror of the Endless Night, who is this game's outsider. You could pop a minion with the attack action, and then you could go for the lead action as well. Combining that with Yami, it's going to depend what Freyhill has led with. Freyhill did not play a presence, so I don't know that Eric is aware of what that card is. We do see one presence down there. I forget exactly when that was played relative to the Freyhill lead, so Eric may or may not know what that card is. And if Ishitosk doesn't deal with the Freyhill somehow, then this looks like this could be breach game over. Now, there could, of course, be a potential for Ishitosk to do a slide of some sort and just slide Freyhill into the dome, as Gameslayer is going to lose the dome already, so might as well just kick Freyhill into the dome and cause him to win by more. You don't get bonus points for overwinning, so to speak, but that, of course, also does mean Eric now has another win condition, Skytear Master, on the field as well. So yeah, Gameslayer in a bit of a rough spot right now. I'm not sure what he can do here to come back. He doesn't have the left breach set up. Double kill was taken away from him. Skytear Master not really on the table. He'd need to win all 3 of the next rounds while somehow preventing the breach. This would be a great time to have a Hokusai Supernova. That would definitely help next round. Okay, we do see the attack action there on the minion, dead minion, and going for the lead from the deck as well. All right, it's time for math. Oh, hits the 3 on the Ishitosk. Okay, so his tower will be safe this round here by about 2, I think. So let's see, Freyhill and Ishitosk wash each other out. And Yami, 3 minions left over. So yes, Gameslayer has 2 HP left on the tower. It's going to be close because now Eric gets control of Terror of the Endless Night as well. More importantly, gets that second Skytear Master point. Only needs 1 more in round number 3. And he does get Astrida back, since Astrida did manage to kill herself off before her exhaustion phase, was able to get her to revive round 3, which means that Eric gets to go into round 3 with all 4 heroes alive and well. Oof. Yeah, and then with that victory in lane number 2 as well, the left breach condition is basically been removed from the table here. So what can Gameslayer do? All of the heroes are basically at full HP. Double kill, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty difficult, right? So
Yeah.
Akima's ult or something like that doesn't really help you because you don't have the correct heroes there. Besides Doomies, only Nelliclin with the pillar would be able to play it. I don't know. How about Kotlik's Oath? Possibly to
Cutlick's Oath can help, yeah.
to get at least an additional attack action. Plus repositioning on the map, right? Because you take away a pillar and then you position your hero there adjacent and take an attack action against an enemy hero adjacent there.
Correct.
Enemy.
Yeah, that
not enemy
that
hero, enemy.
yeah. Yeah, I think that might be the best bets there. Well, consider too also, yeah, with the Nelliclin pillar removal abilities, we could, if you do get the double, yeah, as you mentioned, if you do get the double Kotlik's Oath or the double Akimo's Oath even, that could potentially cut somebody down.
Yeah, but
especially given
you needed double. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Well, the other thing to consider too as well, remember that with double kill, it doesn't have to be the same hero that kills. It just has to be two heroes in the same round. So potentially, you could have a situation where, let's say, for example, Doomies starts attacking someone, Nelliclin goes for the Akimo's Oath, and Yami goes for Kneel Before Me.
Yep.
That's a whole lot of damage all in one round. That could potentially... and then Yami's getting dragged by the terror. So we've seen this before. Ooh, the disarm coming down as well. That's going to hurt. That's going to make Yami's assassination potential significantly weaker. Obviously would not affect Kneel Before Me, her ultimate, due to the fact that disarm frenzy only applied to attacks and skirmishes, but it does hamper her ability. I assume Eric is probably going to scream at her, push her, and slow her as well, preventing her from doing any minion stomping. Yep, there it is. She's also out of range of any of Gameslayer's heroes, which makes it very difficult then to use Release the Spirits to clean those status conditions off of her.
Totally. Okay, I think the overlay is updating now as the players are
untapping their cards.
Untapping, yeah, thank you.
And there we go. Yep. And as you can see, the overlays do match now. So Astrida does come back with 16 hit points. Where will she be deployed? Honestly, just throw her in lane number 1 and force your way, Eric. Like...
Yeah, but not in line of sight to Yami. I mean, it's okay. But, oh, well, I mean, he's first player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I don't know, does it matter? Yeah, it could matter.
Well...
Through the ultimate, right?
Right, it could matter depending on if you were trying to move somewhere. Yami might just grab Astrida and tuck her down by the tower, which would force the movement action to be kind of wasted. So, I like this positioning from Eric. From this case, you can basically sprint through the dome, end up in the far part of lane number 2, outside of Yami's drag range, pop a minion. Obviously, you're not going to get the benefits of shape shifting unless you have someone else play like a Touch of Leothin card or something. But at this point, as Eric, you've got 6 minions to Gameslayer's 2. You'd have 2 heroes over there, and so I think you just kind of overload.
And he's starting right away with Astrida.
Oh, she's gonna sing. Oh, there it is. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, I was about to ask. I was about to ask, why does she only move 2 hexes?
So that she could sing for Nelliclin. So, Song of the Siren, as we mentioned in the previous game, is one of the most obnoxious ultimates in the game, where it's just, hey, your hero exhausts. So Nelliclin has been exhausted, does not get to activate this turn, obviously, will provide a whopping 1 unit of control, can still play his reaction cards, of course, but does not get to activate at all. And so therefore, as a result, Gameslayer is down more resources as he's trying to stave off Eric's onslaught.
Yeah, now the option that we were talking about is now off the table, actually. With Nelliclin maybe providing a first double attack with Akimo's Oath or Kotlik's Oath. Yeah. I mean, they're both... no. Kotlik's Oath is an action card, and I think Akima's Oath is a reaction card, so...
Right, yes. Akima's Oath is a reaction card, so it could be played during their time, but obviously it's a lot easier to set up if you are being able to play the hero itself. Meanwhile, +3 on the flip there from Gameslayer, but looking to kill off Freyhill. Okay, dead heroes can't lead, so we do take that option. So we do see that Yami, does do what she can there. Skirmish, worship, and the lead action. Trying to figure out what Gameslayer's plan is.
Yeah. Actually, I don't get Giacomo's answer to, I think it was Calibra writing Doomies would have to ult in order to possibly save the round. Then I think...
So
was he-
Doomies... So what Doomies can do is use the rockets and drop down and blow up all the minions.
Yeah. So
They can
That's-
blow up 3 minions, right? At most. I
Right,
think.
right, yeah. As of the current orientation, yeah, you can blow up at most 3 minions, which may be enough. Now, if Ishitask were to get rid of the minion that's right next to them, then there's the possibility you can drop down there and get some more value for Doomies as well. But yeah, I don't know how Gameslayer slides his way out of this one. It's looking so oppressive for him right now. Freyhill going, yeah, because here's the thing. You just force Gameslayer to go in 2 directions. Either you win by the breach or you win by the Skytear Master. You have to respond to both win conditions here as Gameslayer, and that's why this is so rough.
yeah.
Worship action for Freyhill as well. That's going to heal her. Whoop. The worship action from Freyhill. Nope. Try again, Eric. There we go. Eric having a little difficulty grabbing the condition cards off of Freyhill and instead just grabbing her entirely. Going to go for the shapeshift action here on Freyhill. That's going to heal her for 1 HP. Again, as we mentioned, though, sometimes that 1 HP is the difference between life and death, as we saw earlier with Astrida. 1 HP was all she needed to survive there. And so that might end up being the deal breaker there for how this resolves. We'll have to see, though.
I mean, for a Dome Brawl, they're nicely positioned, but this is not what is going to happen this game here.
No, unfortunately, no Dome Brawl here. Let's think. So there is an argument to be made here with Doomies that now that Freyhill is activated, if you rocket into the one spot that is right by Freyhill and Yami and the minion in lane number 2, you do only get 1 minion from the boom, but you can also push Freyhill out into lane 1 in a position where she can't provide any control benefits. So there is that potential option. It doesn't immediately solve your issues, but it does kick Freyhill out, which does, help minimize the amount of issues in the dough. And then, of course, with Doomies absorbing the extra minion from that they've killed, then you now have potentially stabilized lane 1. Okay, so we do see the kill there. Okay, so Ishitask is killing that minion. Agreed there. Potentially setting up for a 3 minion boom play from the Doomies. I know you brought the card up earlier on screen, so that's a possibility. Going for the skirmish.
Okay.
Into the dome. Yeah, I think this is necessary as well. Going for the worship
And a
action.
worship.
Okay, good. Yeah, so he's going to Yami taxi around. Yami's going to get a chance to delete one of the minions in the other lane. I agree with this.
In lane number 1?
Yes.
Or what? Yeah.
Yeah, because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you can't get the far
Yeah.
one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely move this around. Yami.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
that's how
there
you
you
can
go.
move it. Yeah. That's what I was wondering. I was trying to figure out how you could get that minion. But I forgot that you could move Ishatosk first and get that out of the way. So good.
Yeah.
Gets rid of that minion. That actually looks a lot safer now for Game Slayer if you have the boom card in hand.
Yeah.
I'm gonna peek into his discard pile here.
I think he has it because the point of how the minions are being killed now.
Yes.
I mean, that's
and
exactly the positioning needed. He didn't play Ishatosk ultimate, which would have provided 2 extra minions.
correct.
This
That
could
one's
have
in
been
the
also
discard.
an option. Okay.
No,
That
it
could
was
have
in the
been an
discard.
option.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would have definitely been helpful, but I did check when I was looking in the graveyard. So Doomies do not have their ultimate in the graveyard, so I agree with you. This is very, very likely to be a boom play here. Which interestingly enough, the boom play here, actually, if you boom first, you can go collect the minions, stabilize lane number 1, right? Because that'll become a 1-to-1 lane there. If you boom in the hex that we think you're going to, you'll absorb the minions. Doomies still has 2 actions left. So you can potentially move them into the dome, or you can kill off the minion in lane number 1 and then move into the dome while still securing that bonus control. Unfortunately, of course, as Giacomo pointed out in the chat, we did nerf Doomies to the point where they're only able to count 1 bonus control per turn. But, still 1 bonus control could be potentially enough here because Eric does look like he's going for the dome pile play.
Yeah, which is totally okay. I mean, he's
Absolutely
at 2 points at Skytear Master. Yep. You want to win this either by the left breach or the Skytear Master. So you bring all of your heroes there. And try to avoid the other heroes from Game Slayer to be there as well and to provide control. So yeah, I think what you said, we are going to see the Doom play, the boom play, and then
the boom doom or the doom.
Doom is booming around, and then entering the dome to contest to the dome as well, and then provide an extra point, and to be able to at least let's say make it a draw, or maybe win the dome.
Right.
So that we postpone everything to the next round. Yeah, but still, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here on the edge of my chair actually, because this is pretty tense.
Yeah, this is very intense. Like I thought I'd written, I apologize, Game Slayer. Once again, I have doubted you. And once again, it seems that you have come up with some wild shenanigans that may be able to save you. Obviously, not done yet. The Doomies still have to make the Boomies occur here in order to, which by the way, Giacomo, since you're here, why did you guys not name the ultimate Boomies? Like, that seems so obvious. Such a missed opportunity. Oh, well.
He doesn't want to talk to us.
That's fair. But yes, I agree with you. After that, there is a very real chance to stabilize both of these. There hasn't been a presence played. Very important to note. Obviously, of course, Eric still does have Brilvar to activate. Brilvar could still play a presence himself. Eric has 6 cards in hand. And so that would, basically tip the dome in his favor almost irrevocably. But
yeah, I mean, with Doomies there, it would be a draw, wouldn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah, if you slide the Doomies in, yeah, it would become 5-5. Good call. I'm trying to think of how Game Slayer can potentially utilize Nelliclin. So normally I would say that you could potentially chasm target, but unfortunately Ekrit's the only one that we could chasm out of the dome, and she has her illusion out, so she can't be moved by chasm. So that's not an option. Trying to think what else Nellican could do.
Yeah, why only accurate? I mean, Freihill as well.
Well, from Nellican, I meant specifically.
From
Nellican,
Nellican, sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
but
because Ishitask could certainly
can.
chasm Freihill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he can cast.
Yeah.
Chasm as well.
Yeah, and that actually might be really good to do that there. Is chasm Freihill out of the dome there, because Freihill did not lead. Astrida led. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, Ekrit's illusion only protects other yellow heroes from being displaced, and the rest of Eric's team is blue. Dubba dee dubba die.
Wow, a 90s reference. Love it.
Yes, sir. We're going back to 99. Although, to be fair, there was that redone song that used the song that was kind of like almost like a slight remake that just came out this year.
Yeah, I remember.
But the original is
Okay.
still the best. All right,
Absolutely.
Doomy's time. There it is.
Boom.
Shock. The Doomies cast Boom. We are all shocked and awed. So, similar to this... What?
Sorry, what?
Why are we going there? Okay,
Did he-
obviously
did-
the play is...
Wow.
Okay, obviously we're using the Boom to blast Freihill outside of the dome.
Yeah, to push them one hex. Yeah. And that's why I was thinking that.
Oh, 4D play. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, because you could potentially push Astrida down to the bottom of the dome, and then with a chasm, you could kick her out of the dome. So that would have been a potential play there that could have been done. But it looks like we're going to go back and Boom target the minions as we originally thought. Now, there's no way that game... Oh, nope. No! Okay, so yeah, so
Okay.
this... Wait. No?
Why?
Okay, that's-
Why?
So, like I said, if Astrida would have been knocked down to the bottom of the dome, then I could understand, because then the play would be chasm her out of the dome. But why there? Freihill makes perfect sense. Freihill no longer contributes to the dome, or to anything, really, so that makes perfect sense. Wait, what is happening? This is such an unusual sequence of events. I wish I understood what he was doing.
I mean, yeah, maybe we just don't see the plan after the behind this.
Okay, so let's think about this. So this course of action does stabilize lane number 1, though. Doomies does absorb, so it is currently now 3-3 in the control zone, number 1. Brilvar does have to activate.
Yeah, but he could still move there.
Right, he can
No,
still move and get his
Muskems-
way into lane number 1.
Muskems lead.
Right.
And for example, a Soul Scream or something like that is not a playable card now by Nellican, because it's an action card, right?
Correct. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. If Soul Scream was a reaction, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, ouch.
And he's going for the lead. Okay, I agree with this set of course here. This certainly does stabilize.
Eye of the Storm.
No. Okay, so now we're just gonna shield slam. Oh, you can't Eye of the Storm if your illusion's dead. Oh, okay. Very nice. Very nice counter. Okay, so that's huge. So Eye of the Storm makes it so that Ekrit cannot be targeted and deal 2 damage to every unit adjacent to her illusion and push them 1 hex. But Gameslayer has responded with the shield slam, attempting to delete Ekrit's illusion. I'm not sure.
And it could work as a reaction.
No, that's gonna work. It could work. So this is going. So the fun part about this card, if we didn't specify earlier, it says target friendly. That
And
means
a redirect.
heroes. That means minions. That means it doesn't matter because Yami's redirecting. But that card would have allowed Eric to give armor to the illusion. Although, wait a minute. Shield Slam is piercing. So it
yeah,
doesn't
it's
matter.
piercing. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
so-
need. Yeah.
I would have let Eric waste the card. So wait, Game Slayer just wasted a redirect. After Eric wasted the It Could Work.
Who did play It Could Work?
Akuti. Akuti's featured on the art. Yami played redirect.
No, and It Could Work.
Oh, Brovar played It Could Work.
River, so green rune, so armor. Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be the +2 armor. Yeah. Yeah, because Ekrit is out of mana there, so it had to be a green rунed hero to play that one. But
Wow.
yeah, no, Shield Slam is piercing damage, so like,
Yeah, doesn't matter.
yeah, that was totally pointless. So the redirect also was totally pointless. Ah, no, you hate it. Oh well, it could. I mean, you know, it is what it is. But you know. All right, so that illusion, gone. So therefore, the only benefit to playing Eye of the Storm is that Ekrit cannot be targeted for this round. Game Slayer is
Yeah.
probably like, congratulations, question mark? I wasn't targeting her to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, that redirect was wasted, right?
Yes, well, to be fair, yeah, we had a waste from both players, actually. The It Could Work was pointless, and the
Redirect.
was also pointless. Okay, now, oh, right. Brovar is slowed because he's activating next to Ishitosk with the pillar around. And so therefore, that's going to actually be very interesting because if Brovar attempts to move towards a lane, we can kind of just sort of chasm him back.
Yeah, he won't reach the lane.
Correct. There is
Especially
a
lane 1.
yeah, there is a case to be made that you could send him to lane 2, and Game Slayer can't really do too much about that. But lane
Yeah.
2 isn't a direct win condition for Eric, right? All that is for Eric is just more card draw.
It is. And the outsider, right? The outsider, if you win the Skytear Master, then
Okay, so let's see.
this
So
is some-
Yami is leading. Brovar needs to lead here. Oh.
Hmm.
The illusion is gone. That means Ekrit can be moved. Nelliclin could potentially chasm Ekrit out of the dome.
Yeah, depending on what it is.
Yeah,
That,
and
does,
that would
does
mean.
it-
Go ahead.
does Game Slayer have Chasm? Did you see
Oh no,
it in
he's
his
got one
graveyard?
card.
Okay.
He's got one card.
No, that's.
His graveyard. Let me take a look here on
Yep.
the graveyard. Topple, Rampant, Dreams. No.
Okay.
I love. There are 4 of us looking through the graveyard right now. That's hilarious. Okay, so there's 5 cards left in his deck. So statistically speaking, it's likely he doesn't have it because that would be really wild if all 3 of his sinkholes were. I'm sorry, not sinkholes. Chasms were in.
Sinkhole.
Sinkhole.
A slide,
Oh,
maybe?
sinkhole. Oh, a slide could be a case. Yeah, there could be potentially a slide. Although slide is -1, and Game Slayer hates -1, so that.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see what happens here. So Brilvar actually going to stay right in the dome. Doomies
from
leads from the
deck.
deck, so that's fine because this is the Doomies lane here. So it looks like we're going to force a tie in the dome. Potential. Oh, wait a minute. No, Brilvar and Estrida both led from the deck. There's a chance that Game Slayer wins the dome. We'll have to. That's going to be exciting, actually. We'll have to wait and see what that is. Knowing Eric, though, probably at least one of those is going to be a 3-mana card, so unlikely. It's probably going to force a tie. But Game Slayer regaining some control of the left breach. That's huge. Over here in lane number 2, Eric is going to win by 1, so the slow push is going to continue. But again, Game Slayer is perfectly fine. Not taking any tower damage here at this point. Won't take any tower damage in round 4 either. As the state is now, 4 minions to 3 minions. So going to continue with that slow push there right now. So not going to cause Nexus breach unless Eric commits resources over there. And now the big one. One of them was a 1 mana and the other was a 3. So therefore, tie in the dome. So Gameslayer does in fact manage to hang on. Brilliant play.
Knock, knock.
Yes.
Who's there?
It's me. I'm back. So I'm back, and I don't know if you're aware, but Smelts and Grey Ghost are playing.
Yes.
Because, yeah. And yeah, I'm just reporting. Situation is we have a left breach and on flank on the table.
Okay.
And we are in the turn 2. You can see Grey Ghost managed to push and win control token number 2. So he's going for 2 objectives at once.
Ooh.
But is very exposed on his own right. So you can see Astritus Mills here on the left is ready to push and breach. Of course, there are still 3 heroes to activate, so we'll see what happens. But it's a very interesting game, very dynamic, I think. He's going all in on the left, right?
Okay.
Both of them, I think. So we'll see where we end up.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Meanwhile, back to the action. As we saw there was a tie in the dome, so no Terror Bear terror this time. Going straight into round number 4 as the mana ramp continues. So it's at this point where, generally speaking, Eric will you'll see that Eric will often have an advantage in his games due to the fact that his decks are usually stacked with more 3 mana cards. So at this point, he's able to pump out more higher effects. But at the same time, Gameslayer, also known for having ridiculous kill card conditions, and most importantly, Astrida's ultimate in the graveyard now. So therefore, Gameslayer does not need to worry about Song of the Siren showing up and disrupting more of his plans.
Yeah, that's a real crucial information, actually, on the other side of the table. So, how do we resolve this puzzle here for either of the players? I mean, the advantage is still there, absolutely, for Eric in this control match.
I agree. Yep.
As he's still on a valuable control on the left lane, which was more intense in the round before, actually. But if he manages to win the dome one more time, he's going to take the win here in the game.
Correct.
And therefore you have to be able on Gameslayer's side to avoid losing by either of those conditions, actually.
Right, and with the tie... Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I was going to say, with the tie there, Gameslayer is not able to win by Skytear Master. The game ends after turn 5. That is no longer possible. So Gameslayer's 3 options here: left breach, double kill, and Nexus Destruction. Given the current state of the map here, left breach seems extraordinarily unlikely, so we're down to double kill and Nexus Destruction. Again, Nexus Destruction seems very unlikely due to the fact that the control token for lane number 1 is not in Eric's territory. So therefore, because we don't have overflow damage, the control token can move into range at the end of round 4 and then kill off in round 5. So realistically, Gameslayer's only outright win condition here is the double kill. Now, it is possible potentially that there could be a play here for tiebreakers. That is a possibility. Eric only has 3 damage, though. As a reminder, the tiebreakers are damage to towers, number of heroes killed, and then points won on countable objectives, in this case, the Skytear Master. So currently, as of right now, in a tiebreaker situation, Gameslayer would have 1 point for felling Astrida, and Eric would have 2 points for having more tower damage and more countable control tokens. Of course, obviously, if Gameslayer is able to even that out over turns 4 and 5 with the Skytear Master, he can null that part. But if he's able to push the control token 1 down far enough, there is a chance that he's able to deal more than 3 damage and then flip the deal more tower damage tiebreaker over to his side.
Yeah, an absolutely tense game, and yeah, this is worth to be a game at the World Championship Finals.
Agreed. So far, everything that we've looked at has been a lot of high tier Skytear gameplay. and it's been wonderful to watch. So we do see that Astrida is activating there, or excuse me, Freyhill is activating there, going over, moving, going to heal herself up again, bringing her up to 9 HP. As we mentioned, double kill, really the only outright win condition, I think, in my opinion, that's available to Gameslayer at this point. Obviously, of course, he could surprise us with heretofore unseen plays, somehow making a massive surge in lane number 2. I don't think that that's likely, given that he has to defend the other 2 control points. So there is a possibility that we could try to set Freyhill up, or we could just kill her off. One of the things about a control player is if they don't have their heroes, then they can't really control the board, right? So if we kill off Freyhill, that reduces potential control pressure, gets more cards into Gameslayer's hand, and allows him to potentially, here comes the Snowblind.
Yeah, but not if you,
Ugh.
if you play something like Snowblind, or let's say get hit.
Yep. So Snowblind is going to essentially apply disarm to both Ishitosk and Yami, making that a little bit more difficult to kill off the minions there with attack actions or attempt to assassinate Freyhill there, given that the -2 brings both of them to a base of 0. Now, of course, Gameslayer does have a generally speaking high modifier deck. We've seen a lot of +2s and some +3s being flipped, but that's -2 damage on each action, which is going to preserve Freyhill's health. And so we have to see what the end result here for Gameslayer ends up being in terms of what he's able to do with these status afflicted heroes. I'm sorry,
Yes.
I said Ishitosk was disarmed. I meant Doomies.
Yeah, Doomies and Yami are being disarmed. So this is pretty crucial for someone playing Doomies, as if you don't kill a minion, then you can't take the minion with you.
Correct.
Uh,
+1. That's all you need, though.
Yeah,
1
that's all you
damage
need.
does it. Got the minion, absorb the minion. So Doomies again worth 2, as was within range of the pillar. So Gameslayer now going for the skirmish action back into the dome. I like this, preserving that. So again, in this situation, remember, with 3 minions on the field, Gameslayer's tower is a lot more stable. In order to destroy the tower currently, Eric needs to win by 5. Freyhill has already activated, and now, thanks to the Doomies, Yami, and Freyhill, there's a very solid wall between the left lane, and the rest of Eric's team. So, much more difficult now for Eric to be able to go and seize that win condition.
yeah, it's not that left breach is off the table right now, but it's
harder to
more-
accomplish.
Yeah, even harder. Yeah, sure. So
So
there's
go
a
ahead.
draw actually by minions, and you will have to need to commit
Ooh.
something. Oh, okay. What is
Mhm.
Sacred doing?
Setting up for an illusion? No.
Yeah.
She's just going in. Oh, she's going to go for the lead action here. She's going to force games.
Oh, Wind Blast. Wind Blast.
Oh. So
Yeah, that's
remember
okay.
how I said you needed to win by 5?
Mm-hmm.
Now you just need to win by 2. That hurts.
And you can lead now.
Yes.
That's
So-
where you see the difference between 3 mana cards and 1 mana +2, right?
Yeah, sure.
I hate it. I want violence.
That is violence on minions, isn't it?
It's not the same. You know it's not the same, sir.
I know. I'm calling you from the bottom brackets. I'm watching Tofone and Zambo game. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Nice.
You probably don't remember last time I shared the status because you have seen so many games already. But basically, Tofone was kind of desperate because Zambo, if you see the board now, Zambo has 2 heroes on Obstinacy, so he can win by that. He has 2 tokens on Outflank. So, and this is the lane number 2 you see here, and Zambo is pushing it, right? So, but what the incredible thing is, here on the right lane, the tower remain at 1, exactly 1. Otherwise, Zambo could, Tufone could have a way to win by Nexus, right? Because look at this lane; it's like full of red minion, which are like Tufone minions, but also Tamer is on the table now. like Tofone managed to kill a hero with the outsider. So if he managed to hold and not lose by outflank or obstinacy, he can win with a second kill with the tamer.
Very nice.
So-
And remind me, who's the outsider on that table?
The big the OG.
Outsider.
The OG. OG, very nice.
So it's totally possible. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
There are two possible targets, Dumis and Kohai, and they're both hanging out here. So, but the problem is, Tofone really pushed on the right. So his heroes, Akima and Zakol, you see here, they're kind of too far. So we'll see how it goes.
All right, very nice. Thank you, Giacomo. So, all right. Ooh, okay. So there's actually a dirty play available for Gameslayer with Yami's ultimate. You can position it such that Yami is able to get within the control token and then fling Ekrit out of range. Ekrit does not have her illusion down, so she can be displaced. So all is not lost yet there, and Eric has spent mana on two of his heroes. So let's see what happens here. So Ishitosk is going for the worship action, deploying a pillar over in lane number 2. Where is the Doomies going? I assume Doomies is coming along for the Ishitosk ride, perhaps? Or not? Maybe not. Okay, fair enough. So, yeah, the attack action from Ishitosk was, of course, wasted thanks to the Brilvar taunt from Brilvar being shapeshifted. The skirmish action to reposition, and the pillar right there does make it so that both Brilvar and Astrida will be slowed on activation. So Gameslayer actually does control the field fairly well. And Tape is mentioning Ekrit ult incoming. I will say that will not actually be the case because Ekrit ultimate was played during round 3, and Eric just shuffled his deck over, so the Ekrit ultimate should be in the deck. Unless, of course, Eric finds some method of card generation now, but also Ekrit does not have mana left. Although that comment may also have been from before the Wind Blast was played.
Yeah, that's
Because there's no time stamps.
If I remember, it was from
Oops, my bad.
the other game also.
Too many games,
No,
one after
too
the
many
other.
games. It was last
YouTube needs a timestamp for chat times. Is there like a way to fix that thing?
There's a way, I
Oh,
think.
toggle timestamps. There we go. Okay, yeah, that comment was from 20 minutes ago. Yikes. You know what? It might be time for another cup of tea.
Yeah,
Good
that's
idea.
Not right now.
what I wanted
I can
to do.
give you a break and tell you about Smelts and Grey Ghost table if you want.
Oh, yes, yeah. Tag us in. How's that table going?
Yeah, let me share on Discord first the screen.
Yeah. Give me a second.
So I don't know if you remember the situation, but what you can see here, I'm looking from the Smelts Python view, right?
Yes.
And I think they just resolved the control phase 3, minion phase 3. And Grey Ghost is leading with 2 tokens on outflank, which is this control token here on the right.
Right.
So this is really bad news for Smells because, as you said before, it's very high pressure. So the way out for Smells is to keep pushing and breaching left tower, which unfortunately remained at exactly 1. So, but that resolves before the control token number 2, right?
True.
So now it's Grey Ghost that has to find a way to not lose the tower, and then it can. Okay, that's the way probably. It's just wind blasting 3 or 4 minions. 4 minions actually. Akuti here is playing wind blast, targeting this X, so it's gonna hit 4 blue minions, and that's exactly what I was talking about. There is one possible way in which he might survive with the 1 HP in this tower and win by outflank on the other side. We'll
So
see.
I know it's not possible because of Smioz's team composition, but I think it would be absolutely hilarious if Smioz had either Open Fire or Hobarot's Oath and used that
Yeah.
to take off the last tower point.
Yeah, it will be epic. Right. But it's not possible. So we'll
Nope.
see how it goes.
Yep.
Thank you, Giacomo.
All right, meanwhile, yep, thank you very much. Meanwhile, back on the main stage, the players are still thinking. And this is why control games are inferior to violence games. Because violence, you don't have to think. It's me see hero, me kill hero. Now, meanwhile, Brovar did make the activation here. And Brovar is actually going to play Avalanche. So Avalanche is actually going to allow Eric to kick Doomies out of the dome and make it so that Doomies does not contribute to any control value at this time, while also pushing Ishitosk down to the bottom. So Ishitosk actually now vulnerable to a chasm play from Astrida. Now, that being said, oh, no, wait, no. Chasm targets, doesn't it? So never mind. Doomies cannot get chasmed back into the dome. Oh, boy. Okay. Think. Yami and Nelliclin both have left to activate. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Yeah, if it was easy, then we would be there playing, right?
True.
But actually,
All right.
oh, Dreams of Talos. So
Okay,
this,
Dreams of Talos.
Yes, I can imagine what is going to happen.
Okay. So Dreams of Talat, that's going to allow for a pillar to spawn. I forget, is Ishitosk's ultimate, is that a reaction or is it an action?
Action. The only
Action.
reaction card in the green starter heroes is Sakhoud's ultimate.
Zakol's. Okay, right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, but I wasn't. I had to double check on that one. Okay, thank you.
I'm pretty sure on that one.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. Nelliclin's definitely is an action. Akla, Tilakali,
Yep.
the other guy.
The other guy.
Can't even remember. Kotlik, there we go.
Yeah. King Kotlik.
Yeah.
The other guy.
Not much of a king. The other guy.
That's what she said.
Nice. Calibra's not even here, and you're making the That's What She Said. Calibra is going to be so disappointed in you. He was so excited to use a That's What She Said joke, and now you're doing it when he's not even here.
I'm so sorry.
Unbelievable. Are you, though?
A little bit.
Okay.
I mean, that's what she said.
We're rapidly degrading into outsiders only level of professionalism here. I would just like to
Absolutely.
absorb.
We're just missing Kirito, Ryan. And then
Well,
we had that
Kirito's
absolutely...
not, let's be very clear. Let's be very clear here. Kirito is not here.
Professionals.
We're not missing him. He's just not here. There's a difference. Meanwhile, all right, we finally have some action going on the table, so we'll stop screwing around and get back to that. Yami is going to activate there. Is, of course, disarmed, but that's not going to stop her from dealing some worship damage. One on the flip there. Freyhill is shapeshifted, so even though we flip the +1 on the damage there, no damage taken. But this is primarily for a repositioning effect, in my opinion there. Why did we just flip the +2?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, we did something. Okay, Doomies.
Release the spirits.
Ooh, Doomies is going to play Release the Spirits to get the disarm off of her, I assume? Or...
That's a good question. I could imagine yes. Because of the...
well, yeah. Because now that means that Freyhill is killable.
Sure.
Yami has 3 mana. You can still... Yami has 4 mana. So you could potentially Dance of Death. You could Vengeance. You could... Well, actually, Vengeance would be pointless here. You could Dance of Death and kneel before me. And potentially KO Freyhill. Actually, no. Vengeance is now worth it because there's 2 conditions on Freyhill. So Vengeance is actually not the worst play in the world. We do see the attack action going through. Just the attack? Guess the attack, though. This is only the modifier's damage. Without any buff cards, this seems...
You mean Vendetta, right?
Vendetta, yeah, what did I say?
You were talking about Vengeance.
Oh, right, yeah. I apologize. Yes, Vendetta, not Vengeance. I mean, really, a Vendetta is a Vengeance, so, like, is it really that much different, you know?
No,
Close
I
enough?
was just pointing out the name of the card, so just to be
Very true.
just to be sure that you were talking
Good
about
call.
Vendetta.
Most people do not understand how I think, which is probably better off for them.
And as Vendetta is an action card, it should have been played before the attack, so
Right,
Yami is
yeah,
still
so-
keeping 4 mana. Gameslayer only has 2 cards in hand, so limited
Oh,
options there.
true. Right.
And that's the question. Would you either invest in some card that's mediocre maybe for now in this specific moment, or use it maybe as a lead card or something, which could be more
Right.
valuable? I mean, Eric only has 3 cards in hand, which isn't much better.
Right. But here's the problem. Eckert is uncontested in lane 1, like, after that play. So I don't know how you win.
You mean Gameslayer?
Right, yeah. I don't know how Gameslayer can win at this point.
He would need to do a double kill. And I don't know how. I mean, Yami is
Right,
the best option to do so, or Nelaklin. But
Yeah,
then
you've only got 2 cards.
Yeah, and he's disarmed.
Yeah,
So this is
Even-
like, okay, I don't have any more options, so
right.
I at least try to destroy your game. I don't know. I don't know if it is that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just... Getting Astrida back turn 3 and being able to sing to Nelaklin was huge, I think.
Yeah, that hurt a lot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. With 2 cards left, and disarm on him, I just don't know what Nelaklin can do here. Consulting the Heart would let you draw anything you want, but with Doomies kicked out of the dome, you lose control of the dome. With Eckert over there, I think you just...
Yeah, I think he's clicking
Yeah,
like
I think
don't
Gameslayer's
I
saying
don't
it's
see I don't see any options. So first that is going to happen is the left breach, I think.
Yep.
Because
Yeah,
it's
left breach
resolving
would
first,
resolve.
and then
Mhm.
afterwards Skytear Master. So
Yep, because they're pinging... I guess they're pinging the clock, which is overtime, I guess. I think that there was an hour 30 per round, so they're looking
Yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
like 15-minute
yeah.
bonus. So it looks like at this point that Eric is going to be declared the winner here, I think.
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
Eric's
Yeah,
showing his
okay,
hand
wow.
at this point, so the game is over. Yep.
And a
So
shot.
victory
Ooh.
to Eric.
GG. Well played. gentlemen.
GG's. All right.
Wow, what a game.
Whew.
What a mind game.
What a mind game indeed. That was wild.
Left
I
breach,
can't
I
see the
think.
chat box.
Yeah, we can just I can just leave her and then
Yep. All right. Well, that was wild there. So I think we are now a rebel without a flag once again.
Yeah, Giacomo, we are looking at your shared screen. I think this is
Mhm.
still Bon vs Tofoni, but just in a big overview. I think Giacomo just ran away.
Bond versus Mokobus. Yeah, I think that's their game. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. Yep. So we can potentially jump into that one directly, I think.
Yeah.
Take a look at that. So, uh-oh.
Bon, right?
Bond's game, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to put that on main screen.
Oh.
Failed to connect password. What did they do?
I wonder if they made it capitalized. No. Sir! Ah! What have you done for the password? It's... Yeah. Okay. Password's 1234.
Okay.
I will appreciate the absolute lack of security that the Skytear community has, wherein the password 99% of the time is either 1234, 12345, or Skytear. All right, so I have Bon at the bottom and Mokobus at the top.
Okay.
All right, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who've never seen it before, this is the Embassy Ruins. This is the 3-lane map that we mentioned at the beginning of the day. This is the lower bracket, the loser's bracket. So whichever of these two gentlemen, unfortunately, falls here will be the one who is eliminated from the tournament. And so this game here, as Giacomo has told us, we have Outflank, we have Invasion, we have Skytear Master. So taking a look at the fields here, in lane number 3, overall doesn't really matter too much there. It does look like whoever's running the yellow units there, which I'm going to... I can't make that assumption. I'm actually not sure who's. We'll have to figure that one out.
I think we are missing one player.
Yes, correct. It looks like Mokobus has disconnected.
What has happened?
Apparently, we've scared him away.
Oh, he's so scary?
Possibly. Either that or he just didn't want to deal with us. Oh.
Which I can't totally understand.
Bon has just posted, we have finished, and he won. So the game is actually over.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Then
Yep.
we just
So
had
this
to wait.
match, okay. We need to find another home. Let's see.
Okay, maybe I find an actual version of the brackets.
The bracket, yep. We have the bracket here. Let's go ahead.
Wait a second. I don't know what Giacomo is doing with the bracket, but...
Rumor has it he's updating it, but...
Rumor.
We're not sure. Rumor. Let's see. So Smiaz has advanced... oh, no, wait. This bracket's out of date.
Yeah, it's where he put Grey Ghost at the bottom.
Right, yeah. Okay. Well...
I mean, did he predict this? He did predict it.
He did predict. That is fair. To be fair, he did.
Okay,
he did make the prediction. We will give Giacomo Damas the prediction point.
Next, then we are going to see Irvine Person versus Smears, right? Or are they? No, they are not playing right now.
I think. Yeah, that one is still, I think, going on. That one started up about 20 minutes ago, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Then they are playing. I mean, we could have a look there. Then we have table 8 was Gameslayer versus Eric, and Eric won, so he's going to play the winner of Smears versus Irvine Person. For the half finals, let's say, in the top bracket.
Top 5 finals, and which of course we know
finals.
now kicking Gameslayer down to the lower bracket increases his power by 100%. As we do recall, the Gameslayer did make that Underworld run. The one tournament, of course, did come up just a little bit short versus Tim Bun back in season 1, but made an extraordinary run all the way through the bottom bracket. So, congratulations, Smiaz, you've made the trap card activated.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to get this right. So Bon played against Mokobus and won, so he's going to play versus Anderson Panda.
Anderson Panda, correct. Mm-hmm.
What about Sambo and Tofoni?
I think that game is still going on.
So this game is still going on, and we have Smears versus Irvine Person. So we could jump into Zambo, Tofoni.
Well, that game apparently, it looked like they started at 9:48, so that one may or may not be finished by this point, but we can jump in and see what it looks like.
Okay.
So let's go take a look at Zambo versus Tufone and see what we've got here.
So this is, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, a super flexible stream.
As we say that, Zambo just types in, finished, I've won.
Okay, then the only possible way left is Smears, right?
I think so. So, I guess we're headed back to the 2 lane.
Oh god.
Although Smiaz appears to be alone in his table, so
Yeah. So we
Is
might
this game
have to
over as
take a
well?
break here.
yeah,
will
I
see.
think we might be at a resting point. Actually, yep. This game is clearly
Yeah.
over at this point, so I think it's time we take a break while we reset, and then potentially we can lock and load one of the lower brackets.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I think we want to provide you as many games as possible, as many constellations. So a lower bracket game would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's awesome. That
Yeah,
yes,
potentially we could feature. Yeah, we could either feature Mokobus versus Anderson Pander, or the resolution that we just saw there, Zambo versus Grey Ghost. Or Irvine Person, rather.
okay. Why is Irvine writing it is currently Grey Ghost with us, Smears? I'm. Oh yeah, it
I
was,
think that was
Grey
yeah,
Ghost.
that was
No,
the
it
misfire
Grey
from
Ghost.
that. Yeah, that was the misfire from earlier. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, nobody there. I love it. So give us a second, and we're going to try to resolve it.
We just need Giacomo to update the brackets real fast. So perhaps we'll take a short break, and then we'll be right back with the updates.
Okay, see you back in a minute. Okay. Giacomo's also back here. You're still updating the brackets, right?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Just a second.
Okay. While you're updating the brackets and we're waiting for the next games, maybe you could talk to us about some of the possible rule changes that are coming up in 2023. So in January, there's a planned living rules update or a general rules update, let's say, which we generally do one time a year. So January is the month that those things are going to happen. So
Yeah,
maybe,
actually,
yeah.
last year it was very light. So we kind of changed our approach, right? Um, at the beginning in 2020, when Skytear came out, we were very aggressive and made many iteration quickly. I think every 3 months we had a living rules update, and then we gradually slowed it down. I think the last significant update is more than a year ago, almost 2 years ago, I think. The significant living rules update, right? So we had this situation where we needed to reprint the Skytear starter boxes, and we decided, okay, after 4 years, or actually 3 years, it's a good timing for overall of the rulebook, since we're going to reprint it. So we kind of rewritten it again with the spirit of that we don't want to completely errata or all the cards, right? So we mostly tweaked the rulebook itself, and just the banned cards we had to errata them to make them legal again. So that's kind of the frame or the context of this. And there are so many things that I could mention from the new rulebook. I don't know how much time we want to spend on this rather than covering the games.
Yeah, we just, let's say, a couple until
Maybe-
we can jump into the next game. And yeah, so I have the feedback that some are going to start soon. Let's say Eric is taking a small break. Smears and him are going to start in around 10 to 15 minutes. Zambo is going to play soon against Irvine Person. So we are going to provide you with some new
Okay,
games
so let's
in short.
So I could take the rulebook and just walk through it, and if we want a comprehensive breakdown, or otherwise I can just do snippets here and there of some changes, depending if you want to spend just a few minutes or 15 minutes on it.
I mean, the thing is, we just want to know it all. That's that for sure.
Yeah,
So,
but I mean,
I don't know what
I
you're
don't
going
want
to
to
spoil.
steal. I don't want to steal the scene from the games that are the priority.
Yeah.
So what I can do maybe is just mention a couple of changes that I like. I mean, I like them all. Some that I like the most, and then we move on to the games as soon as they're ready.
Nice.
Let's start with Taulot. Taulot worship specifically, also because it's your favorite, right? So I'm trying to.
Yes, please. I'm super
Yeah.
excited.
That's your
if there's
topic.
any, yeah, go on.
Yeah. So basically, Taulot is going to place and then remove rather than the other way around. Right now, you first remove a pillar that is in play, and then you place another, and then the worship triggers, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that means in order to use the green worship, you always have kind of start this engine and place first a pillar down, right? And with the new Living Rules update, that will not be the case. And that's going to be huge for Taulot heroes. That also we don't see many of them here at the World Finals. So we really wanted to give them a boost. And I think this is going to be a terrific boost to all of them. Some more, some less. You can start to imagine like Ixatosk being able to do the taxi just
Yeah.
From turn one without any card, and just by himself without any need of other Taulot heroes to place pillars, right? Or
Yeah,
you can
that's
imagine
awesome.
Zakol, it can blow up a minion 4 axes away without line of sight. Or Tlakali can heal just 4 axes away again. So I mean, Nelaklen clear the mana with one action, 1 AP. So a lot of these heroes are gonna be really get a nice boost, but you still have this tension of keeping the pillars down, because if you constantly put and remove, you never unlock the passive abilities, right? So you have to find
True.
the balance of actually triggering right away the worship, but also leaving some pillars down. Sometimes for the cards, like Xotlan Hunger or Armorial Rites, or other times just for the passive of the heroes, right? So that's one big change to begin with.
Yeah, that's really a huge change for the Tarlord faction. So as the concept that they're using right now is going to switch like from black to white. I mean, you will have to rethink as a Tarlord player how to get into the game and how to develop the game. Let's say through positioning and so. This it seems to be it seems to be easier to get into, because I thought right away that Tarlord, and I'm still thinking this, is the most complex or complicated faction here to use the passive and the active skills both in the same manner. And this is a really interesting change. Yeah, thank you, Giacomo.
Yeah, so like that was one goal, right? To have easier play, and because easier means more fun, and they also needed a buff. So all things together, I think I'm really happy. Another little thing is you can place pillar anywhere with where there are no miniatures. So even below other tokens, you can even stack them. So that's also going to be. We removed that pesky rule that you cannot go on top of control tokens, because nobody. It didn't feel intuitive as a rule. So now you just place it wherever you want, basically, as long as there are no miniatures and you can place the token. You can even stack it on control tokens, on other illusion, or other pillars. So whatever.
Okay. As long as there are no miniatures. So that's the only exception.
Yeah, okay, that's a rule. So we harmonized a bit this part, I think. Do you want more, or you're good?
I for sure want more. I don't know, how's the chat thinking about this? Maybe we get some feedback from the people who are having a look now at the...
Are you aware of any games that are about to start, or not?
I think I would like to join Bond's game against Anderson Panda, so that we can showcase a game on the lower bracket
Embassy, yeah,
as well.
Yeah,
I don't think Bond is the only player there, so we are going to have to wait some couple of minutes. So maybe you just get us some more rules.
Spoilers, yeah. So I also updated the brackets, if you want to show them.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Then let's move on with the worship again, because they are kind of the big part of Skytear. Leotan also got a little buff, in the sense that now when you resolve a worship action, you always shapeshift the hero that's doing the worship, and you shapeshift another hero within tray.
Sorry?
Yes, but wait, there's more.
Okay.
So a big change of this update is about conditions that, you remember I told you you can hypothetically place one pillar on top of another, or you can stack them.
Yes.
Well, that applies to conditions too. You can stack conditions now, so you can give to the same hero the same condition twice, or 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
So just bear with me. So what does that mean? It means that a Leotan hero by himself can get 2 shapeshift tokens with 1 worship. Now, you might be wondering, what does it mean to have 2 slow or 2 shapeshift? Well, it means that it will last longer. So the effect, it doesn't pile up, but it will last longer, because every time you exhaust a hero, you remove all the conditions, 1 instance of all the conditions. So practical example,
Yes.
If you have 2 shapeshift on you and you exhaust, you just lose 1. Okay. Or if I give you 2 slow,
Okay.
you're gonna keep it also for the next activation. So there is a way in which condition really and cards that give conditions can create brand new gameplay and strategies, because they can, as you can imagine, you can build decks around that now more reliably than before. At the current moment, if you have a card that gives slow and the hero is already slow, that card is kind of dead. But not anymore, because you can always give another slow for the next turn. And
Okay,
so, yeah.
but you would still remove all the conditions, like with
for example, Clear Mind.
yeah,
It
clear
remove all
mind.
the tokens of the chosen condition.
Ah,
Okay.
okay.
So
Okay.
so everything is more interactive, and there are counters and ways to answer this. Having a lot of condition, which is what you said. Cards that remove condition. Whenever you read remove a condition, remove 1 condition, it means remove all the tokens of that condition, so that you don't have that slow
Interesting.
anymore. You don't have
Okay.
shapeshift anymore. But yeah, so what is happening with Leothan, to finish this explanation, is that we removed that weird rule that you can exhaust before. Maybe most of you listening know that Leothan has this exception, this special rule that you can exhaust and apply shapeshift to yourself. And this was just a way for us to make sure that you could keep it for the next turn. But that exception and annoying rule is gone. Right now, you just put 2 shapeshift on yourself, then you exhaust and you remove 1 of the 2. So this is happening naturally, but it's also opening up for new plays, because Astrida can shapeshift herself and a friend and someone else.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
RG isn't here right now, but he would say that's
Wrong!
disgusting.
I am always here.
Luckily,
Did you listen to the Astrida double shapeshifting herself? Which
Yeah,
is
that was disgusting.
that's disgusting, right?
Yeah, that's kind of disgusting.
All right. And so yeah, that do you think it's enough, or do you want to keep going?
Don't spoil everything.
You can go on, because no one is here in the game. I can try to find another game in the background, actually. So you just go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
And
So
Spoiler
let's finish.
and RG talks.
RG.
The warships.
Yeah. So Kurumo is the only one we didn't touch, because we felt it was fun and easy and strong already.
They're too
Right.
strong. That's what he's
Easy
saying.
fun.
He's saying they're too strong.
Easy
Wait, he's
fun.
saying the Karuma are too strong when Leothan have had the within 3 from the get-go?
Yeah, but it's about the
Sir!
hero. It's about the hero.
Sir!
So easy, fun, and strong. Three key points. So let's talk about Nupten. We're seeing a lot of Nuptens at the words now. And they got a little buff too. So basically, when a Nupten hero makes a worship, he can choose a friendly illusion token, any.
Sorry?
Yeah, so you can make team play, right? You can have accurate that calls the illusion of Akuti. It's still at the current moment, when you kill an illusion to an exhausted hero, the only answer is the Whisper of Nupten. But with the new update, that's going to change. It's going to be much more dynamic. So another Nupten hero, the same way a Kurumo hero can mark someone so that Ogozai lower the armor even if it's exhausted. And I can say the same example for Tolut and Leothan. Like they can help each other, right? They can unlock each other's skills. But this wasn't the case for Nupten, so we changed that. So now, if Akuti is exhausted and you want to use Akuti skill, as long as you have another Nupten hero, you can pop up the acute illusion again, spending 1 action. So, yeah, how is that? So that is gonna really shake things up. We don't know how, but one of our goal was to, again, shaking things up and making things easier, more interactive and fun for us, and also give a little buff to some
So
heroes.
to summarize
Especially
this, Tarload is being changed from reversing the Tarload warship action. Then on the Leothan side of the board, we have that you get 2 tokens, so you can either place them on yourself or on yourself
one.
and on one of your friendly heroes within 3, right? So
Yeah.
okay, and Nupten that you can move. Sorry, I didn't get everything as I was preparing in background. So you move your own illusion, or you cast your own illusion, do your stuff with your own illusion, or a friendly, or 2. I didn't get if it's only 1 or 2.
No, only 1.
Okay.
So
Yeah, but it's
when
nice.
you, yeah. But so, example, Akuti declares a worship, and they have 4 Nupten heroes. So I can place down within 3 any of these 4 illusions. It doesn't have to be Akut illusion.
Cool.
So I can pop up, the accurate illusion if I need that.
Okay.
Within 3 of Akuti. Yeah, so they kind of...
Where do we get the point where Yami just gets to execute everyone whenever they're worshipped within 3 of her?
Oh.
Because I feel like that's the only way we're going to balance this.
Gentlemen, I would head to the game between Irvine Person and Zambo and put it on live stream now, actually.
I mean, I'm going to scream. That might be something.
Yeah, maybe you want to join the game and then you can stream.
Scream?
Giacomo, thanks a lot for the first
Yeah.
overview of the rule changes. So
Yeah,
we were talking about the warship actions that are going to change massively in January 2023 with a big rules update. So stay tuned with us, and Giacomo is going to spot them all, right?
Right, correct.
Thanks.
Let's go.
That's
Have
awesome.
fun.
We're on... I don't even know what game we're on.
Yeah, I was trying to get into the brackets actually. I'm not totally. Let me double check it, and I'll be
They're
right back and
updated.
tell you.
They're updated
and
now. Yeah, so
yeah,
this is Irvine versus Zambo. So this is the last one in the second column.
yeah. So, and the interesting thing is, if Irvine Person would win, then he would play again his brother.
That's hilarious. Okay, that would actually be great to have that kind of a rematch. So, taking a look here, obviously we are part of the way into the game here. Not super long. Obviously, we are on just turn 1, and we do have Kepiax, Heral, and Akuti already activated on Irvine Person's side. Zambo has activated. It's Zakal. Speaking of, we have Zakal, and then Doomies activated on Zambo's side as well. So we may finally get to see some of those red-green cards, as Zakal's sporting a full red-green team minus the Yami, who is of course red-yellow. And with the left breach invasion, Tactician. Tactician on the 3-lane map is, in my opinion, kind of very easy to complete with 4 control zones to fight over. Definitely, something to be interested in and consider.
Absolutely. That's here. This is happening so fast on this map that you could lose by tactician, or I mean, invasion is also something pretty crucial on the board.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, spawning
Breath
a
of Life,
minion.
though.
Interesting.
Okay. So Breath of Life allows us to remove a shapeshifted condition from another friendly hero, not the caster, within 3, and then use that to spawn a minion. So in this case, Astrida is going to take Kepiax's shapeshifting ability, which honestly, you don't really need it if you've led from the hand. And so using that to force another minion to spawn over in the... Is that second lane? First lane. Okay, second lane is in the middle. Yeah, I always get the numbering confused on this map.
Somehow the overlay doesn't show Zambo's
Yeah, it's not programmed
heroes.
in.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it doesn't show Zambo's heroes at all. I wonder if it's because the tokens are not on the track. Maybe?
that could be
I'm
the
not
case
sure.
here,
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know that. We'll take a look and see if we can fix that at the end of the round. Don't leave me! You can't leave me like this!
I can stay with you, RG.
Okay, good enough. Bye, Zerigal.
I'm trying to fix the brackets. I think there is a mistake on the bottom brackets. Grey
Okay.
Ghost pointed it out. Do you have them in front of you?
Not at the moment. I know
Okay, no
Zerigal
problem.
has it.
No, but he's gone, so no problem. You
okay.
can take care of the match. I take care of the brackets and try to
Okay.
keep you company.
Sounds great. All right, so meanwhile, we do see that Yami is deploying the Down to Earth. Down to Earth is going to remove all conditions from the target hero as well as a mana burn on them. So Akuti was the recipient of the Down to Earth play, so she has had her conditions purged. And actually, Kepiax's ultimate Become the Storm, which we've seen used to great effect twice today already, has been put on her. Now, of course, given that this is the first turn, Deserved Retribution not currently an option, would have been really good given that Akuti has already cast Time Warp, and so therefore would have potentially stacked up a lot of damage and really chunked out Akuti during this play here. But again, round 1, no mana available for the 2 mana cost play from Zambo this round. Unfortunately, not going to be taking advantage of that, but at least does get that key Kepiax ultimate out of Irvine Person's hand and into the graveyard at the end of the round. Meanwhile, we do see that Astrida is going to finish her turn over there as well. So at this point, everything pretty much done. Astrida, Akuti, and Kepiax all leading. 2 from the hand, 1 from the deck. Astrida from the deck for Irvine Person. We see them kind of scattered around the map here a little bit. Irvine Person has Kepiax in the dome, has Astrida over in the left lane, and has Akuti over in the right lane. Whereas over on Zambo's side here, we still have the Kohai to activate. So very interesting here, potentially could use the Terrify ability, wherein anyone who is marked has the mana cost exchanged with the modifier for their leads, or could potentially just use the chain to yoink someone into a position that they don't want to be in. And so we do see Slam coming out from the Zakol, going to Shield Slam the minion to reduce that even further over in lane number 1, going to Exhaust there as the end of the round, and it's time to do math. So Astrida is not marked, so therefore gets +3 on the control flip, although is also out of range of Kohai, so it wouldn't have mattered anyways. And that does advance the control token a little bit closer towards Zambo's tower, does deal 1 damage as well, and so therefore that left breach condition starting to become a reality for Irvine. Zambo will need to defend that eventually. We do see, meanwhile, in the middle lane here, lane number 2, there is a potential now for an invasion turn number 3, given that Zambo has smashed the control token directly against the tower and dealt 2 damage as well. No possibility for invasion yet for the side of Irvine Person, but invasion would also trigger at the end of the round, which means that left breach could still resolve before the control token 3 would press against the tower. Meanwhile, we do see over in lane number 3, I believe it should be a draw here. or +1 to Zambo. Let me do the math here. We have some of them are tinted, some of them are not. So I'm trying to remind myself who's on whose team here.
Yeah, it's
so
really
Akudi-
confusing.
Let's see. Akudi and Yami are on opposing sides, so that's 1 and 1. And then Okay, so that actually does set up the invasion there. Now, of course, invasion does not trigger turn 1, so it is not game over yet. But if Irvine does not move at least one of those control tokens off of his tower, that does result in game over turn 2 for Zambo. So definitely something to be concerned with. And of course, with the final control of the dome going to Irvine, it is a 2-2 scoreboard on Tactician. Out comes the OG again. Again, very, very versatile, very, very powerful in what you want to do. No one really low on HP yet, so I'm not sure that we're going to use this necessarily for assassination. We could potentially be looking at using this for some sort of control mechanism here. Potentially you could shockwave Astrida and push her backwards a little bit, although you can only push her back 1 because of how the map's configured, so that may not be the most useful use of your abilities. Perhaps you could send Kohai back against the Nexus, make him a little bit less effective in turn 2. Let's see what else can we do here. Yes.
We should think up of some punishment for people not tinting miniatures. What do you think?
I would say that we just lock them into a room and have to listen to Corrido for a few hours on end.
Oh, that's bad. On repeat?
On repeat.
Okay. Well, maybe we should say that first and see if it has an effect and if they start tinting. Also, I'm thinking maybe I can desaturate this map because in real life it looks so much better, but here on the screen it's like super bright and doesn't help at all. So let me open Photoshop. Maybe I can do something for the next games. We can change
what we need to do. Yes, whip out the Photoshop and then bring in the MS Paint diagrams, and everything looks better. Everything is immediately improved by at least 25% when that's been done.
Okay, let me do it right away. Let's an experiment.
Excellent. All right. So meanwhile, we do see the Outsider resolution going forward. We do see, interestingly enough, the Outsider opts to attack the pillar. Very interesting. Because of that current pillar placement, Doomies would be able to get in range of the control token while still using that current pillar there. So this does at least force another worship action to come out from Zambo if he wants to reestablish the Doomies to use their minion augmenting control ability. We also see Outsider abilities 1 and 3. So number 1, target friendly takes a worship action, and then Outsider 3, simply go ahead and draw a card. So Irvine looking to maximize his hand output here at the end there, and it looks like he is going to have Heral take the worship action there. So Heral will be shapeshifted and then is going to reposition the illusion down near the base of his tower. And with that, we conclude round number 1. We head right into round number 2. So with round number 2 starting up, again, Irvine Person is our first player in this particular game. Does need to apply some sort of pressure here in lane 1 and or start defending his lane 2. Otherwise, this round is going to be the last.
And I find it's ironic because Zambo, in theory, should be very bad at pushing.
He's got Zakol. Wait, is it Akala or Zakol that has the collapse? Oh yeah, no, Zakol's collapse ability could potentially deal damage next to a pillar. I don't think he used it last round, although we joined a little bit late after the activation, so maybe. Kohai definitely could be useful if he marked people, I think, and then there's the Doomies. But yeah, overall, I feel like Akudi... oh no, he does have Yami, though. He does have Yami. Actually, I don't think his pushing is actually that bad now that I remember who's all on his team.
Yeah. It's more about the cards. It's
finesse.
Actually more about the cards.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely all about the cards. Okay. All right. Meanwhile, Akudi is going to go ahead and smite down the minions. As we mentioned, Irvine has decided, hey, I need to defend. Also, more important to note that lane 3 is the left breach as well. I forgot to touch on that before. So therefore, those 3 HP actually do matter more necessarily than the tower in the middle. Whereas if the tower in the middle goes boom, okay, great, minions will flood in from Zambo's side, but it's not an immediate game over. In lane number 3, however, that would trigger left breach. We do see Akuti saying, nope, we're going to kill 2 minions. We're going to bring out Presence. We've seen this card enough today that we by now have that effect beaten into our brains. We're going to predict 2. We're going to stick them back on top. We're probably going to lead with the remaining 1 after we take a look. And Akuti is worth +1 on the control, which is very useful to offset the Doomies.
Isn't it funny that we also added predict true to it? Like, as if it wasn't enough to count 1 more.
I was gonna say, I mean, like, honestly, that contribute 1 extra value alone is probably worth the 2 mana. But I mean, that's the thing. Whenever, because predict, as we mentioned, is a base card, so you don't always have an idea of just how strong the cards will be until the game is actually released, I think, and then you can kind of use that as a baseline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, Presence has been a favorite from day one, all the way back in, I think the first tournament that I joined in 2020 in spring was called like Outsider League, I believe it was called. Yes. I remember seeing that card all over the place. All right, meanwhile, the Doomies are going to march up here. We expected this to happen. I assume that the worship action comes down. There is the worship action, and then presumably the attack action to absorb one of Irvine's minions. Make Doomies also worth 2 to essentially offset the Akuti presence benefit. Yeah, I was going to say, you want to probably stick that pillar way back there. Otherwise, Irvine's just going to pop it and kill off your Doomie's bonus value. Also going to apply the mark onto Akuti. Makes sense. Not really going to provide too many benefits here. We don't have extra minions that we could shoot at her. But nevertheless, put that on there. Perhaps we could see a Dance of Death play coming from Yami. Given that the mark is already there, that would significantly ramp up the damage output there from the Yami. But if not, then nevertheless, just going ahead and fulfilling the terms of the dual worship action. I presume that the last action here should be an attack. We kill off 1 minion somewhere on the board. We could potentially also see a quick shot action. I'm not sure if Zambo is running any quick shots. If he did, that would be awesome because you can absorb both minions. Obviously, we can only count 1 per turn, but that does allow you to have 1 in reserve. However, he is attacking the minion that he's adjacent to, which suggests that there is, in fact, not a quick shot to be had. Alas. That is going to conclude Doomie's turn here for the first activation of round number 2. And so now it is up to Irvine to go. Because again, reminder that even though Invasion and Left Breach are potential win conditions right now for Zambo, Irvine does get priority given that his Left Breach is in lane number 1. So if he overloads lane number 1 and is able to destroy that tower, which only has 4 hit points, there is still the chance that Irvine takes the win before Zambo takes his. Started the activation for Estrida. So very good choice here, in my opinion. Estrida is going to activate, and Kepiax is going to play Whisper of Nupton. So that is going to allow Kepiax to take her worship action there. She's obviously going to shapeshift Estrida, and then, of course, position her illusion out, which at this point, not really going to do a whole lot. Although, actually, if you moved it... Okay, I was going to say, you could potentially move it to a point where... Oh, never mind. Kepiax can only hit enemy heroes with her ultimate, or with her ability. Never mind. I'm thinking of her ultimate. So, okay. So moving the illusion over there, potentially to Zakol, potentially setting up for a little bit of lightning shock onto Zakol if any cards are played there. We do see the down to earth play, though. Again, removing the conditions and mana burning the target. Obviously, this one is going to go on Estrida. Again, great play by Zambo here, preventing Estrida from killing a minion and absorbing a minion. But Estrida then is going to play It Could Work. Okay. This is actually an interesting workaround. So, It Could Work means that we're actually going to be allowed to deal the 2+ flip to a target enemy before the shapeshift has been removed. And so, as a result, although essentially what's going to happen is that Estrida's attack will be fizzled. Estrida I don't think even declared an attack. She only declared a move. And Zakol responded immediately with the down to earth. So what's going to happen here now is the It Could Work is going to allow Estrida to smite the minion down. Now I have to double check to see if this works. It does require Astrida to defeat with an attack action. So therefore, there will not be able to respawn the minion as a result, but still does allow her to kill off one of the minions. Although realistically, if you're going to, well, I guess this was probably just a play because the mana burn would then prevent her from being able to use any mana this turn. So by this way, even though we can't kill a minion and respawn a minion, this does at least allow to move and then attack and shoot out the other minion, which still does provide Irvine with a great tactical advantage in terms of lane pressure. So we're going to go ahead and resolve It Could Work. So a great card here from Smios. So that does do 2 plus the flip. The minion dies. Again, no spawning here. Even though Astrida is shapeshifted, it does specifically require you to defeat the minion via the attack action. So we do see Discovery in the Deep Burn. So this now has 4 damage or 4 mana on Astrida. Does set her up for a possible deserved retribution from Yami, although Yami is on the other side of the map, so significantly unlikely to happen. We do see the Astrida move up now. I assume we're going to attack the other minion and then probably lead with our third action. That seems to be the most logical course of action. There's the attack. And let's see what happens at the end result there. So dead minion there. Again, no absorption. Or I guess conversion. In Astrida's case, absorption is more of Doomy's things. And then we have the lead action from the deck. And again, of course, that was... Oh, no, that was not predicted because the Discovery in the Deeps was the card that was the second part of the prediction from the card that she played. It Could Work. There we go. So that is a blind lead from the deck. But again... all you're looking to as Irvine person to do, all you're looking to do is just stack up your control value and force Zambo to commit his heroes into that lane.
Okay, I have completed my task.
Okay,
It's black and white.
beautiful.
But I need tape now to put it in the mod. So I
Hi,
reached out.
Where's Tape?
I'll go look for him.
Summon Tape. I know you're watching, Tape. I've seen you in here. You cannot hide from us forever. I mean, I guess technically you probably could because you could just log out and run away, but...
Yeah.
Nevertheless, at the end of the round here, so Zambo, I think, taking stock of the situation, deciding who he wants to activate next. Obviously, he still has everyone except Doomies, Yami, Zakol, Kohai, all very good options for activations. No pillars around right now that you could use the Zakol Collapse in order to destroy more minions, but nevertheless could potentially whip out a Dreams of Talit in order to create a pillar, destroy that then with the worship action in order to destroy a minion, follow it up with an attack action as well. Or we could, let's see, what else can we do here? Nope, we're going to activate Yami. Okay. If Yami has fast, this makes things interesting. Otherwise, I think you just stomp on the minion and attack Akuti. And then lead. Oh, okay, we're going for the worship action. So, who is he worshiping? If he's worshiping Haral, there's a chance that we're going to try and charge into lane number 2. Or lane number 1. Yep, okay, we are worshiping Haral, so that's going to teleport Yami over into lane number 2. Now, if there's a fast card, that does enable her to get into lane number 2 with just the move action. Otherwise, we need to do both a move and a skirmish. Okay, so we're going for the skirmish action. So it looks like there's no fast card. And so therefore, as a result... Oh, we're going over this. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Killing off that minion there. That makes perfect sense. We want to try and continue to apply pressure onto Irvine as we go through. There's the flip on that. Dead minion. And then I assume the last action is a move. Or a lead action. You could... Nope, we are going for the move action. Now, the interesting part here is that Yami is going to be on the outskirts in control zone number 3. which does make it a little bit more difficult in order to stay there safely. There could potentially be a slide or not a slide, a shove coming out from someone. Well, no, Haral's the only one with enough mana left, so shove is probably not likely. So Yami should be relatively safe at that point. I don't actually think there's any way for Irvine to kick her out at this point. So we will see what the end result is for this particular round, but Yami should be able to provide some control power there. Haral coming up now. What does Haral do? So Haral, I think, let's see. Haral plays Presence. So Haral is going to potentially stave off the wave in Control Zone 2, I assume, or is going to do something else. I'm not sure what that something else is, but okay, we're just going to sit tight. Fair enough. And then I assume we're going to attack a minion here if we're not moving. Trying to think here. Okay, so we've led from the deck. This is a presence checked lead, so we have that going on. So we are going to attack the minion. Makes sense there. We delete the minion. Dead minion there. 4 damage on that. Now, do you send her all into lane number 3 or into... Now, I don't think you do, because Akuti's leading and Doomies is not. So, therefore, as a result, Akuti should be able to maintain control of lane number 3. What you want for Haral, yes, you want Haral to stay in lane number 2. You need to get that control token off of your Nexus. So I agree with this set of plays here. This makes perfect sense. And now, basically, we have a battle over lane number 1. So, with lane number 1, Zambo does not have any minions left. So, therefore, if he loses Control Zone 1 by 4 or more, Irvine will breach and take the lead for this game. Take the win for the game, excuse me. I guess technically leading and winning, if you are, well, winning is leading is not winning. Guaranteed. Anywho, philosophizing time is over. All right, meanwhile, we got an attack action coming down from the Zakol. Zakol is going to start punching minions out. I agree with this. You need to do some crowd damage there. So there is quick shot in the deck, but just not going to be played just yet there. So, okay. We do see then 1 minion going down. Very nice. 2 actions remain. You could potentially lead here. I think that's what you want to do. Going for the worship action. Very interesting here. I have to remind myself what Zakol's passive ability is. Oh, the pushing effect. Right. Okay. So he's already used his attack, so we don't need to worry about that per se. We do see the lead action as well. That makes sense. Also, very good idea here that, so... Yeah. Haral is about to get yanked. Actually, is he? No, maybe not. Because you have to be within 3 of the pillar in order to yank someone, and everywhere that I would want to pull Haral is not within 3 of that pillar. Kepiax is going to activate. Makes sense. Actually, she's the last one, right? So, of course it makes sense. Aha. So, in this situation here, Kepiax is going to activate. I assume that you put her into lane number 2 here in order to shore up your defenses. You're... well, see, here's the thing. Let me think. Hold on. No! Yeah! No! Okay, here's the thing. Estrida can get pulled into lane number 2. Oh, Irvine, do you not see that? Your Estrida's gonna get yanked. I feel so bad for this. Estrida's gonna get yanked right into lane number 2 from Kohai, who then will just giggle as he skirmishes into range of the control token. Oh, no. You hate to see it. Well, I mean that's the way it crumbles, I guess, because otherwise... Oh, Breath of Life, though, comes out again, spawns the minions. So perhaps Kepiax ends up going... into the dome with her final action. Honestly, I would be perfectly fine here doing that because Kohai could pull her. Oh, wait, what? No, that's I don't. No matter where you position along that line, Herald cannot get pulled away from the control zone. I'm not sure that I agree with this play. Your Astrida is exposed. If Kohai moves back towards the central tower, he's then going to be able to max range yank Astrida. Let's see if he sees the play. Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Never mind then. Okay, so Astrida's fine. I guess he's going for the Terrify option instead here, where he's hoping that Irvine led with a high mana, low modifier card and is hoping to use the Terrify ability to swap that over. And we're going to play Slide. Can you get that fired? Oh, Doomies is playing Slide. Okay. That's fair enough. Oh, okay. This is good. Brilliant. Okay. Now this makes more sense as to what he's doing. He's just going to yank Akuti out of lane number 3. So therefore, as a result, we're going to have a breach. Okay, never mind. I didn't even see this slide. That slide did not even occur to me. Very well done, Zambo. Taking a look at the mana. Yeah, Irvine is completely out of mana. There's absolutely nothing he can do here. And so Doomies is worth 2. And that's his minion. Never mind. Okay, never mind. That's Irvine's minion. Okay. So the tower is going to get chipped, but it's not going to completely destroy it. That was close. Almost was fatal there. Will, however, deal an additional damage, though. Irvine will be down to 2 HP on his breached tower. And things are starting to get a little dicey here. So I think it is time to do math for this particular game here. In lane number 1, we do have Astrida representing Irvine's side, and we have, who's got the lead over here? Looks like Zakol does. Now, Astrida led from the deck, and if I remember correctly, that was after the presence predicted cards had been used, so this should be a blind lead. And, oh, it's only a 1! So that means Astrida we have 5 versus 5. Okay, so Zambo holds steady there. Tie in lane number 1. No advancement of the control token. No damage to the tower. Very, very big. Wait, what? Hold on. 1, 2... Oh, right, because Yami is not... Tinted heroes. Tinted heroes gets me again. My apologies. So in this case, Zambo actually wins 6-5. And so therefore is able to remove a minion and slide that control token back 1. Very, very good defense on his part. Now in the mid lane here, Kohai does have +1. Akuti is marked, so therefore it doesn't matter because she has a +3 either way. Heral does have the +3. That control token should go flying towards Zambo's base. Yep, there we go. So now Irvine does not have to worry as much about the invasion play. He's able to breathe a little bit, and in fact is kind of set up for his own invasion play. So actually very critical defense from Zambo in lane number 1, because had he not won that lane, then Tower Breach would have been potentially on the door there. If Irvine would have won by just 1 over in lane number 1, that would have been a Tower Breach. Meanwhile, over then in lane 3, the Doomies do end up taking the play there. And so, whoop. We are having problems stacking the minis. There we go. Okay. So we have now won more tactician points, and no one in the dome this time, interestingly enough. So overall net result, we have... There we go. Okay. 4-3 in favor of Zambo. So 2 more control points for the victory as well. Very, very tight game. Remember, again, Tactician is first 1 to 6. So theoretically, Irvine will probably be able to win or potentially tie in lane number 1 or in lane number 2. But if Zambo is able to secure 2 places himself without Irvine winning 3, then it could just be game over. And so this match, again, like every other match that we've had in the World Tournament so far, very, very close. And that is one of the things that I think I really have enjoyed about today is, unlike the past tournaments, we've had a couple games in the previous World Championships where it was very much kind of a turn to destruction of some sort, turn to victory condition, and the games were, kind of a one shot, one side over, and so all of a sudden you see and people are eliminated and it goes, you hate to watch someone get steamrolled at such a high level. All of these games, very close back and forth, very, very tightly contested. We absolutely love to see it. The whole it's anybody's game kind of thing, wonderful to experience. So very, very happy so far that we've had a bunch of games where we aren't able to just kick back in our chair and go, yes, the top player or the bottom player is very clearly going to run out the clock and just win. So taking a look now at the setup here, dropping in the minions for Irvine in lane number 1. He does have quite a few minions building up. And so therefore, as a result, does have that strong potential push over in lane number 1, even though Zambo won the previous round, still had enough of a minion swarm that is able to provide a reasonable amount of threat in that first lane. Ooh, and we're going to start the round off. Akuti is going to activate, and she's going to play Discovery in the Deeps, as well as Astrida, using that Bewitch, of course, as we mentioned, to augment their side there. So, Discovery in the Deeps. What cards do we have here? We have Wind Blast, Heral's Ultimate, the Wild's Ride, Chasm, and Wind Blast. So, if I'm taking a look here, I assume that we put Wind Blast and the Ultimate, Chasm, and Wind Blast together like so. Yep, looks like so. So you basically have to choose between getting your Chasm and getting the... Wait. What's the...
Hello, sir.
Hello! What's the... I was going to say, are you not just dividing up Wind Blast and... Yeah, there wasn't really any good division here, so obviously I'm going to take the Herald Ultimate because Herald's Ultimate is wonderful for both damage and control. Usually most of the heroes' ultimates specialize in one or the other, but some of them do both. Herald's being one of theirs, to get him free movement, free damage, and potential push displacement, so absolutely going to take that every time. Now, the only thing is that does open Akuti up potentially to a Divine Retribution again, or excuse me, Deserved Retribution from Yami. I'm not sure that you're going to run that card with Yami being the only one to play it, but if so, Akuti could take a lot of damage. She's at 12 HP. Divine Retribution would deal at least 8 damage, given all of the cards that are on top of her. So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
As you mentioned before, I can only agree that all the games here are pretty tense. You really have to think about every move that you make. For the high level
Every
players
breath you
here.
take?
Yeah. Oh god.
I'll be watching you. We're playing, by the way, in case the stream didn't know, we're playing how many bad puns, 90s and 80s songs can we plug into the stream before everyone leaves?
I can just say quit playing games.
That's in the 2000s. Isn't that one 2000?
Okay, let
That's
the
outside
chat
the time range, man. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. That one actually.
Are you
hold on.
sure?
All right, we're gonna search that one. It's either late 90s or early 2000. It might actually be like 98. Hold on. We're gonna have to find this.
90s is okay, right?
Yeah, that is correct. 90s is okay. Quit playing games is... Oh, it is 96. Okay, nope, that is a good one. Never mind. I'm thinking of a different song then. Nope, you're good.
Yes,
well done.
Clinton. Indeed, RG tried a dad joke. Oh, we did.
Is that a
We
dad
did
joke from Archie?
we did perform several dad jokes. Unfortunately, you seem to have missed them.
I was
So
going to
I
say,
will-
yeah, Clint, where were you, man? We made like
I-
12
wait a
dad jokes
minute.
each.
Wait a minute. I'll just recap my first one for you, just for you, Clinton.
No. I hate this.
What did
Oh,
Yoda...
look, there's a game going on.
I have to do it. What did Yoda say when he saw himself the first time in 4K? HDMI. It hurts, I know. It hurts.
There are no words in the human language that are able to express my disappointment right now. All right, meanwhile, jumping back to the game here, we do see that we have a quick shot play here from Zambo. Not quick shot, excuse me, I shouldn't say that because that's actually a card. We do see that we had a quick run through the plays here from the Doomies. We do see the movement, skirmish, worship actions, as well as a lead action as well from the Doomies. Does have a minion absorbed as well, prepped and ready, so really looking like Zambo wants to commit hard and take out the tower. Meanwhile, of course, again, Astrida did finish her activation. Obviously, we talked about the Bewitched play, the Discovery in the Depths play. Astrida did finish off with a lead from the deck as well. So, again, more lead action, a lot more control play here. We don't really have any kill conditions on this particular map, so I fully understand why we are not going for violence, even if violence is always the correct choice. Understandable why the players are opting not to. Meanwhile, Akuti is going for the lead from her deck as well, so Irvine trying to fend off Zambo's assaults on his towers while doing potentially the same to himself. Although Akuti's illusion was not transferred over, unfortunately not able to do so due to the Akuti being bumped into lane number 2 from the Herald, or excuse me, not the Herald, the Kohai pool from the previous round. So only able to skirmish into lane number 3, lead from the hand, excuse me, lead from the deck, and then attack one minion, which, to be fair, still does a lot to help out. Doomies also led from the deck, so it could come down to a coin toss there, but as long as that tower doesn't breach, as Elton John would say, we're still standing. 1983, I think.
Yeah, okay.
The next player to activate, I assume we activate Yami here and we go on a minion massacre? Because you're in range enough that you can move over one minion, attack another minion, and then lead. Astrida is not damaged enough that you want to consider killing her. But we're going to go for Zakal. Okay, so in this case, Zakal might go for the Pillar Collapse and attack a minion. Actually, between Zakal and Yami, he can completely wipe out all the minions except the one that is right above Yami. Oh, wait a minute. I have to double check something. No, that's right. Collapse requires you to be adjacent to the removed pillar, not anyone within 3.
Yep. So
Never
he's going
mind.
to remove from... what is it? Lane number 3?
3.
On the right?
Yellow is
Okay.
3. Yep. Blue is 1, red is 2 in the center, and 3 is gold.
Okay.
Okay, so does use the collapse ability in lane number 3, which actually makes the breach condition a lot scarier now for Irvine. So going for the attack on the minion deleted, that's 5 damage. That poor minion has been turned into a bloody pulp. Goodbye. I assume the last action will probably be a lead action. I can't see why you'd want to move Zakol anywhere here. And there's the lead, yep. So basically, all Zambo has to do is kind of sit tight and not lose the tower. And Doomies will push in lane 3. And of course, again, remember, Zambo only needs 2 control tokens. So he can potentially move a player move a hero into the dome at the last second. And as long as Irvine isn't able to breach lane 1, just wins as soon as lanes 3 and 4 resolve.
Yes, so many options here. So like
Yes.
invasion, tactician, left breach. Well, you have to be like everywhere on the board at once, which is nearly impossible.
Yes. That's honestly one of the biggest issues with Tactician is once you lose a couple of the early rounds to build up, you think, okay, I've got 6 to go, I'm fine. And then once you get to this pressure point, then all of a sudden it's like I'm being pulled in all the directions and you just don't have the resources to defend everything. It's very much like that old cartoon where you've got the dam starting to break open and leak, and you put your one hand out to stop the leak, and then another one springs, you've got both hands out, and then of course all the hands start appearing through the magic of cartoon editing as the leaks spring, but eventually you just run out of space, the dam explodes, and you get washed away. Meanwhile, Kepiak's going up for the lead action, so destroying the center tower doesn't actually get us anywhere directly. We'll certainly win the control token, of course, which definitely advances towards Tactician, also exposes the Nexus with this level of control value, could potentially result in a breach. But overall, Zambo's positioning seems to be a little bit stronger. All right, we're going for the move action with Yami. This makes sense. We're going to stomp on a minion here. We're not? Oh, okay, there's one right there.
There's one. Yeah.
Yep, I was going to say, I was like, wait a minute, what are we doing? And then there is that minion there. Good. Oh, the +3 on the minion stomp. That minion has been put under the boot and ground into pace. I assume we attack a minion. Potentially we could play quick shot. Remember, Zambo does have quick shots in the deck. That we saw, so potentially there actually could be a triple minion kill here. Dead minion from the attack. I assume also if there's a lead action as well, although Zambo did lead from the deck with Zakol, but maybe saving the quick shots till the end of the round, yeah.
I suppose from deck.
Yep. Leads from the deck, despite having nearly a full hand, by the way. Zambo does have 6 cards to Irvine's 3. But is electing to lead from the deck rather than from the hand in order to save that pressure.
He's at 6 cards in hand. Sorry, 6 hands in card.
He might have 6 hands on his card.
Does he? Is he able to have 6? Okay.
If you have Nelliclin, you probably have 6 hands.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay. I accept that.
Excellent.
So, what I wanted to say is that Zambo has 6 cards in hand and doesn't play lead from hand.
Correct.
2 possible explanations. Could be only valuable ultimates or lower mana cards who doesn't provide him the mana that you need to provide the control that you need at the moment.
Yep.
To defend the lane, so you stick with leading from deck and therefore try to get your chance higher by doing this with 2 heroes. But it's 4 different control points, 4 different control tokens. Tactician is so fast on the board here in round number 3. One decision positioning heroes wrong, let's say, especially if you're facing a Kohai team, you can always expect Kohai in the enemy team to go last, to him to be the second player, if possible, to do things like we saw with Akuti the round before.
Yes. All right, meanwhile, we do see Heral activating there again, going to deal some attack damage there, doing the +3 on the flip. And let's see, moving into lane number 3. Okay. Trying to help reinforce lane number 3 from the potential breach action with the lead as well. Obviously, Akuti was not able to lead she was able to lead. She was not able to double kill the minions, is what I meant to say. So now at this point, Akuti, Heral, both in the lane, both leading and looking to defend against a possible breach. But with one person left, Irvine, I feel like you just slide into the dome and okay, so hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So if I am Zambo, I would move Kohai onto the Heral Illusion, pull Akudi into lane number 2, and then skirmish into the dome. And I'm pretty sure that that wins me the game, one way or the other.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great movement, actually. Yeah, you have.
Although, wait a minute. Right. Well, the only thing is the math on lane number 1, right? Because Zambo is going to lose lane number 2. Kepiak's 4 minions there. That one's pretty much sealed Irvine's position. So if oh wait, no. You just have to not get breached. Irvine only has 3 tactician tokens. Never mind. Yeah, as long as he doesn't get breached, you're not going to get breached with 2 heroes that are leading over there. So yeah, Zambo can just win if he moves on to Heral's Illusion and yanks Akudi, I think.
Okay, Giacomo's asking, like, tactician doesn't seem too fast, right? I'm not that convinced, actually.
I was going to say, I'm going to respectfully disagree. Tactician on this map, way too fast. I know someone pointed out earlier, I feel like Tactician rules changes should be the number of lanes multiplied by 2, because we've mentioned what a slog Tactician is on Ashen Pass, and then also what a blitz it is on this map. So I agree. I know a couple other people have mentioned that as well, and I do believe that Tactician should win twice the number of control tokens as there are lanes in the map. I think that would be much more apt.
Yeah, it's as you said, it's an interesting approach, actually.
Yeah.
Worth a try. Yeah, this is turn 3, but look, there are only control conditions, victory conditions.
Right.
And this is a completely different game than, let's say, a mixed game with with
some
tactician
kill
and some killing objectives. Yeah, I think that might make a difference and gives. Okay, I mean, it's okay. Somehow you need to find a balance between aggressive and control decks. I would agree with that totally. So this is an advantage for control decks, maybe.
Yes.
So that they have at least one big condition they can hang on. Still, I mean, in the end, it's still the players' decisions how to move which hero where and position them and decide which actions to do, right? I mean, we can see some stuff here, actually, and at this high level, with those experienced players, this actually works absolutely in a total control condition with, as we said, with some aggressive objectives. I would say that could be difficult because you even as a control player, you then will have to play different because you somehow need to protect your heroes. Yeah.
Agreed. All right, so Zambo has actually moved Kohai to the back. I'm sure he has a play here, but I feel like he missed a chance to win. Yeah, because you, whoops. Hitting the wrong button there. I feel like he missed the opportunity to win there because Irvine's out of mana, except for Heral. So I don't know how. Well, I guess you could technically have chasmed Kohai away if Irvine is holding a chasm, but okay. Yami is going to quick shot a minion. This makes perfect sense. We're at the end of the round. Everybody's exhausted. Okay, well. No, we're not done yet because we have the Wilds Ride. Yeehaw! So we have the charge down. We're going to move there. Oh, wait a minute. You move them 2 hexes. So that... Oh, yeah. We're just going to kick Doomy straight out of there. Oh, that's huge.
Oh.
That is huge. Okay.
That's
So-
a big difference, right? That's a big
Yeah.
difference.
Wait, what? Why
What's
are we moving them
happening?
back?
Zambo's rethinking and maybe having a reaction. I mean, he did knew that Herald has his ultimate in hand,
Right.
or Irvine Person has Herald's ultimate.
Right. That should... Yeah, I was going to say, that should force you up.
Deal 4 damage to all enemies and push them to the X.
Yeah, so if Herald goes back to that hex that he was in between the Akuti Illusion and Control Token 3, that would kick Doomies far enough away that they don't influence Control Zone 3 anymore. Yeah. Okay.
This is going to happen.
Okay. This is actually interesting because now I think Irvine wins 3 out of 4 Control Tokens.
Oh, and then
I think
this...
he wins...
yeah.
Oh, no. Lane 1 has been melted down, so I think Zambo's actually going to win Lane 1 at this point. It'll come down to the leads.
Oh,
Oh,
quick shot.
Nope, we're just going to Shield Slam.
Is, what?
Oh.
What?
Oh, okay. We're going to Quick Shot and Shield Slam. 2 minions there. Fair enough. Oh, all of a sudden, Kepiax's lead from the deck not looking so solid. Interesting. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's do math. So this is Astrida versus Yami and... Oh! Okay, so that is win by 2.
Okay.
Win by
that's a
1. Oh, no,
point.
win... Wait.
Either
Win by
way,
2
it's
here?
1 point for Irvine Person.
Okay, Kohai leads 3. Oh, but a 3 in the
It's
middle. That's another
invasion.
point for Irvine. Okay. Oh, yeah. Once again, Irvine needed a 3 on the left breach, and that would have been invasion. But unfortunately, it's only by 1. And so
No, but
therefore,
the right
as
lane. Isn't it pushing the right lane a lot? Now that Doomies are out of range.
Oh, true. Oh, good call. So let's see. Akuti is 3, so that's 4. Heral is 5.
Just enough 5.
Oh, that puts it up against the tower, doesn't it?
Yeah, that
And
would be epic.
It
Yeah, if you
doesn't
send
do
it
it with...
straight...
Well,
If he led, he didn't lead.
No, he led. Yeah, no, Akuti's got a 3 on her. And so combined
That
with...
should be game.
Yeah, that should send to the control zone right down the line. And that'll park it next to the tower. And so that would be 2 and 3 invasion.
Nice.
Wow. Once again, Irvine Person looking...
The wizard.
Yeah. Very well. Looking like he had his back against the wall. And then says, surprise, I'm invading you.
A wild ride.
It was a wild ride indeed. Okay, so let's make sure that they resolve this correctly because we don't want to call the game before it's over. But according to the math, that should be invasion because that's 5 hexes down. You can advance it straight down the line since the rules say you must advance it 1 hex at a time. We just go straight down the line. Why are we pinging Doomies? Why are we pinging Belly of the Beast? What's happening? Oh, maybe I guess they're probably just talking about the aftermath. I think that we recognized
Okay.
that Irvine is the winner because Irvine Zambo just randomly flipped the top card over and showed Yami's ultimate. So I expect that they're just having after game discussion.
It's the 2 brothers again.
Run it back! We're going at him again! Oh, that's going to be awful. Oh, no. That's going to be awful how that has to work. Oh, this game is so cruel. Who Who built these brackets?
Yeah, it's I ask Irvine person, and it's invasion. He won by invasion. Nice.
Nice. All right, there we have it. So that is awesome. Again, another game where it's like, okay, looks like they're good, looks like they're good, looks like, oh, wait a minute, they just lost. GG by Tactician? Oh, I guess.
Tactician?
So I guess it doesn't really make a difference because he won lane 1, 2, and 3, so that would give him 3
yes.
control tokens. So I guess it's kind of a
whatever.
pick which one you want to win by because they both would resolve. Oh no, well I guess technically Tactician would resolve first since invasion goes off by the end of the round. So you would have to have done lane 4 before that. So technically it is Tactician. It doesn't really make a difference, but I'm prepared for Tape and Clinton to start screaming, "It makes all the difference in the world for the metadata! How dare you!" Which is
Okay.
valid.
So we don't have the update actually here, but Zambo is eliminated from the tournament. One person advances against his brother Grey Ghost again this tournament.
This is so
Yeah.
cold.
I've updated the brackets.
Oh.
Okay,
Bracket update, nice.
give me a second. BRB. No. Not in my folder.
Oh, mine updated.
Well,
Yes.
I'll send
No,
Zero.
they are. Yeah, I have
Oh,
them.
okay, good. Okay, good deal.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for Born and Anderson Panda, right? So that could be a game.
well, also Smelth and Eric are playing, and they're in turn 3, and it's I
Okay.
don't know who's winning. There is showdown. Capiex against Brilor.
Ouch. Yeah, I'm trying to join the game.
Is Calibra jumping in now?
I think so,
I hope
yeah, because
so.
yeah.
There was a plan.
There was a plan which we immediately set on fire, as we normally do, to be fair.
Yeah, as always.
Yep, but yeah, I think this is probably going to conclude my shift for today. So thank you very much all for joining us. I will be back again tomorrow, of course, for the final games as we crown the Season 3 World Champion, but it has been a pleasure to work with you as always, Zergal, and Giacomo as well, and Calibra, wherever you may be at this point. So I hope that I have faith that you four gents, along with Mateus, will take us through the remainder of the day with great knowledge and plenty more bad puns.
Oh yes, that for sure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure with you as always. RG, have a nice evening.
You as well.
So I'm going to switch over to the game between Smears and Eric. Looking at the game from Smears' point of view. And I hope that the other two casters are going to be here soon to jump right into the action. Okay, I'm going to get a short overview here. Maybe Giacomo, you were in the game, having a look?
Yes. Well, I was looking also at the stream, so I don't really know what's going on exactly.
Multitasking.
Yeah.
So we have KPX, I assume, for Smears and River for Eric as leaders. Okay, then I'm going to try to.
And they are at the end of turn 3. Last activation of turn 3.
Okay.
Wind Blast blowing up 4 minions, I think. Or 2, 3. 3 red minions. I think this might breach the Eric Tower, surprisingly.
Okay.
Like from what I can see, Aral is the last hero activated in the turn 3 by Smelth. It jumped out of the dome through a wind blast, clearing the wave, and that will make a huge difference because it will break Eric Tower, opening up victory condition for Smelth, who wants to remain the world champion, apparently.
Okay,
We have
we have
Calibra and Matthias joining us.
Yes.
now we'll
I'm
just
here.
segue to you guys and have fun with this is now more or less round number 4. We will have more or less another round to come yet, until we have the final matches, so the last match in the lower bracket and the grand final for tomorrow left. So have fun, guys. See you later.
Yeah, thanks for the work today, Zerval.
So let us pick this up from here and see what's going on.
Yeah, okay, so we're coming in kind of later in the game as Giacomo and Zara had just gone over here. And it looks like we are seeing a pretty big chain coming down at the end of activation or at during this final activation of Haral here. With the wind blast into the chasm, into the redirect. Where this redirect is going to land the chasm could be pretty huge.
Ismail's didn't choose yet, right? Or did he?
I think he might still be redirecting the chasm, choosing the location.
All right. No heroes are dead, right? Akrit is a bit low on life, but
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really going to... Like, nothing this turn is going to win this game with the health counts that we're seeing on Kepiax and Brovar here.
yeah, that's
But
true.
this is probably them jockeying for the dome, trying to establish that control. Looking at the point values, Smiaz has to win it this round to keep Skytear Master on the board for the game.
Yeah, and that's what he's trying to do. So I think he chose the hex, the target hex, the one where Freyhel is standing on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna try to push Astrida, like Eric's Astrida, right?
Yeah. Which
Out of the
going into that lane doesn't seem to do anything for them at this point. It looks like Smiaz does currently have the lead in that lane, so he's trying to develop a little bit of a slow push over there. So with that Astrida going out, it will end up in a tie and possibly some lesser advantage going into the later turns. But taking that dome for the turn does keep him a win condition going for the later rounds.
Yeah. And it's a pretty big and important thing to do. I mean, having like going for Skytear Master this turn. Otherwise, it's going to snowball, and things will look better for Eric from now on. So Smells has to take the dome, in my opinion. Right?
Yeah,
That's very
and
important.
knowing Eric's way of deck building, if you're left with the only option being to go for Nexus on turns 4 and 5, I can't imagine many more daunting tasks in Skytear than having to force out a Nexus into a deck of all threes.
Yeah. Well, we are talking here about one of the not one of, like, both they are like, can I say that, one of the best players, right, in the world.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
Like,
even more notably, some of the most premier like control players that we have around as well.
that is true.
Okay, so Astrida is being kept in the dome, thankfully, with that chasm location, and it looks like it doesn't actually end up moving anybody out of influence, but it does keep all of Smiaz's in, far more importantly.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to resolve the lanes now.
Right. But why not? Why not pushing Astrida? That was my question. Why not pushing her outside of the dome?
So Smia's got to redirect the chasm, but Eric still gets to resolve it. So
Oh,
with
sure,
that,
of
Eric
course.
gets to choose to keep Estrida in, and Smia's actually lower on heroes in the dome, and it doesn't look like we're seeing any presences on the board right now, unless one
Yeah.
was clear.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I didn't see Brewvar here. The way I am, the way my camera is positioned, I didn't see Brewvar behind the outsider. So now okay, now it's really happening.
Okay, I see. So
Domination.
that was at the end of at the end of Eric's last activation. Now
Yeah.
Harel is activating, which means Smiaz will get the opportunity to tie the dome. And he does set up to kill that lane 2 and threaten Nexus.
Yes. But either Brewvar or Acrid have spent any mana this turn, so maybe we'll see. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
That-
wow.
You see?
It does come down onto the Kepyaks. I'm not seeing Ekrit's Illusion anywhere on the board, so there will be no immunity. Oh, and also Eric's one with the Ekrit.
Yes.
Wow, that's going to be huge. So, still going to be down a tower, and Smiaz will have a win con up for the next turn. But the Skytear Master coming down will be pretty
More-
hard to fight through when you're also trying to all in on that lane too.
Yes. I mean, Acrid could easily kill lots of minions with Acrid, right? So, and Brewvar he could use Brewvar to prevent the other heroes of attacking. I don't know, the heroes. So it's going to be a very tough fourth turn for both players, I guess. But Eric has a bit of an advantage, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think with the amount of high impact cards that Eric's likely to go into this turn with, where he's drawing 4 cards at the end of this turn, and he's only got to clear through a couple of those minions to get it below that 5 threshold. Eric's only got to win the dome by 1. Smiaz has to win lane 2 by 5.
And that is true. Yes, but it's going to be now. It's going to be very important the order of play, right? So Ismael's plays first. So Eric has again a bit of an advantage to choose what to do as his last move to balance things out, to take some risks and stuff like this.
Mm-hmm. And we notably did already see the Song of the Siren come down. So even with that bit of first player advantage that usually we can see as kind of a plus for the Estrida player, has kind of gone away.
Yes. You know, Skytear, third turn, it's like this, right? Like big things happen, and you have to take care. Oh, look at that! Acrid's ultimate was flipped on a shockwave.
Yeah, it's a big card to see gone. You know, man, that's sequencing with the outsider right there. If we assume Eric's going to end up drawing a card, that could have been a card in hand, a really high impact one.
Yes, probably he would decide the game. He was really close to the deal.
But Kepyaks being that far back out of the lane is going to be helpful. She's going to have to spend at least a move in a skirmish to get into range, or have a fast card in hand. So you can at least count on her to maybe not get to move, worship, and then check for like a better lead or something. I'm not exactly sure what Smiaz is going to be, but removing those actions with the outsider push is going to be helpful.
Yes, and if Kepyaks moves, let's say she moves, skirmishes, and then leads, Acrid could easily push her out of the control token, right?
Yeah,
she's really far
absolutely.
away. You don't want to be there, like at this point of the game.
Also makes her just that much more vulnerable to every single movement effect. Any slides, any chasms, even shoves if Eric is running them on this list. Any of those could stop it.
Yes, and I am coming back now to the streaming. I will take a look at both discard piles and see what I missed and see. Well, I know Smel's deck, and I would look at Eric's deck, but he's shuffling again, so never mind.
Yeah.
I missed the chance. I missed the chance.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It's Eric, right? So control.
You know
and
it's going to be
tricks.
high impact 3s, 2s, everything that can win him a game in these late turns.
Yeah.
Look,
Look.
unshuffling his deck. I think giving
What?
Smiaz a chance to look through it, if I had to guess.
Okay, thank you for that, because I'm gonna do that as well. All right. So you have a Smells card. It could work. I think it worked. That is a nice card. Okay, speak with the spirits, snowblind, and redirect to honor the earlier expansions. Shove, presence. It's amazing, right? Eric plays with the basics. Ice wall, shove, nourish, presence, redirect, and snowblind.
Mhm.
And he can do like lots of stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's
very, very
nothing
nice.
too fancy. It's just every single card that comes down, you're thinking, dang,
It's like
I don't really have the answer.
and wind blast, like, you know, that's something nice with Skytear, right? You have the core box, you have stuff there to play with. You have all the expansions. Okay, you also
Oh,
have
yeah.
some stuff, but there is nothing better than presence and redirect, I guess.
Yeah,
really
I mean, it's
good.
I don't feel like we've seen his decks change that much over the years, where it's just how much more value can you get than a chasm, or how much more value can you get than a presence.
Yeah,
And
but
I
you
know
see,
with him, he tends to run those 3-color lineups where he's trying to hit 3 runes to get access to 3 different colors of high impact cards. So the
Mhm.
kind of double color cards that we've seen in recent years are going to be less consistent. And we know that he's a player that really values those consistently playable hands.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And I would say also like a late game player, kind of, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah. He hates a 1-mana card.
yeah, so the game progresses and he becomes more dangerous with the time.
Yeah.
So it
We
is
see
really
Soul
tough to
Scream
play
coming
against him.
down.
From
Herald.
from Hero. All right.
So he's going to be
Wow.
putting this damage in onto Ekrit and Frail, probably trying to remove Ekrit from the board here, which would be pretty significant. That removes one more potential push, takes one more yellow rune off the table, and we see that Estrita is not very close at all to lane 2. So if he can potentially get a Wind Blast off and the Ekrit push, that would be pretty big for him.
That is true. And with Ekrit like out of the board, like less minions being killed, more room to work, right? So Ekrit is definitely
Yeah.
his first target right now. Let's see what she's going to do to prevent that. And you know what? Of course, we're saying that he plays presence and wind blast, the basic stuff, you know. But speak with spirits is a very nice card, so you can play with Ekrit and heal because you can shapeshift Ekrit with speak to spirits, right? want.
Yes, I believe you can. Yes.
So that's if I'm correct, I'm not sure about this, but if you can shapeshift Ekrit, you can heal her, all sorts of stuff. That's skirmish +2. Chakrams, right? I guess he's going to use the special attack action.
Yeah, he doesn't have the shapeshift on him, so he'd have to get a card out. Also placing himself in a bit of a... There it is, yeah.
And he's confident he will get Ekrit, I guess, because of his positioning, maybe. Not afraid of being pushed. Or maybe he doesn't want to hit the outsider. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he can still... I don't know how much he needs to be worried about hitting the outsider. Like maybe even if he gets that retaliate off, it's unlikely to put him in any dangerous health ranges. I feel like.
Yeah, that is true.
Though then again, there is Freyhel, so it's always on the table.
Yeah, and I think he positioned this way because he wants to get Freyhel and Accurate with the same attack.
Oh, and there we see the Nourish come down onto the Accurate, played by Accurate. So it's going to keep her out of range to get popped by a Lucky 3 or anything. Wow.
What a bad flip.
So that's going to do very little damage here to the two heroes, where we're going to see about 2 land on each of them, and as well as 1 come down on the outsider. And we are going to see him retaliate, I think.
And in this case, you have to attack the one that attacked you, right? The outsider has to attack Hero.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Oh,
because he
look
can
at
see
that.
him.
Look at that.
Disarmed with a cootie. So it looks like maybe Eric chooses not even to go for a retaliation here.
You know,
Or-
Astrid,
No, I think-
Astrid is the new Miyuki, right? Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, so just gets a little bit of chip in on her all. Not too much, but a little damage helps.
Yeah, like a few players play Astrida really taking advantage of her passive, right? It's very rare, at least here, like when I play with the guys in the board game store, like it's very, very rare to see Astrida using her passive the way Smells use, because he does a very nice combo. Astrida's disarm plus freeze, very good anti-aggro strategy.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely. I think if there's anybody who can rival RG's love for Yami, it's Miaz and his love for Astrida.
That is true. And Smells finished his activation with Herald, and now Eric is thinking, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, he's got a couple of opportunities to make a big play here. Heral is positioned kind of riskily at the edge of the control range if Ekrit wants to try and make a move on the attack there. But it looks like almost any position that Ekrit finds herself in will also be one location away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, Astrid is just going to try to get back to the lane, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get in as fast as possible.
Pro skirmish. No minions to kill. Or no, lots of minions to kill, of course.
Yeah.
because-
Oh, and
yeah.
a wind blast. Wow.
Ouch. This is a big hit.
So that's gonna really, really hurt Smiaz's chances at this lane over here if he doesn't have a response. And Astrida being in cover notably stops the redirect from possibly coming down.
Mm-hmm. That's what happens. 4 minions down. Looking bad for Smells, right? Looking bad for him.
Yeah, he's got to try and hold on to that Skytear Master in some kind of way here. Eric has dedicated a hero to that other lane, so he's got a chance to try and at least outnumber him if he can maybe finesse Heral back in with a push effect or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because even as of now, with Astrida presumably hitting a 3 off the top, or even just a 2, there's not going to be any chip on that Nexus.
Yeah.
And after Astrida comes Astrida.
Yes, the doppelganger. You see, I was noticing something interesting. Like both players have 5 cards in their hands, so that shows also a great level of control over the various parameters of the game, right? Because I am an aggro reckless player. On turn 4, I wasn't supposed to be playing, So I have no cards in my hand, or I'm just giving up or something like that. But they're like enduring they're ready for the endurance, right? And look at that counter from Accurate.
Oh wow! Negating that presence is going to be huge.
Oof, yeah.
Whoa!
Nice.
Denies the deny.
Yeah, amazing. Okay. Well, I
That
paid,
notably also stops the heal on Ekret.
but look, my God.
Oh my god.
So
That'll stop the deny.
Eric's brew is pushing Akuti. So what now? What now? There is nothing he can do. All right, looking bad for smells.
Oh, only a 5 stack. Okay.
So accurate counter deny faith resolves, and Astrida's presence is it was cancelled, right? I guess they're about to do
All right.
that.
So I'm seeing this. Okay, yeah. The presence, they're turning it sideways to mark that it was countered. Remind themselves there. So it looks like maybe he pivots and tries to go all in for Nexus with the skirmish action coming down.
Yeah. Interesting. So Astrida attacked, right? That was her move, and then she tried to play presence and then skirmish. I think she's going to the lane. Yeah. There's nothing else you can do to. Well, you could always try to get Skytear Master somehow, right? Try stay there. And...
Yeah. Otherwise, he's gonna need some kind of cards that can push him over the edge in that lane too. Because he's already facing down for control with Astrida if he doesn't have a way to stop her. So I'm not so sure what type of tools he might have for it.
Yeah, and he's leading with Astrida. You see something interesting about Astrida, Tlakali, Akuti, like the real pushers, you know. Well, Yami is a real pusher, but Yami is very special. But as long as you really push the lane and destroy the tower, Astrida, her utility diminishes, right? Because she cannot kill a minion and then spawn another one. So her spawn ability really is like cancelled somehow, unless the other Astrida spawns a minion. But I don't know even if this is possible. Is it possible for Eric to spawn a minion on a lane with no tower?
I'm not sure. And I think he didn't even really have it as an option where he had to get that move skirmish to get in range. So you're left with either you attack and spawn the minion, but the minion that you're attacking was going to die anyways to the wind blast. And by putting a minion up, you're only leaving yourself vulnerable to giving a minion back to the opponent's Astrida. So just taking the lead, which is the guaranteed 3, over that kind of risky +1 that you get from the effects of her worship would be, I think, the better value. And plus, you don't just want one lead in that lane. That's far too high of a risk of potentially losing it. So stacking as many 3s on top of the leads as you can so that they have to respond to every hero is important.
Sure. But I mean, if he could do that play with Eric, with his Astrida, could he spawn a minion?
Yeah,
you can
spawn.
Yeah, he can.
If it's right.
All right. You cannot spawn during the minions phase, but during the heroes phase you could with cards and abilities. All right. I forgot about this rule. So
we changed the. Originally, it wasn't like that, and then it wasn't intuitive, so we just streamlined.
Yeah, that's, you see, I am an old player.
Yeah,
that's why I miss some stuff, but. So I guess Akrit attacked Harrow's illusion. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, it looks like it. But she didn't really have anything else of particular value to attack in range, so I can see it being worth his while.
Yeah, so she moved, attacked the minion, and led from the deck because, well, Eric needs to for some reason, or wants to. Maybe his deck is, or more likely, his deck is designed to be consistent when you lead from the deck with 2 or 3 heroes, or even less. Like full 3 mana cards.
I do wonder if putting out or getting that attack on the Heral illusion, if that's higher value than just getting out Ekrit's illusion. just because that protects her from any potential shenanigans. But with her being only 2 away, it does seem like it would be pretty hard to actually get her out of there, especially with how much mana Smios has spent already.
Yes. And I was thinking about this like a few minutes before coming to this game, that it's nice to see, even though I am a big fan of Kurumu and Talot, it's good to see Nuptin back in the game, like playing nice tricks and getting to be present during the worlds, because it was kind of, at least around here, like when I play in a game store, it was kind of being neglected, and people want to play the green red destroyers,
Mm-hmm.
but
I mean,
Capiax
yeah.
is their destroyer. That's the thing. Now Capiax can do some damage.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a
watching-
couple of red-green players on the cast to look at these, but I love seeing yellow out there just because the games can feel so back and forth and interactive, and you get those big, exciting chains, which I think make for both like a really fun viewing experience, but also give a lot of room for high skill expression in such an important tournament.
That is true. It's elegant. Nothing is very elegant. I like their style as well. And Giacomo, you're about to say something.
Yeah, that speaking of Nuptin, I'm watching the brothers fighting again for the third time now. Grey Ghost
Wow.
and Irvin Person on Embassy Ruins. I don't know if Scaragul is around, if I can change the camera during the stream.
I'm
But,
here if you like to jump into that game.
I don't know if
just-
it's a good time. It's a good time for you guys to take a break from that game, or if something interesting is going on.
I feel like this one might be on the cusp, as
We
we're
can
coming
wait.
down to potentially the final 2 activations of this one.
Oh, we can wait then.
Maybe we wait a bit. It's going fast, and it's very close to an end, unless something really tricky happens.
Yeah, I mean, it is noticeable that Eric hasn't actually won Skytear Master at this point. Like it's very possible that we get another tie in the dome, and Smiaz just happens to lose his Nexus potential as a win con. And yeah, Smiaz ends with Akuti on the edge of the dome, and as well as Haral. Oh, the presence coming down from Frail is going to lock it in, it looks like.
Yeah, that
Haral has
It's
to have
a
something
big
big to
hit.
play.
that's a big hit, because now he's going to be sure he's leading with a 3 in the dome.
Mhm.
Look, that's it. And let's see if Smells can do something about his Astrida and Herald, if they can go back to the dome. Maybe Capiax could play something, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
back
not
to Smells.
sure. Not sure how many cards are even out there that could get him back in there with such little mana. It would have to be some kind of miracle.
Well, turn 4, 2 mana. Yeah. And Capiax is kind of far away, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Smells was also fighting like to have a good lead, right? He led with Akuti and Capiax from the deck.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of this is the nature of those games against Eric, where you kind of get into those later rounds, and he's aiming to kind of choke you out, where you'll hit a point where it's just he has more of those big cards to kind of outplay you with.
And now it's the time of truth, right? Let's see if Smells has something, or Skytear Master will be declared as the victory condition of this game. Eric is winning. Look at that.
Time warp. There we go.
See?
That
We're
is a
talking about
stop.
Smells. We're talking about Smells, guys. And Astrida is leading from the deck, so one more hero, one more lead.
Yep, and there is not enough mana to put down a 3 mana card from Eric, so No shoves, no slides, no nothing.
Yeah.
And
So
he-
we are heading to turn 5, and I guess it would be a good time to take a look at the other game, right? Giacomo, are you around?
Yeah.
Zara, are you there as well?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just waiting for Giacomo to start the stream.
Guitar something.
Okay.
Yeah, so like as I said, this is round 3 for the brothers because they face each other on the last chance qualifier, and then they face each other here during the second game of the Worlds, and now in the bottom bracket the third time. Irvine, so we're on turn 2, just at the beginning of it, and look at this. Like there are 3 shapeshifted heroes on the side of Irvine. Which is kind of incredible. And look how many illusions are down. So things are gonna get wild and really exciting. Irvine is on the front foot, I think. He has 1 point on Skytear Master and 1 point on Outflank 2. On the other end, Grey Ghost has pushed the right breach a bit more. So with this said, that's the big picture overview of it. I don't want to steal the attention from the main game, which is exciting, and I want to see how it ends. I'll just go to the Bonne and the Panda game now to just have a look, and maybe I can report from that too.
Alrighty, sounds
All
great,
right.
Giacomo. So wow, what a
Yes.
crazy coincidence
Nice.
that those two just keep finding each other in every bracket.
Yes. It's amazing. It's like Killian Philly of Skytear or Anakin and Obi-Wan. You name a couple.
yeah.
The question
Good
now is
stuff.
who has the high ground.
Mhm.
Yes. Well, we will see now. We will see soon.
And so returning here, we did see all the lanes resolve, where it looks like Smiaz got no progress on his lane. He did actually lose a minion and then got to spawn 2 back, while Eric was able to fully push up to the tower in lane 1, and the dome was a tie at the end of it all. So Eric coming into the turn with a little bit of a card advantage. He's coming in with 6 cards to Smiaz's 4, and he has the win condition on the table of Skytear Master, while Smiaz is looking for either his Showdown or his Nexus Destruction.
Yeah, so Matthijs, if you would have to guess who's going to win this game now, who would you put your money on?
I still got to imagine it's an uphill fight for Smiaz here, just with the card advantage in
Mhm.
Eric's favor here. And Skytear Master, to me, it's a lot easier to pile those heroes in the dome than it is going to be to pile them into lane 2. So even though Smiaz could, in theory, pile into lane 2 and resolve it first, you can see right now, like, Haral is not that close to the lane, Akuti's not that close to the lane. He'd have to really put in the effort to get in there. And Smiaz now knowing that he doesn't win on tiebreakers here with Skytear Master points on the board. He would have to either secure a kill on Ekrit to try and force something, or just go all in. It's a really, really tough decision, and that very first activation is going to set the tone.
I totally agree with you, and I share your opinion. If Smells kills a hero and secures the dome, I think he has a chance to win, but that will not be easy, right?
Yeah, that's his way to get in through tiebreakers, where he would have the tower damage and the hero kill.
Yes.
But there's so much defensive power coming out of Eric, and with 4 cards in hand, we don't know if those 4 cards are things like Soul Screams, where maybe he can pump out the damage, or if there are other possibly lower impact cards or low damage cards, because Ekrit having that 1 armor and the Kepiak's illusion not being anywhere on the board means that it's going to be hard to actually chip her out, but he's going for it.
Yes, like if Akuti is attacking a hero, it means it's very important to take that hero down, right? Because that's not Akuti's job. She's trying to start something there. Amazing. Amazing.
He does get the +1, so that's going to be a decent little bit of chip onto Ek right here.
Yes, 2 to her. Akuti's done.
And that
Let's see
does
what
kind of continue this wall on that lane 2 here.
Yes, the outsider and the hero. Yeah, well, that's the chess bit of Skytear that I love. Like, positioning is so important, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to think forward. Like, you have to think ahead. Like a turn ahead at least. And
Yeah, and
try to
especially-
foresee what's going to happen. Sorry?
Yeah. Or especially in these types of matches where it's like you both really, really need to try and block them and stay on the edge. But you know that being on that edge is what makes you vulnerable to the chasms and the shoves and the slides.
Yes.
And the time warps. All of those are kind of meaning that you want to play and not play that edge at the same time. It's a really, really fun balancing act to watch.
True. And a Brewer is kind of in a bad spot there because he cannot actually do something meaningful. He could block Kepiax or Astrida, and even if he does that, they both can just move and lead. You know, like attack, Brewer, move, and lead.
Mm-hmm.
And if Astrida moves 1 hex up, she's going to block Freyhel from getting there and Brewer from getting there, and things start to be difficult for Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, it's incredible. So Bonne and Panda just finished. Panda won with Tactician on the 3 lane, but it's incredible. Like Bonne was totally winning Tactician, but Panda pulled off incredible turn 3 with 2 sudden destruction, 1 wind blast, 1 chasm against the
What?
poor Bonne. The poor Bonne had like a flip deck. So despite the
Oh,
flip
no.
deck, it could arrive
Wow.
to turn 3, almost win Tactician. But of course, it was outplayed by all these 3 mana cards. 2 sudden destruction is incredible. So he won all the 4 controls.
Oh my god.
And
Wow.
flipped the game on its head.
Wow. So actually, it was 1 distraction and then a sudden distraction because you don't expect a second one coming. Right?
Yeah.
It's
Come on.
absolutely brutal.
Brutal, yeah.
Well, congrats, Panda. Panda is our chance to win the World Cup this year, so I'm rooting for him.
He's the Brazilian hope left in the bracket, huh?
Yes, for all Brazilians, I would say. I will advertise for the whole country that we won the World Cup in 2022.
Yeah, you just don't have to specify what world championship that is.
If we win the cup, it's enough. National holidays and stuff. So go Panda.
Mia's coming in with his Astrida here, having to declare the attack due to Brovar. I mean, the damage on this Brovar here is not really going to be super important. We're likely going to see Astrida move in. So, yep, declaring the move and likely coming down after with the lead.
Yes, and Freya won. At this
Is
point,
occupying a spot.
yeah, Freya is alone there. But also Harold cannot come in.
Mhm.
Tricky.
I mean, Harold can go the long way around here. Just go around the outsider.
Around the outsider.
But it will take a move and a skirmish.
Yeah. I guess if Harold manages to kill Ekrit, Smells will have to go for Nexus. Eric's Astrida didn't play yet. She wasn't activated. She will probably lead from deck or lead from hands if he can.
Mhm.
So
I mean,
the
the
game
ones
is
whose
open.
cards in hand are right. Like it's skirmish. Get more damage. Oof, not the flip you wanted to see.
Yeah.
But hunting for that little bit of damage to try and maybe get the tiebreakers in his favor.
Smells would need a +2, right? So does he have a +2 in this deck? Well, maybe a +3 in Ultimate, of course, but
Yeah,
the chances are low. Chances were low.
I think his his way to get it at this point has to be getting Kepiak's illusion down, and then those 4 cards in hand must be some way to get it.
Yeah.
Every cast could get him a little bit closer, but at least one of them would have to be doing damage, like a Nightmares Incarnate or something.
Yeah, so you think that Kepiax might move up and worship and then start firing and then lead, maybe?
It's possible, but the hard part is that Strida herself can't contribute to the projected hero damage.
Oh, that's true.
So at most you can get 3 pings off Kepiax, assuming they're all 3s. But if you got 4 pings off of your yellow heroes plus a Nightmares Incarnate, that would just barely squeak Ekrit over the line.
One of the dangers of Kepiax is this, like, even after Kepiax activated, the illusion's on the board, but then it's the end of the turn. If there's any mana left, you can deal damage with that that mana. And if you have Skytear Discharge, Mind Palace, Psychic Shield, Psychic Vampirism, Biding Time, for God's sake, you can do lots of damage, right?
Yeah. Every single card. And he can also get a 5th card to potentially play here if he does go that Kepiax route, because when he worships to get that illusion out, he'll get the Shapeshift off.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of actions. We'll see what he does. Eric here deciding on who to play with. He's going to go with the Ekrit, possibly get her into a safer position.
Okay, minions off the board.
Get some insurance.
Leads. Okay. Eric is applying some pressure there.
Mm-hmm.
Putting some pressure.
Is his first lead in that lane.
Yes. Strida's not leading. She didn't activate yet, so.
And chooses to worship rather than moving her deeper into the lane. So he will get that Ekrit illusion going, and keep himself a little bit safer from any movement effects. But otherwise, she's keeping planted.
Well, we know that Ekrit's ultimate was flipped before, but then Eric reshuffled his deck, and now we have no idea if he has the ultimate in his hand. So it's
that's a scary prospect.
Possibility. So he can push Smells the street away. Oof, that would be tough for Smells. Herald and Kepiax activating. Okay, let's go around.
Yeah, gonna have to take the long way here.
Yes. I guess it's a wild guess, but Skirmish, Whisper of Nupton, pew pew pew, everywhere. Because Smells Astrida brings Whisper of Nupton. I played with Smell earlier today. We practiced a bit, and I saw it coming. That's my guess. But I don't know about the Smells discard pile. Let me take a look. 26 cards.
Oh,
Okay,
the present's coming out. Okay, so this could potentially get him the little bit of influence that he needs to try and push this in for the mixes. But so far, we'll just do some quick counting here. With this presence, and probably a good lead because he's stacking the card. Stacking 2 cards. We're going to see that. So he's moved. He's going to skirmish in. And then we're probably going to see his final count here looking like 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the presence 5, plus 2 minions 7, plus the lead, which will put him at 10. Eric is currently only presenting 5 control to the lane with his Ekrit and his Astrida. So he has to find a way to either force a hero out or force another hero in.
Yes. Well, I think Smells is going to try to, as you said, force Eric to move for hell to try to protect the lane. At the same time, he's planning to kill Ekrit, right? Because that would be a nice combo. And the Kepiax
chooses to worship. So he's going to have that card on top. Oh, he's not going to be able to use it. But he did choose to leave them both there.
And he's worshiping Herald.
Herald.
Yes, Shapeshifting Herald.
So he's gonna have the big chakrams, I guess, to go off with.
Yes, maybe, but he's going to flip 1 or 2 cards with Herald, so because he needs to flip 1 good card,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then to lead from the hand. That would be wise.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
he stacked both cards with presence, and Harold doesn't have his illusion out, so he could attack and then get that second card, or as a lead, or he could just lead and then get the attack with the other card.
Yeah, but the question is for me: is it a bluff or some sort of trick?
Yeah, that is possible.
Okay, look.
Yeah, you got to go for the
that's the
Keplex
bluff.
illusion.
Yeah. And I just checked. Ismails has 2 Whisper of Nuptins in his discard pile, so it's very unlikely he has a third one on his hand. But of course, he could have. But I don't think so.
Okay, so we see Eric taking his Estrita, moving her in. So this will clear a path for Freyhel to get into the lane if she pleases.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looks like,
Bewitch.
wow, Bewitch.
Tough.
So that takes that previous 10-5 and flips it here to a 9-6, which means Smiaz has
And
to.
another one.
Wow.
Come on, Eric.
That's
this
brutal.
is mean. It's mean. It's just mean, you know.
Smiaz now would have to win this lane by 7 to take it down, which means I'm guessing he's got to go all in on killing that Ek right here.
Yes, you have to move. You have to go inside the bush, right, to block Freyhel, and you must kill Ekrit. There's no other way Smells can win this game, as far as I can perceive. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Eric's mean.
Yeah, those two Bewitches are brutal.
Really mean. Yeah. Well, Astrida, mother of minions, she's doing what she's supposed to do. But in a very dirty way, I would say. Two Bewitches. Yeah. Come on. Who would expect that?
Heral activation coming down for Smiaz here. He's contemplating what his potential options are.
Yeah. You know, Matthijs, there's a solution for that. It's called Umbrella Rights, but none of you are playing Talat, so I'm sorry for that, guys. I'm sorry.
I know, it's such a bummer, right?
Yeah, because Umbrella Rights can either turn a game or just like finish one real quick, like. And I have been playing with a deck where I use Trample and Umbrella Rights. So if I don't manage to trample the guy, I play Umbrella on turn 1. It's really powerful. Like it's like push.
You know, I think the last time Unburial ended a game for me was I think me seeing it off of my Zakol flip. Might have been the last time it ended a game for me. I don't think it ended in my favor.
Yes. But of course, if you have Unburial in your deck and Zakol, you know what's going to happen. It's like Murphy's Law. It's Murphy's Law.
Those two Unburial are definitely going to be glued on there every time I worship. It's inevitable.
Okay, so Hero is going to do his stuff. Feels confident. Okay, space
moves
for
right up onto him.
Maybe the ultimate now?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe
the attack plus the ultimate would be a kill.
And then, look, I told you.
Ooh.
I knew it.
Wow.
I knew it.
Crazy set of draws for Eric.
What does it mean?
So she means she can't be targeted.
She cannot. Wow. That's. Yes, I always forget about this part of the ultimate. It's even better than the push 2. Oof, it's like a.
It does so much.
personal ice wall. You know, like I have my own ice wall here.
Yeah. It's such a versatile ultimate.
And you know, I said that about Akrit's ultimate because it would have been very dangerous for Smells to expect that Eric wouldn't have Akrit's ultimate in his hand, right? So okay, he flipped the ultimate. It's
Yeah.
fine. No. Reshuffling the deck. Things are back sometimes.
Yeah, and that's also going to push Estrida out of the lane if it goes
Yes.
through. I mean, just what huge value out of that. It's shutting off the tiebreakers. It's shutting off any sniff of the Nexus destruction. Wow.
I should play the lottery today because I'm calling lots of plays and they are just happening, you know. After the game, I'm going to play the lottery. I'm going to bet because I'm on fire today. So, what do you think Smith's going to? He has to answer somehow, right? He has to do something.
Yeah, he must have something in his hand that he's contemplating on here. I mean, this is the time to play it. It might just be down to how he can sequence this.
But the good thing about Akrit's ultimate is that you cannot counter it. You can kill Akrit's illusion and prevent the push, but not the first part. Yes, I was thinking because you need to. It's very hard to escape from this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, looks like it fully resolves.
Escape.
Wow.
Yeah.
God, that's so dangerous.
And I think it's GG, right? It's
He must have something that he's sitting on that can maybe make it happen. I do wonder if that means so it looks like when Smiaz declared that attack, he opted not to do the alternative attack. Probably worrying about some kind of condition removal. Which I mean, wow, what a difference of decision right there. Where maybe if he chooses not to go for, he can't even skirmish on her. She can't be targeted.
that is true. You have to skirmish no target. I believe he's going to try to reposition Herald.
Yeah, just to get a little bit of a block, I guess.
Look at that. It would have been GG. That's why he positioned the cards in such a way that he would flip for Akrit and she would be finished. Ooh, Smells. I bet he's feeling very sad right now.
Yeah, on the other hand, he's no stranger to making a loser's bracket run. We did see him go down there to Eric, or no, not to Eric, sorry, just to me out of the loser's bracket.
Yeah, you were there.
But he's made that run before. I don't think he necessarily fears playing on Embassy Ruins down there.
No, for sure. But it's a blow. It's a blow. It's like, oof, so close. And kudos to Eric, right? Like playing like very steady game or series of games.
Yeah, I mean, it always feels like a showcase when you're watching him put on one of these games where it's like, wow, that's the potential that you can get with those control decks in Skytear.
Yes, very solid. Like 2 Bewitches.
Those things I always fear to see in a bracket. It's if I know I'm running into Eric, and you're like me, we're usually coming in and kind of we want to win on that second turn there. It's always feeling like a race where it's like if I can't beat Eric by turn 2, the moment turn 3 comes around and his whole deck is online, I'm just fearing it.
Yes, I have the same feeling when I play against him, and every like push deck, like, and that was my philosophy for quite some time. Now Skytear is a bit different than it was before, like in the first season. But yes, if you win before turn 3, like, if you play aggro, that's what I used to think. If you play aggro, you have to win before turn 3 because you have so much advantage with the 1-mana cards. And I think that's it, right? Let's see if somebody's playing.
Yeah, I mean, none of the heroes on the edge for Smiaz here, so he's not. Oh, hey, that's a good card.
All right.
Wild ride coming down.
Big surprise. The one.
So this will potentially push Brovar out of the dome. But he doesn't have his own hero in the dome here.
That is true. But he has to move her within the AoE, right?
Yeah, so he can choose the spot next to the
Ah,
outs. Oh, to
the
kill
minions.
the minions.
Okay. Oh, no. Eric, Ekrit cannot be pushed. That's for sure.
Yes. Also, I guess I don't think he can kill both minions because he's already standing on the hex he would have to stand on for that.
Maybe he can. Oh, look at that. Oh no, Skytear
Looks like
Master.
they're calling it on Skytear Master.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. So he stacked 2+3s off of that presence. Would have been really, really high value turn right there.
Yes, but
So we do see Eric slowly get it. He chokes it out at the very end of it.
but look at this ultimate. Deal 4 damage to all adjacent enemies and push them 2 hexes. So I think
Just
he would be closer to the victory here.
Yeah, he was just a little bit short of getting that kill on Ekrit here.
But Astrida was leading with a 3 in the end. Eric's Astrida was leading with a 3.
Yeah, needing to get both that kill and the dome tie after Astrida's double witch was a tall task, and he got pretty dang close. I mean,
Yes.
it might have been a very different game if we see him declare that alternative attack action rather than that targeting. But I mean, that's just sometimes you see those decisions in Skytear where you're having to bet, is he going to have an untargetable one of in his deck or some kind of condition removal to remove it? And I probably bet on him not having the untargetable too.
Yeah, but I empathize with Ismails because he couldn't see the ultimate coming. Eric had just flipped the ultimate like a few plays before, like few moves before. So,
and that was for his draw too. So that was like a 2 in 30 chance or something, or 2 in 30 chance that he had to see it is just crazy.
Yes, and yes, of course, Eric counted on he was like in a sense, like I quote 1,000 times, he was lucky, but it's not about luck. Like he counted on the chance that happened, so it's part of the game, right? It's part of the game.
He knows that he builds this deck so that if he gets to these late rounds, every single draw is going to hit. He knows every single one is going to help him get that win condition versus a lot of other decks where in the late rounds, if you see something like the Psychic Shield or the Freeze, it's not going to do something in these later rounds. But for Eric, he knows every single card he needs in these late games has to do something good to win.
Yes, and we also don't know what they have in their hands now, right? Because Smell is holding, Eric's holding 2 cards, and Smell is holding 2 cards. So they might have some other surprises that we didn't see because it wasn't necessary to be played. But next game, maybe next game.
What a good game!
See. So now Smells has to recover from this strike, and Eric moves to the finals, or no, moves to the next round, I guess, right? I'm kind of lost here.
Yeah, I can help you. So
please.
Eric is the first of the 2 finalists here, and Smears is going to move down a loser from game number 9, and he's going to wait for the winners after the games here from Anason Panda versus Game Slayer and Irvine Person versus Grey Ghost. The winners are going to play each other, and the winner of that game is going to play Smears. And this is going to be the Embassy Ruins final for tomorrow. And afterwards, right after that, we are going to have the grand final. So we are having Eric as our first participant of the grand final.
And Smia's
Amazing.
securing his spot going into day 2 again in the same position, it sounds like. So we've seen him do it before, and I'll be excited to see how he progresses tomorrow.
And I really like this new structure. I like the old structure as well, but the brackets, like the lower brackets, and then you go up a bit, but you still have to fight for the chance to be in the finals. And then if you win, like this last round, so it's really like you play the 2-lane map where things are normal, like they are known, they are the usual map, but then if you lose, you play the Embassy Ruin, so everything is ruining. You have to escape from the imminent destruction. It's I like the lore of it. I like the flavor of it.
Mm-hmm. And I
Will
think
you guys join me on the next table, Game Slayer versus Anderson Panda?
Sure. I will leave the Smells game and Eric's game, and I'll be there really soon. Just a second.
Yep, I'm hopping into it now.
Okay. We are going to watch the game via Game Slayer's point of view. This is still round number 1, so I think we didn't lose too much on as information. And yeah, I'm curious who's going to advance there, and then we are going to have another game after that between the winner of this match and the other lower bracket Embassy Ruins match.
Sounds right. So over here we have Anderson Panda, our Brazilian representative, and then Game Slayer, our UK representative, I think. The lone one that we really typically see around, and one of the most dominant aggro players in Skytear. If Eric is kind of the preeminent control specialist, then Game Slayer is the preeminent aggro and kind of mid-rangey specialist, where he's really pioneered kind of this very aggressive damage-focused style with both kind of switching between the Yami Taxi and then these big explosive Nelliclin or Yami Dance of Death type turrets. Taking a look at the game state here, we've got our victory conditions on the board of Double Kill, Invasion, and the Tamer, with it looking like we're seeing Anderson kind of playing a bit towards lane 1 here with that. Doomy's having the charge, and the lead from deck means that he's potentially winning that lane. In lane 2, we've got Nelliclin coming in with the sole lead in that lane, it looks like right now, unless we get a contest from Kenwi. Oh no, Akudio is also contesting that lane as well. And then in lane 3, where it looks like some Yami Taxi action has taken place, Ishitosk is the sole pusher in that lane. But looks like Kenwi is coming into contest. So she moves and skirmishes, and she's going to throw down a lead from hand. So both players putting down 3 cards out of their hands this turn. And I think we might be getting in right on time to resolve lanes. So in lane 1 here, we're seeing Doomies only flip a 2 off the deck. So even with that charge, it's just going to be a tie lane there, which is a significant little bit of card advantage that we're not going to see going Game Slayer's way. And we're seeing the 2 more minions come down for them and resolve lane 2. So here, Akudi notably does not have a lead. It's Nelliclin's lead from deck where he just flips a 1. But hey, that's tower damage, and that's a card. And he's going to get that pushed up just a little bit and keep that tower out of range of his own middle lane there. And then coming down to lane 3, we noticed that they did have a minion still alive here for Anderson. So even with and wow, the lead from hand from Gameslayer being a 2, going for the little bit of a bluff there. He actually is going to get the lane pushed all the way out of tower range for himself. So there's two leads being a little bit small for Gameslayer here are going to mean a good amount loss for him.
Okay, I have to take a look at the board and see what's going on. But the board looks good, right? The map's a bit darker than before.
Yeah, the lights coming down definitely make it a bit easier to read. So we just saw the lanes resolve here. Mm-hmm. There was a couple of pretty low leads coming out of Gameslayer, where he only hit a 2 off a lead from the deck in lane 1, meaning he only tied it, and then he bluffed and led from hand with a 2 on Ishitask, which resulted in him losing the lane by a little bit. So he's coming into this turn still equal on cards thanks to a win in lane 1 or in the middle lane, but he is going to be fighting back against 2 towers in his side lanes pushed up.
Yeah, tough.
Which rough situation with invasion on the board.
You know, these worlds will be known in the future as Gameslayer versus the world, right? Because like I think he's the only Taulat player, like the only one playing Taulat like Dumi's Nelakland.
I think he's at least the last one left.
The last one, all right.
But he was kind of the pioneer, or one of the pioneers behind this more aggressive red-green style. So it's really fun to see him sticking with it. I mean, we saw him come out with it in the very first World Championship, where he built that super strong Ashen Pass focused red-green deck. Was all in on getting those lower bracket wins and kills. And him still showing up 2 years later, still rocking the red-green. He's coming for my heart here. Though he's a little bit on the back foot now. And double kill being his only kind of killing objective on the board might be a little bit tough.
Yes, I played him on that Worlds. And second round Ashen Pass, I was destroyed. And I remembered he lost the first game and then he crawled his way back to the top, right? That was very, very nice to see.
And he knew going into it. He was very vocal about the fact that deck was for Ashen Pass. He was like, if I go down, I can take it.
Yeah.
Until he found himself in the finals thinking, oh, wait a minute. This is on 2 lane again.
This is not Ashen Pass. Ouch. Yeah, but nice strategy.
Yeah, and getting some damage in on a Kuti here. So he's going to start working towards that double kill while trying to fend off invasion. I don't know about you, but Nupton might be my least favorite class to play into with double kill. They're so hard to actually get that secure.
Yeah. And I think it's the second game maybe in this tournament that Gameslayer has double kill on the table, but for some reason it's not so easy to pull it off. So
yeah. It's
double kill is not easy to pull off in any way, right?
Yeah, it's not easy to pull off in any game, but when you're looking down redirects and time warps and shoves and chasms and all the tricks that a Nupton player will have at their disposal, it gets just that much harder. Not to mention Kenwi.
Yes, Kenwi is. I won't say it. I will let RG say it.
Yeah, he can scream it on his own in the background.
Well, what I think about Kenwi, if you know how to play her, she's wonderful. She's amazing. If you know how to play with her, like okay. If you don't pick her. Like You really need to study positioning and know the tricks you have in your hand, under your sleeve, to be able to really, how can I say it, to get the maximum efficiency from her, right?
Oh yeah, I think those Nupton heroes have always kind of had a little bit of a. There's a level of skill that you almost have to try and acquire through just putting the reps in, to really use them to their fullest. Um, I think it's not a surprise that we're seeing a couple of players who have really, really shown that expertise with them go decently far in this tournament. Xmiaz has always been someone who's gone back to the Yellow Heroes and kind of experimented with them, or Gregos, who's the most loyal kind of Yellow specialist over the years.
That's true.
Also kind of pushing it further alongside his brother.
Yeah, but Panda plays Nupton since, like, I remember when Panda came to Skytear, and he played with a few archetypes, but then he found out Nupton, and then he was like practicing playing with Nupton since the very beginning, So I would say like Panda is also a specialist in his own way,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's such a cool class to watch played well. And if anything, it's a little bit fair, right? Where it's after the last Worlds, where I remember coming in and having a really, really good time as a red-green specialist myself, seeing those red-green heroes come in right before Worlds. The Nupton players are kind of getting their side of the cake at this point.
Yes, they deserve it. It was a long wait. But time is not an issue for Nuptons, right? They can warp and bend.
Oh yeah.
Time, so they knew this would happen. That's the thing. They were just waiting. They can see the future, or at least Shafati can.
And so we're seeing Shafati kind of lean a little bit harder into that lane over there. So it looks like we're going to see a decent threat of invasion this coming turn, especially with Yami kind of dedicating herself to damage on that round, on that activation. Staying in the middle lane, that's one less control point. Of course, ignoring the potential for Ishita's shenanigans.
True.
Which on this lane, the Ishita's positioning skills are going to be so important. You can already see with Game Slayer's 2 pillars that he has out there. He can place that Yami in any lane, any dome that he pleases.
Yeah, that is true. Well, I think Game Slayer is the creator of Isha Yami, like Yami Taxi, right? So
if he's not the progenitor, he was definitely one of the first and one of the loudest proponents for it.
That's true.
If I do remember right, that was something he broke out at that very first World Championship.
Sorry, go for it. Sorry.
No, that was all. I don't know if it's necessarily correct, but I think I remember that being one of his kind of grand innovations for that tournament.
You know what I really remember? I played a game with Ricardo the day before the Worlds, because I think last year we had like a warming up kind of tournament for the Worlds. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Or the first Worlds. I think it was I don't remember right now. But anyway, I played with Ricardo. I was playing Yami and Ishatosk, and I haven't seen the Yami Taxi possibility, right? And then I was playing with Ricardo, and then Ricardo told me, "Do you know what Game Slayer found out? Take a look at this." And then he showed me the Yami Taxi thing, and I was like, "Whoa, nice!" And then the first game on Worlds, I did it against Apples. I don't really know how to pronounce his name, and he was also like, "Whoa, what is this move?" So it is really good.
I mean, yeah, I remember that first time where it was shown to me, and I felt like I was getting abused having all my minions taken away from me. And now it's just like standard fare, where it's like, oh, if you're playing red green, you gotta at least consider it. Also, Nelliclin pumping a lot of damage there into Akudi, putting her down at 2. She's in kind of a prime double kill position here. But no other heroes are even close. So we're gonna see if he manages to find a way to either get somebody close, or if he's just gonna leave that Akudi hanging around there till maybe next round and just have to defend off evasion.
And you know what? I believe Game Slayer is confident that Doomies will hold the lane, right? His right lane. Otherwise, it's a dangerous game.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I mean, he has that ability, like you're talking about, to equalize the hero advantage.
Mhm.
And also he is kind of. I mean, he's behind in minions, but if he has just like a shield slam or a quick shot, he can kind of tip that a little bit in his favor here. And he does have at least a little bit of room to play, as Anderson has to win it by 2 to take that lane and take the invasion.
Yeah, but look, if let's see the activations that we had so far. Well, Shafati has activated, so it's not possible. But the weak spot is that if Akrit kills the pillar, like destroys the pillar as the last
Mhm.
activation, things become very very difficult for Game Slayer. But Shafati activated already. Akrit will possibly or probably worship, attack, and lead, right? So
Yeah, most likely. She could even worship attack to take out the pillar, and then put down a lead if she has another means of killing the minion there.
that is true. But I doubt Game Slayer didn't bring any Dreams of Talud to this match, right? He
Oh,
must
yeah.
have at least one of these shenanigans in his hand.
And so we're seeing Akuti move her illusion all the way up, take out a pillar, a pretty notable one as it takes off a Yami Taxi option. And he'll get to get that kill on the minion and keep Akuti in a little bit of a safer spot across the white line.
Yes.
Wow, big flip seeing the Ekra ulti gone there. Minion is very dead.
And with that, well, Panda's still winning the lane, right? With 3.
Yeah. He now secures it. Even if the minion dies, he's guaranteed his invasion proc there.
Yeah, so I would say Kenui and Ishatosk are going to equalize or try to hold that lane. And maybe Game Slayer is pushing hard the middle, which is also good, right? To push hard the middle lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's helpful if he can survive the round. It's going to be pretty big, and it does take a potential invasion target off the map for a little while.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but Embassy Ruins. If you blink, a lane is pushed or the nexus is exposed, right? So.
Oh yeah, it's so easy to forget how short the lanes are on this map.
Yeah. So. Nalakling's leading from the deck.
Mm-hmm. And we have not seen those go well for Game Slayer this round.
Yes. So the Game Slayer has 1, 2, 3, 4 plus something, and Panda has 1 minion on the middle, the middle lane, the lane in the middle.
Yeah, and that minion is by far the most vulnerable one to a Yami Taxi here.
Oh, that is true. Ishatosk can simply move, worship, and place both Ishatosk and Yami on lane on the left lane. Actually, it's not left lane. Let me check. It's lane number 1. 2. Okay, from left to right. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Yeah, and I can see Game Slayer making that decision that he just has to pile them all into. He just has to pile them all into that lane 1 over there, just to avoid the invasion proc, and maybe just sacrifice lane 3, knowing that if it comes down to it, he'll have the lane advantage.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, Ishatosk has to activate first, because Ishatosk would move, worship, and maybe skirmish to be... Look, if Ishatosk moves and then worships, he can stop like close to below Doomies, right? And then skirmish to be like close to Shafati and Akrit next turn to give them both slow. That would be a good play. Maybe. and maybe Yami could contest the dome, right?
We do see.
I don't know.
Yes.
This is tricky. That's why embassy is tricky. 4 heroes, 4 places to control. Difficult.
Not sure what we're seeing activate now. Saw Eckert just lost a couple of HP, I think. Or no, she's sitting at 16.
I think Akuti finished her activation. That's what happened.
Ah, gotcha. So we'll see if Gameslayer decides to pull the trigger on this Ishitas move now, or if he wants to keep delaying it and move with Doomies first. But he is the first turn player, so he won't get that kind of extra impactful last activation Ishitas here.
Yes, and no cards were played by both players, so all mana. The mana is free, right?
Yeah, kind of surprising, honestly.
Yes.
That we're 4 activations in and not seen anything yet. I mean, the
Or-
Nupton player tends to have more reactive cards, so maybe if nothing's been played, then they don't have to play anything.
Mhm.
Guys, just for you to know, for the stream to know, in the background, the game between one person and Grey Ghost found an end, and Grey Ghost is victorious. So whoever wins this game is going to face Grey Ghost.
Okay,
All
nice.
right.
Congrats, Grey Ghost.
He's putting together quite a run here for himself in that loser's bracket. Okay, so it does look like Doomies is activating. He's going to declare an attack on one of these minions, load it up. Oh, but we see the first card come down, and it's a redirect played by Shafathi. So that's going to try and deny a little bit of that Doomies action. Put that attack onto Ekrit.
Yeah, let's see. Well, I just read in the chat that the deck lists are closed and we should be careful about what we reveal. And I revealed a lot talking about smells earlier, but his Whisper of Nupton were in the discard pile, so I think it was not a spoiler. So if I did something wrong, I'm sorry, guys. It was innocent. But yes, this year the lists are closed, and what makes the game more difficult, I guess. The game's more difficult. So I guess Game Slayer is thinking now. Okay, a lead. Lead from the deck. Interesting. Yes, I'm just answering.
Okay, so now we're going to see Ekrit come down. She's got an opportunity to kill this minion here, which I think we're likely going to see. Yep, starts off declaring that attack on the minion. And then...
Yeah. Worship. And Matthias, did you see what Doomies do? It was a lead, a worship for sure, but no attacks.
So he did declare the attack targeting the minion and got redirected to the Ekrit.
Okay. So now accurate straightforward, like attack, worship, and lead.
I mean, it's funny how you have all these little moving parts in Skytear, and yet a lot of times that really is all it comes down to. It's just those fundamental basic actions. Especially on maps like this, where you're just so stretched for your action economy with how wide the map is.
I remember that Ricardo Neri played against Julio, the first Brazilian national champion. They played a game to celebrate Julio's winning and Julio's victory. And then Ricardo did basic stuff like move, attack, lead, and he won the game like this. And then he said something like this, like, if you are in doubt, the best thing you can do is just move, attack, and lead. Move, attack, a minion, and lead. It's good enough, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many games I come in where I pick a hero thinking that I've got some grand plan for him, and then Zakol just move, attack, leads every time. Never pushes, never pops a pillar. That's all he does, and the game still ends just okay.
It's solid, right? Shaders does that as well. Like,
Oh yeah, or it's just the
move,
threat.
attack, and worship. That's it. That's Shadris. He's just there, and it works most of the time.
And so we're seeing GameSlayer here having to consider, or no, not GameSlayer. Sorry, Anderson here having to consider his next activation. I think.
No, I think it's time for GameSlayer to activate.
Yeah, it is time for the toss because gonna have to dedicate to a lane here.
Yes, because Panda Anderson is he has for sure 7 on lane number 1, 7 control points, right?
I think so. He's got the 3 plus the lead from hand. I would actually say that GameSlayer is a little bit in danger if he abandons that center lane. There's a chance that it can swing back with that lead from deck on Nelliclin. All it would take is a Bewitch and a nice lead to possibly swing it, and God forbid a Time Warp comes out of a Cootie.
Oh my god. And then like a triple invasion, right? That would that would be massive. Let's see what happens. But my guess, I think the safe play here would be Ishatos going to the right lane, to lane number 3, attack a minion. funny enough, move, attack, and lead. That would be the best move for Ishatos right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think if he move, attacks, and leads into lane 3, so he's still down a minion, but he's up a lead. I don't know that he can actually stave off invasion that way, because in lane 1, he's already in lane 1. He's losing right now 4 to presumably 7. So that lane is threatened for invasion. Lane 2 he has for now, but even with a move, attack, lead on the other lane, he'd still be down by 1.
You're right. I got confused. Like, Panda has 3 minions on lane number 3, right? The 3 Nupton minions.
Yeah.
Panda's
in a very strong position here.
Yes. Ishatas has to choose wisely now. Maybe Yami's going to the, or maybe he could taxi. He could taxi Nelliclin, right? He could taxi Nelliclin with a lead, but then you have the risk of being pushed in the middle. Looking tough for GameSlayer now. Looking tough. But you know what? I don't know what they're capable of now, but the flux was not flipped yet.
Mm-hmm.
So, where are you, Sinkhole? It would be so easy. You know?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Red Green recently, I'm not so sure what a big flux impact play would be, other than maybe a chasm from Nelliclin. But there's no heroes that are really in range to be impacted by it.
Well, you know what? With Nelliclin, I would say Torn Banners and a Triple Vendetta would do the job, you know? Why not?
I mean, yeah.
They always do the job. My deck now, it's like a Thornburner's Vendetta one hit. Ah, you saw it. Like we played. we
Yeah,
played.
we played it in the LCQ.
It's fun. It's fun. It works
I
50% of the
love.
time, but it's fun.
I love the big Nellicon combo decks.
Yeah, Nellicon is really good.
Yeah, I mean, if we're thinking in traditional card game archetypes, that might be the one that's a little bit lacking in this tournament right now. There's nobody running the jank.
Yes, come on. Like, where are the killers? Well, some peace to Olanta, right? Just like life growing,
Yeah.
minions being born. Peace
After
to
so
Olanta.
many years of
Bloodshed.
bloodbaths.
Yes. Maybe next season.
Yeah, I think also notably, we just haven't seen a lot of the more straightforward kill objectives, at least in the games that I've gotten to watch here. I've seen a few double kills, a few obstinacies, but
Mhm.
none of like your more straightforward things like an onslaught or a
Yes.
bloodlust or something.
Yes, Tamer, which is I consider to be a hybrid victory condition. It's a bit of control, a bit of aggro. Of course,
Yeah,
to score the Tamer, you have to kill, but it involves okay, on whom? Doom from Doomies. That's appropriate.
just kind of preemptively shutting down any counters here, I guess.
Yeah, so
Let's
he
see
might
who
do
he's
no.
putting that onto Ekrid, I think. Yeah. I think this is a smart play. If he plans to load up that lane and kind of jam it up, shutting down any potential interaction now is going to be important.
Yeah, maybe he's afraid of shove. And Akrit responds with
Oh, so
Whisper
she
of-
doesn't. So that was her doom, her mana burn card off the top.
okay. Sorry about that.
So she does still have 1 mana to play with, but that does, like you said, take off things like shove or some of the more kind of annoying cards there. Oh, Vorhild's Oath.
Amazing.
Interesting. So this potentially gets an attack for Doomies and lets him load it up, but it takes off the perfect little Yami Taxi spot.
Yeah. And no pillars around to
To
keep
load.
that minion.
So he does have the one pillar that's 3 away in the middle
that's
there.
true. That's true.
So he'll load it up.
Okay.
Which that swings this lane to be 5 to 1, 2, 3. 5 to 6, so that saves it from invasion. He's only losing by 1 now.
If Doomies is leading with the 3, right?
Yeah, so it's big if. We have yet to see a lead from deck show a 3 from Gameslayer.
And now Ishatosk does what I thought she would do. But still, looking dangerous for Gameslayer, right?
Absolutely is.
No Yami Taxi this turn. Come on, Gameslayer. Show us your signature move.
I mean, there's even possibilities that Kenway finds herself over to that lane. This is an interesting position here. He's managed to save himself in lane 1. So if Anderson has a pivot point that he can make here, he still has 3 cards in hand. So we'll see what he has to play with.
Imagine Kenui plays now Time Glitch and runs there.
Yeah.
She could.
I mean, thankfully, with Ishitosk like this, Kenway has to stick around in that lane 3 to try and continue to threaten it, or else he gives up a big swing back to Gameslayer. Possibly, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Gameslayer to his 2. So he's not in threat of getting that one pushed all the way up to his own tower, thankfully. Man, it would be such a switch if he managed to flip it back and Gameslayer is the one threatening invasion now. But Gameslayer might be able to secure a push to round 3.
Yeah. And to threat the lane number 2, the lane in the middle, a bit. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to destroy the tower unless Nelacling's leading with the 3, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. 6-1. Not even. Not 7-1, and then yes. So if Nelakling is leading with a 3, next turn, Panda will be in trouble, right? Oh, look.
Yeah. But it looks like Panda is going to get at least some tower damage off in this lane here. So he's not going to get the invasion win, but he is going to get the pressure, which might be just as important.
Yes.
Oh, Doomy's hit a 1. Oh no. That might be
So-
it.
6-1. Let's see.
That pushes it all the way up to the tower.
Yeah. 3 for Kenoi.
I think that is it. That's invasion.
That's game, right?
Wow, those leads from deck. He finally gets the 3 on the lead from deck, and it's on the wrong hero.
Wow. Congrats, Panda, for winning this game.
Yeah, he keeps going forward.
Slayer
And
playing hard.
Dowlett's out of the tournament.
Wow. Wow, what a game. Well, blind leads.
Yeah. And I mean, we know Game Slayer has kind of built a lot of those very flip-focused decks, and you can see it kind of bite him here.
Yes, and you see the irony? Nelakling was leading with a blind 3, and Doomies was leading with a blind 1. Come on, this is not fair. Where are you, Taulot and Kurumu, to help your faithful soldiers, right?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, again, great showing out of Game Slayer is kind of taking the sole pilot to get this deck this far into the tournament. I mean, I know you and me are always excited to see those colors on the board, so I'm excited to have seen what he had done. But I'm also excited to see Anderson kind of moving on as one of the, I don't want to say a newer face to the scene, but at least a newer face to me to the scene. And it's always fun to see our Brazilian representatives doing well.
Yes, and Panda plays a very classic, like combination of heroes like Shafati, Fati, for God's sake, and Kenui, for God's sake.
It's like he doesn't even know that they got new heroes.
Panda, there are expansions you can buy. They will help you, but I think he doesn't care. That's why I said he's a specialist in his own way. Like he plays with these heroes like since he was like since the beginning, since he started playing Skytear, and he decided to really practice with these ones. And I really, how can I say, I respect that, when the player has this, I think it's in English, is to hone some ability, right? I really respect that.
I mean, I've always loved kind of seeing the specialists in kind of our competitive scene, where it's sometimes it's like they really love certain heroes or certain colors or certain strategies. And I think it's really telling that coming into this world, you can see in these later rounds, you've got Game Slayer, who's been the Yami Taxi kind of pioneer, running that into this list. You've got Grey Ghost running his yellow list. You've got Panda running his yellow list, as kind of all of these different specialists showing up and kind of flexing their unique niche that they've honed and practiced after all these years.
Yes, it's beautiful. Well, I personally believe that a game, above all, like apart from the fun, the competition and the winning, like I want to win part of it, it's a form of expression, right? So
Absolutely.
And it's kind of a form of art, the way you express yourself through a game. So it's beautiful to see. I'm very happy, and these words in particular, it's very special. Like lots of the Nupting comeback is beautiful to see. The closed lists makes the games really hard and tight, and to see like the players like expressing themselves and sticking to their like original archetypes, like Yami Taxi, Smells and the Street, Eric, and lots of 3 rune cards. It's very beautiful to see. So where are we supposed to be now? What's going on? Please help us.
I think we're heading over to Regos.
Putting the more or less actual brackets here. So
okay.
Anderson Panda is going to face Grey Ghost. and that's the match the last match for today, actually. Because after that, whoever wins this upcoming match is going to face Smios, and that's, let's say, the final match from Embassy Ruins, which is going to be the first match tomorrow evening. The upcoming match is the last match that we are going to put in.
So I guess
we're gonna see those two.
specialists.
See which one actually pulls it off and brings it to the final losers finals against Smios.
Yeah,
Nice.
It's, the losers finals, let's say, tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening, Central European time at 8 p.m. And I think for you EST should be around 2 p.m. if I remember correctly.
Yes, 2 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. 2 p.m. for EST and 8 p.m. something like that for Central European.
And 6 p.m. for me. So I'm going to sleep after this game.
Yeah. Nice. I'm just going to wait for the players to prepare for the next match.
Yeah. Look, I'm really impressed with this the Herald's illustration. It's so nice. Like he's gathering some magic power on his hands. And the Nexus behind him, or some kind of portal. I love it.
Yeah, I like the brushstrokes kind of look to it. I don't know. It's not a look I feel like we get to see in a lot of the cards recently. Maybe I'm just not looking close enough. It's rare that we get to see them so big.
Yeah, it's really nice, right? And I don't know what could be this illustration for, like. Because it's not on a card that was released so far, right? Maybe Skytear Horde, maybe New Expand. I don't know. I don't want to spoil anything, especially because I don't know about anything. So, but I love this illustration. Really good. Maybe Herald played Recall and just came back close to the Nexus, right? Looks like Recall's illustration. So, gonna leave the TTS room.
Yeah, I'm going to head over. I think Grey Ghost has a game open yet, and then we might just join there. Okay, GameStar is writing in the chat. Like ban invasion from Embassy Ruins. Interesting.
Okay.
It's definitely the hardest of them, I think. I think of all the like if every map kind of has one or two objectives where it's like, ooh, that really skews the game. Kind of like old Hunting for Power used to. Invasion's probably that card on Embassy Ruins.
And of course, as an aggro player, you don't like invasion. It's like self-explanatory. You don't like it.
Yeah, and I think on that map, it's especially taxing where you have to spend so many actions on movement. It can be really, really hard to fight through. And I think that's where Yellow has such a strong play on that map. With having all of their fasts and various tricks and movement abilities, they can kind of cheat the action system better than something like Red-Green, where you have to play a lot more honest about all of your movement.
Agreed.
Of course, they also have Ishitask.
Yes,
so
like
they're not without any advantages.
You play with Yami and Ishitask, you shouldn't be complaining about mobility, right? But he's not complaining about mobility. He's talking about the victory condition itself. And well, I think Embassy is a tricky map. You know, the characteristics are like fast, tricky. If you blink, you die. So who knows?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
Invasion.
And I think it's also just we haven't had as many reps on this map with it coming out this year, so it's taken a while to kind of learn exactly where the optimizations come, especially with this kind of resurgence of Nupton. Even the reps against that deck are just a little bit lower right now.
Mhm.
Not too indifferent from the red green explosion at last year's Worlds.
True. Yes, I like very much the way Skytear is evolving. I mean, like the rules were updated and some cards were adjusted. Like Doomies was a very nice adjustment, right? Rampant Hatred and the rule like Nelaclan could teleport anywhere with Rampant Hatred before, right? So there was an update. So the updates are really like really contributing to the balance and to the fun. Actually, that's the reason I like the updates. They contribute to the fun, right?
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, I can miss Sinkhole as much as I want, but I won't lie that I think that's a lot more games end satisfactory. Like, I can't even count the amount of times where I think a game has ended on a sinkhole or a double sinkhole, and it can leave a bit of a sour taste. So it's nice to have a little bit of balance to it.
Yes. Sinkhole was powerful and a bit frustrating. Not as frustrating as the Grapple and Twist Allegiance. That was like, the community saw it like early on, right? That okay, this card is super strong and sometimes not fun to play against, and the developers they listen to us, right? So the cards were banned, and now the game is moving to a place that it's just fun. It's just fun. Like I'm gonna tell you, I don't miss Sinkhole. I didn't even use Sinkhole because +0, come on. I don't like +0s. But
I can't say I can't say I have that same opinion, but it's definitely healthy with it gone. The only thing is I'm
Yes.
struggling to find what my 3 is, what to replace it with, what 3s to go with now.
Come on, Mud Flood is always an option, right?
Hey, I've put 1 or 2 in there before.
But look,
So I think
Quicksand, Flood, a Grasp of Graphite or Graffiti, I don't know how to say it.
Mhm.
Mud Flood, and it's like move one, you move everybody, right? You move people around as well.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
with the new changes to the conditions coming up and the kind of stacking slows, I mean, I'm most excited to finally put together that Quicksand, Mud Flood, Grasp of Granite build and see just how much you can stop people in their tracks.
Yes, and that is a especially good combo for Embassy Ruins. Like if people cannot move, it doesn't matter how big the map is, So
Yeah, yeah. And Quicksand being able to be played from so far away, you can slow a hero from 5 hexes away.
yes.
It'll be a really, really fun opportunity to see where you could have somebody so far away set up the Quicksand to then respond to it with the Grasp or something.
Yes, and the Quicksand area of effect and the ability to target like 3 hexes away from you. It's the power card with the bigger reach, I would say,
Mhm.
because even with Sinkhole, you had to target a hex within 2, right, or something like that.
Yeah, the furthest Sinkhole would ever reach was a hero 4 hexes away. Quicksand gets you that 1 extra hex to maybe slow them down.
It's especially good on Embassy Ruins and
Mhm.
on 3 lane as well, the classic 3 lane, if I can say like this. But yeah. Well,
So now we're
I
just waiting on Panda to get into this one, and he's just loading in now. So hopefully we'll have this next game underway soon.
And I am happy to see that Kumaya joins the party. Like I haven't noticed, but Grey Ghost plays Kumaya. Okay. She's the pyromancer, right? So
Yeah,
He wants to
kind
burn
of the
stuff.
kind of the wild card hero in that list. I honestly have very little idea why he would have her in the list here, but I do not question Grey Ghost's decisions when it comes to this red-yellow or to this yellow deck building. He has some of the most experience with it out of any player in this game.
And you see, I think I played against him on the last chance qualifier, and he played Kumaya, and I was destroyed. So he knows what he's doing with her. It's
Real
nice to
life
see
in the game now.
Nice. All right, so Panda brings his classic lineup: Akuti, Akrit, Kenui, Shafathi, Setheru, and Shadrus. So nice to see Shadrus and Kumaya in the same game.
Mhm.
And Grey Ghost brings Akuti, Shafathi, Setheru, Hero, Kepiax, and Kumaya. Very interesting lineup.
Getting Skytear Master, Hunting for Power, and Obstinate.
Ooh.
An interesting set of victory conditions here. We might be seeing a little bit of a dome brawl. I don't know if either of these outsiders are particularly easy to kill. None of them having kind of the unmoving aspect. And Kepiax's little pings or a lot of the little incremental damage is not going to be super helpful for this.
Mhm.
So we do have the coin flip going off, and it is tails. I don't know who was calling it, but it's looking like we're just waiting for them to finish their setup. I think they're coloring their heroes.
And I just want to answer Eric on the chat. How long has Anderson Panda been playing in Brazil? A year and a half, I guess. I'm not sure. He has won any of half his tournaments before the Brazilian Championship. I guess so. Or maybe he got really, really far on those tournaments, and he won the nationals. He's the this year's Brazilian national champion. So Panda is evolving really fast. Like his game is really evolving fast. That's it.
And so we see the results of the coin flip has Anderson Panda going first, and it looks like the terror is coming into the game. I don't know who chose that. I can honestly see Grey Ghost taking the terror if he had the option. Just kind of looking at these victory conditions where if they're a little bit more kill focused or something, he might not want this silent for some reason. Or he's staring down a decent bit of armor between Shadrus and Akuti, where the silent loses a good bit of value.
Mhm.
And so the draft begins with Akuti coming out, this begins with Shafathi coming out for Panda, and with Akuti and Shafathi coming out for Grey Ghost.
Yes, and Panda responds with Kenui. RG must be like
Somewhere
Very-
writhing.
yes, shouting at someone at this point somewhere.
And the
And
Ekrit
then
does come in. Mm-hmm. Which Ekrit's very impactful in these more dome-focused Embassy Ruin games, with every position being on the edge of the dome. But also, just the Ekrit versus Ekrit matchup can mean that they're fully canceling each other out.
That's true. But Grey Ghost.
Oh, Grey Ghost doesn't take Ekrit,
didn't bring
actually.
Yes.
Interesting. So he's instead opting to take the double mages, plus Akuti and Herald, it looks like.
Yes, but Panda also comes with the double mages.
Mhm.
Setheru Shafati.
So I guess
Okay.
I'm assuming this is both of their more aggressive packages coming through with those mages on the board. And I think the Ekrit and Herald both have kind of unique opportunities around a dome fight, where Herald has more chances to get kind of those multi-hits off, while Ekrit has more chances to get those really impactful pushes off.
Yes. for sure. I would say that having accurate on the team gives you a bit of an advantage here. Like, I don't know what cards Grigos is playing, but dangerous. Accurate looks dangerous, so let's see what happens. But also, um, Panda moves first, right? So
Yes.
you cannot like let accurate move as a last hero to be activated to be able to push or to do something very strategic. So it's going to be an interesting game for sure.
Yeah, and if we do see this game get bloody, going first right here could be a little bit difficult with potentially having one of his heroes exposed to the first hit of damage. We do see Grey Ghost actually mulliganing a Psychic Shield here. So opting to save himself a little bit of damage, maybe. I don't know if maybe I don't know what his hand's looking like, but I know at least personally, I'm always a little bit tentative about getting rid of those Psychic Shields into yellow, especially with the double mages.
Yes, if I see Cethero on the other team, I think twice before mulligan a Psychic Shield. But he knows what he's doing. That's the thing. They're grown-ups. They're playing the worlds. Know what they're doing, right?
Yeah, and so we see Shafathi coming out as the first activation here for Panda, doing a very, I guess, typical opening. He's going to start with Shafathi's Worship, start with a skirmish, get those predicts going, and he's going to start exerting some influence on that center lane.
I'm just telling the people to remove the tokens they would not use, so
Gotcha.
it'll be cleaner for us to
And
follow the HP.
just so that everybody watching is aware, the blue lane is our lane 1, the center lane is our lane 2, and the yellow lane is our lane 3.
Easy.
So it's going left to right from our viewer's perspective.
So Akuti will activate after Shafathi. Maybe Dome Worship and I don't know.
So she does have that kind of ability to get the double lane minion kill here, which is pretty strong. So it'll slow down a bit of Shafathi's push and also get that influence rolling on lane 3 over there.
Yeah, Akuti really shines on Embassy Ruins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like to
She
be able to do
almost
that.
always get that double influence off. Oh, but she misses the hit on the center lane. Wow.
Okay.
Again, always runs the risk, right? And yellow runs a few more of those -1s than I think your typical deck does.
Yeah, but it's a low blow, right? Akuti's sad. Akuti's very sad now.
Yeah. The important part is that she got that other the lane that she's occupying there, so it kind of forces either Cethero to respond in that lane or to just sack it and give it up.
Yes, and we can see here like two very good openings for both players. Like Akuti positioning her illusion to grant that +1 armor to Cethero and Shafathi in the middle, but also Shafathi positioning his illusion on a bush to grant the skirmish predict combo for 2 of Panda's heroes, right? So a very good opening for both players, but Akuti did like not a very nice job on killing the second minion, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think those the types of Shafathi's prediction use that we've seen a couple of the Nupton specialists really key in on over the years has always been one of those things that kind of eludes me, where it's like, I don't think I really fully understand why they're doing it all the time, but dang if it doesn't seem impactful.
Yeah.
And so we do
And
see
now-
Cethero leading from the top, but that is not the one he predicted. The one he predicted was the card that he ended up using to kill the minion. So that is a true blind lead.
Yes, but he's not moving into a bush. The Grey Ghost Cethero could easily move and attack and start like firing up.
Yeah,
So-
like a move attack lead there. Gets him the lane and the damage.
Yeah. And maybe that's what he's going to do. Let's take a look. Sethar is
Yeah.
activating. Okay. So far, so good. That's
Yep,
it.
getting right in there.
Attack.
Starting on that damage.
Maybe Panda
we
has
could
some tricks.
We could also see a skirmish here to try and get him into the dome.
Interesting.
Just with these two dome objectives, and we have yet to see anybody actually enter in there. Oh, the Shatter
Okay.
Mine coming down as well.
Going all in. Going all in.
And
Psychic
this
shield.
is gonna hurt.
Yes. Okay. Panda takes it. Panda takes it. And Sethar Half-Life.
And he does opt to lead, so he's trying to secure that lane 3 here. So yeah, notably, if he does manage to key in and get this kill on Cytheru, that will put him in a pretty strong position for obstinacy going into round 3.
Yeah. Well, that's that's true. That is true. Unfortunately, on Embassy Ruins, not so easy to pull it off, right? Because you can
you're so
respawn
spread
your
out.
hero far away.
Mm-hmm.
But with Shafathi, like moving, like all around with his ability. What is it called again? Let me check. I don't remember. It's the time overlap. I like this time overlap ability. So yes, with Whisper of Nuptin, time overlap, Shafathi can easily get closer to his Cytheru to be able to, I don't know, maybe on turn 3, like a Soul Scream attack, and things get dangerous, right?
Yeah, he's got that kind of mobility, and that's not even including all the potential for fast and whatnot that these heroes have, or Cytheru illusion, providing them that extra range to reach out with their ability cards.
Yeah. Nuptin is pretty strong, right? Like the illusions, this archetype with like lots of reactions and fast and managing like bending time and stuff like this. I love the lore. And I love the mechanics. But I love more killing them. So that's why I play red green.
Yeah. There's nothing more satisfying than staring down some of those mages with a Vorhild and just going off with a billion pillars.
Or maybe a Kimu 7++ 2 times to finish Cytheru off. Like,
oh, it doesn't even have to be finishing him off. You can get him from full.
yeah, that is true. Can just kill him with one blow. Okay, Kenoi moves. Ooh.
Okay, so this might get her illusion down as a little bit of protection.
Mhm.
Yeah, so this will make Cytheru a good bit harder to kill.
Yes, and the outsider is coming, right? So now they have to start thinking about it, like the outsider. But look, Ekrit. Ekrit is positioned in a way that she cannot hit Cytheru. Well, maybe she can play fast and worship and start doing some damage. But Kenui moves and then she skirmishes and then leads. And now it's time for Grey Ghost Shafatis to activate. Let's see what happens.
It does get his illusion out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna get his skirmish. Yeah, so he gets the skirmish and the swap, and I think probably predicting and maybe getting a lead off here.
Yes. Leading from the deck. Okay. Well, Shafathi doing his job Like Akudi couldn't, but Shathati could. I guess this is a tree. Maybe it's a something else. Now Panda has to make a choice.
Yeah,
He has to
he's gonna
choose
dedicate.
with X.
And it's a little bit risky to get that Ekrit over into that dome. It will leave him open to some damage over the next couple of turns. But I can't imagine giving up the dome this turn is going to help him at all. Just that amount of damage that would come out would be way too much.
Yes. Devastating. And look, Kenui, look at this. Kenui moved, skirmished, and led. So I'm guessing Panda has Whisper of Nuptin
Yeah,
on his hand. Right?
And
Look,
he's also-
imagine. Sorry, go for it.
I was going to say he's also threatening a little bit of a time warp play here with the Flux, with that
Mhm.
Shafathi and Cythera positioning. So if he dedicates this third hero into the dome, Gregos has to know if he goes for the tie here, he's at risk of losing it anyways.
Yes. And I was guessing Akrit would move to the center, worship, and kill a minion and 2 illusions at once, but no, she didn't do
Oh
that.
yeah, that would have been a lot of value.
But
So
okay.
not the
Hitting
best
Shafat.
flip, but it does get some damage.
And if Kenui is leading from the top, yes, Kenui Akrit is going to lead from hand.
Yeah, so that Kanui lead was not predicted. I think he chose to discard that top card when he skirmished in there. So we're seeing the consequences of that now.
Sure. And you see, Nuptin, Masters of Illusion, right? So no cards. So, well, Cetheru played Shattered Mind on Cetheru, right? Grigos, Cetheru played Shattered Mind. But no dirty tricks so far, right? I think we'll see some tricks like in the after the last activation.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if this goes kind of like the Smiaz game, where they're both sitting on these cards as long as they can, and then they just kind of have to hit a point where they explode into one big stack.
Ooh,
So
but
everybody's
look at that!
reacting to the reactions. Wow.
Look at that!
Okay.
This means tower destroyed. This means Nexus turn 2 is a reality, right? Unless Akrit does something to move back to the lane. But if Herald moves, leads, and worships,
I mean, this is
classic.
what you were talking about earlier, that move, attack, lead.
Effective, especially effective on Embassy Ruins if you're the second player.
And it was a risky move for Panda to kind of abandon that lane, knowing that it's in the tower range.
Yes.
But he has to put this outsider to work if he's willing to give it up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Grey Ghost was sneaky. Let me wait. Whoa, they are resolving. So no.
Wow,
Okay,
that's the tower.
Yeah, that it was worth it. It was worth it. The ultimate.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big value for Gregos here. Because not only is he getting the cards, but he's getting extended pressure out of this. That next round, it's going to be really hard for Panda to dedicate resources into that lane.
Especially because Panda's heroes are the other way. They are far away from lane number 1. So, ouch, was a big hit. Nice to see the 2 Nuptin specialists, 2 of the Nuptin specialists, fighting for the chance in this last round.
Yeah, I think it's noteworthy that they both came in with pretty different lists. They had a couple of overlapping hero in the mages and Akudi, but otherwise they were looking at kind of a very different set of the other three, where you can look at Grey Ghosts and see the Kumaya and kind of wonder about what aggressive takes that might lead to. And then the Shadris is kind of the opposite side of that coin for Panda, where it's like he might have a more defensive plan for that.
Yeah. I wonder if Grey Ghost thought like, I am good with 5 heroes, and I would choose Kumaya just for fun. Or Kumaya
just as a threat.
Or Kumaya is taking like 3 recalls and 3 safeguards in her deck just for fun.
I mean, especially in like this closed list format, I know if I'm looking down at Kumaya in the draft, I'm thinking, what could he have been planning that made him pick that? Like, there's something scary that I don't understand.
But you know what? Like,
3 ultimates as the lead. That's Grey Ghost is I mean, he's got himself well positioned for turn 2, so those 3 ultimates might not matter that much.
But we know what's not going to happen on turn 3, right? Like Grey Ghost is low on ultimate, so he has a Setheru's ultimate still like as a possibility, but that's all. And Kenui's ultimate was flipped as a lead for Setheru. But it's Kenui's ultimate. It's like it's a party. People dance, and it's okay. Like, well, I'm kidding, but it's especially good on Embassy Ruins if you think, because you can go anywhere. Yeah.
And so we're seeing the Terror resolve for Panda here, opting to not position it for the Frenzy on his own Setheru. Instead, he's taking the full value of the slow here, where he's getting the disarm, the damage on the Setheru, and then he's going to get the double slow. And those double slows will really, really help him with stopping Grey Ghost from all-inning on Nexus this turn.
Yes. Very interesting. Yeah, we know it, right? Like, we are approaching the finals, so the games are supposed to be tricky and surprising, so nothing is decided. Let's see how the game progresses.
Yeah, both players coming into this next round with full hands of 7.
Yeah, also nice. Now turn 2, right? The outsider activated already, right? So turn 2, can I move I'm just moving the control, the turn token. Their brains are loaded. Let's make it easy for them. Anderson has to discard, yes. And now turn 2.
And Anderson sitting on a flux here going into turn 3. He has the potential to put out some really big cards that could hit him for it.
Yes, I remember the last game we saw Kenui attacking and playing Soul Scream on her first activation, right? So Grey Ghost Setheru is right there, like close to Kenui, ready for the reaping. Can I say that? Ready for the killing.
It's going to be interesting. And Anderson, with this first activation, will have to show his hand a little bit. He actually was up 1 extra card. I think he had forgotten to draw his card for the outsider. So he discards a time glitch to go down to his hand of 7, which I think is pretty interesting. Maybe indicating that he's not too worried about lane 1, or he's already got enough means to get there.
Yes. Ekrit being one of those possibilities, right? Like move, worship, and then like slam 2 minions there.
Yeah, that could really alleviate a lot of pressure. And then all you have to do is get another hero in there to lead, which Shafati will have no trouble doing.
True. Like worship, skirmish, or maybe just moving, skirmishing, and then leading.
Yeah, and all of this doesn't even include if she just has the whispers or something. But so Setheru, the first choice for Panda, and he's going on the aggressive. He's going to try and get in on Grey Ghost's own Setheru, who's sitting at 11 health.
Yeah, so Panda's Kenui and Setheru ganging up there. tough. Looks tough for Grey Ghost Cethero.
Not the best flip on the on that right there. He only gets the +0, so it's going to be a little bit tougher. Brings out the worship, and then I think his actions were a skirmish, an attack, and a worship here. He had just not hit the buttons, so they might show up a little bit out of order there. But he did hit the +0 on the attack, and then sets up his illusion for some big explosive action card play here. We're going to see if Grey Ghost regrets mulliganing that Psychic Shield.
Yes. Maybe Panda's afraid to cast Soul Scream, fearing Psychic Shield play. Difficult. Like, well, Nuptons, they know themselves, right? They know what they're capable of. It's nice to see a mirror match because it's a very special situation.
You know, I gotta say, I much prefer watching these Nupton mirror matches to the Leothan mirror matches where nobody loses any health, or the Towlet mirror matches where no minions ever die. I think this is this is probably the most dynamic of them.
Yes, yes.
Let's not leave out Karumo. Those ones are just the full-on Unga Bunga, who can deal the most damage mirrors.
Yeah, yes. You know, I miss when you could just go inside the dome and then, you know, that promote that dome brawl thing, and then the minions would just pile up, and Nelaclan could play like worship and how's it called, Strength of the Pack, or like Lord of the Many or something like that, and then he would just like boom, 7+ skirmish out of nothing on turn 2.
We do see a Kuti here clearing out lane 2, getting the double minion kill. So that's going to alleviate any pressure in there. And notably, that middle lane did already take 3 damage for Grey Ghost. So he's trying to win that lane and keep Nexus Destruction off the table for Panda. So Kuti's activation ending right there. Cytheru, his own Cytheru, or both Cytherus, still sitting in those kind of precarious health ranges.
Yeah. But you know, now it's time for Kenui or Shafati to finish Cytheru off, because Obstinacy would be a thing next turn.
Yeah,
But
I think it's pretty valuable to try and get that kill before Cytheru activates.
But the thing is, does Grey Ghost have Time Warp? Or
Yeah.
sort of shenanigans, like double acrobatics? I don't know.
It's like you really don't want to do anything when he's still got that 7 card in hand. It's really hard to imagine you can actually get the kill through.
Yes. So even that we don't see cards being played, the tension is clear, right? The tension is clear. Like these cards, they want to be played, but you have to do it at the right moment. Otherwise, it snowballs to a certain death.
Yeah, there's always just kind of that little bit of pressure building in these types of games.
Yeah. So who is activating now? I guess Grey Ghost?
I think Panda's activating his Cytheru.
Ah, that's true. Yeah.
So he's going to start with a move, not going for the skirmish, probably valuing the damage here. Moving and attacking the Cytheru.
Just teasing?
Cytheru throws down a time glitch. He's going to clear that disarm and slow, and yeah, it might be what you called.
Yes, you see? Let's see.
Oh, there it is. Fantastic.
I'm gonna play the lottery today. I will do it. There you go, acrobatics. Impressive.
I feel like it was not a card I've ever actually seen this effect go off on, but what an impactful time to see it.
So now it's time for redirect, if it is possible, or charm from Kenui, right?
Yeah, it would have to be some kind of condition removal, maybe a release. Yeah, it'd have to be like release or charm.
Or exhaustion It's a
Or
possibility.
exhaustion. Yeah, exhaustion would be pretty big. Get that disarm back on him.
Yes. Let's see. Come on, Panda. I'm sorry, Grey Ghost. I respect you very much, but I'm rooting for Panda. So go, Panda, react.
It's okay. I think we've got a kind of two sides of the bias here with our Brazilian commentator and our American commentator.
True, yeah.
And I was
Okay.
formerly on a team with Grey Ghosts for as one of the honorary brothers. So I'm always going to pull for him a little bit.
Sure. You have to. But Panda Cethero plays Psychic Vampirism, and look at that.
Ooh, that's going to be big.
Oh, beautiful.
There's those big stacks we were talking about. The pressure cooker has to open it up. Wow, so not only is that going to deny the damage, but it's also going to deny that.
And he managed to deny 5 damage. Exactly.
An ice wall comes down as well? Is that,
No, I mean,
am I
that was the
seeing
mana
right?
burn. That was the mana burn.
Okay. Wow, so that would have been a huge amount of damage.
But let me think. Yes, Cethero is going to heal, of course. You have to heal 5. Because Psychic Shield prevents the damage, but the damage was dealt?
They deal 5 fewer damage, so it doesn't. It would actually reduce the healing.
So are
If
they
I remember
playing... tricky one.
Because it's not damage taken, or it's not HP loss. It prevents damage.
Yes. I would love to check the mana burn card, but I don't want to spoil. I don't want to interfere with the game. Yeah, guys, I have no idea. Could you help us there?
Yeah, I think from my understanding of the cards, the
Do you
Cethero
want
would
to-
not heal, but that's not our job to interact with that. So we'll see how that comes out.
Was there a deserved retribution played?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then you mana burn and then you deal X lifesteal damage, where X is the amount of mana they've spent.
Yeah, but then he managed to prevent that damage with Psychic Shield. Does Cethero still heals for 5?
Oh yeah,
That's the question.
That's a good question.
Because
Lifesteal damage.
you prevent the damage. What does it mean, prevent the damage? You prevent the damage you take, but you don't prevent the damage your opponent deal? I mean,
it's
I'm not sure.
lifesteal damage, heal the caster by the amount of damage dealt. If you don't deal the damage, then you don't heal. I would say.
Yes. Oof, tough.
Wow.
So maybe it was a wrong play. Why
We'll
is
see
Ice
how
Wall on the
impactful that
stack?
is.
Eric is asking, why is Ice Wall on the stack? Because that was the mana burn from Deserved Retribution.
Mhm.
Ice Wall was the burn. Yes, and Matthew just jumped in and got that. And of course, Cethero, Grey Ghost Cethero activated and ran away
Mm-hmm.
like Korjov would do.
We see him getting pretty far off. Gonna continue to help push towards that Nexus objective. I think even if that potential ruling comes up, it seems Grey Ghost has kind of pivoted away from that Cethero as a target and is going more in on his control strategy here.
Yeah. Panda wants
Ooh,
blood.
This is going to be big. Accurate about to get the double push to take both of them out of influence range.
Yeah, and no acrobatics for Cethero right now.
Yeah, Haral has to have some way to kill that illusion, or else this is going to be a big swing.
True. Well, the nightmares will do the job. Come on. You're supposed to have nightmares incarnate on this deck, but no. The attack goes through? No, he's declaring the attack. There you
There's
go.
the nightmares coming down.
On fire today. Come on. calling all the plays. But well, that was obvious, right? I'm not a genius. That was the
That's
best
a
thing he could do.
pretty big play there, burning off or keeps the minions alive. Though Eckert does get a presence off.
Yes.
She does not have enough actions left to lead, so Panda will have to send another hero over there to contest. We'll see if Gregos has the tools to stop them.
Yeah. So presence and okay, that was a 3 mana card. He just threw. Well, Akrit moved, worshipped, and attacked. So
Yeah, and notably, Panda only has Kenwi left, so Kenwi is going to have to get over there to contest somehow, and she's got to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spaces to get to the lane. So she needs some kind of fast or a time warp or something.
yes, and Shafati is going to save Setero. That was a good positioning.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good position because Kenui can play Time Glitch, move 5, a skirmish on Setero with a good flip. Maybe Panda just prepared like a good flip for the next activation, and she could finish Setero off.
Yeah, and he's coming for Eckert now too, trying to threaten as much damage onto her and maybe get a kill over there just to even more secure that lane 1 win.
Mm-hmm. But Kenui has to lead, right? Because Ekrit's not leading.
Yes, Kenwi has to get there and lead, so she's going to be really stretched for actions if she has to move, skirmish, and lead. And even a fast move doesn't get her all the way in.
What is
So
he
this
going?
is looking pretty grim.
He can do that. He can skirmish. And you have to lead, my friend. You have to lead there.
But he's not in range. How's he gonna get close enough?
Maybe he thinks he's in range because of the color, but he's not. He's in the middle lane, right?
Yes, he
He's
is.
in the
Because I imagine if he had a time warp, he positions in that bush 1 up higher. But he might not have it. I mean, he did spend a lot of cards trying to get some influence down with that presence and the deserved and the psychic.
move. And worship.
Worship. I mean, he doesn't have the ability to get into the lane, so
What's
I
going
guess
on?
This is his play?
What's going on?
I'm not sure.
Like, he's about to lose, and I hope he knows it.
So Heral gonna get in, get an attack, maybe kill the Sekret, and then throw down the lead that he needs to secure this lane. So
And
this
win the
is-
game.
Yeah, so this
And
is
win the
just going to be coming down for a 3+. Flux coming out from Panda. And a Chasm. Okay. So that's how he's going to get in there, I think. He's gonna move Cytheru and Shafathi out.
And
Which
then
will
he would have to move with Kenui.
Yeah, I still don't know how Canute
Does it
gets
really
in.
matter? Does it really matter?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Because Grey Ghost would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 against 2, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
what's the play? What's the play?
I mean, there was maybe a sin. Oh, oh, that hurts. That's gonna really, really impact things here. So I think there was also a scenario where maybe you were supposed to lead with Kenwi and chasm her own hex to give room for her to slip in, but that's hard too. Wow. And that redirect is so impactful.
Yeah.
And hits the +3 on the Ekrit attack to put her to 1.
That. I think it's game over.
That's going to be really, really tough to come back from here.
And then lead from hand, of course.
So
Maybe
we'll
Patan
wait.
doesn't know about the lanes, but I find this hard to believe because we talked about it the other day.
Also, he's gone this far in the embassy.
That is true. Yes, that
Yeah,
is true.
I think he has to know. Is just he was trying to play out the options at his hand as best as he could. And sometimes you just don't have all the cards you need.
Yes.
So Gregos shows he led with the 3, and there are no leads in that lane 1 for Panda here. So that is looking like Nexus Destruction. They flip over the tower, and that confirms it. So it looks like we're going to be seeing Gregos and Smios tomorrow in that losers finals game.
Yes, congrats, Gregos. Congrats, Panda, for the game.
Yeah, I mean, what a great run that we got to see out of them.
That is true. I think it was a beautiful day 1.
Yeah, it's such a cool.
Yes, very, very interesting, but an unexpected ending for this game, right? Very unexpected.
Yeah, we were looking down at the domes and the aggressive-looking heroes, and it ends on turn 2 Nexus.
Because like Gregos had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 against 2. 9. Look at that. Not even if Akrit had killed 2 minions, he could have escaped this result, right?
Yeah,
it would be 7 against 2. So Kenui had to move in.
And we saw just how impactful like that psychic shield was, where that gave him the ability to keep Cythera alive, to get Cythera over to the lane and bait out the attack from Ekrit. Every single one of those cards that Gregos was able to put down there kind of contributing to this win.
Yes. Oof. Okay. Not this year, the World Cup. Sorry, Brazilians. Not this year. Maybe next year or in 4 years.
Yeah.
But
So
I very well played. Gregos played beautifully the time glitch, acrobatics, the nightmares. That was very well played. Congrats.
yeah, kind
Gregos.
of showing the full breadth of Nupton's tricks there.
True.
Every little aspect of their game. Very cool to see.
Wow. What a final. Incredible match here as well. Pretty tense. And I think we will see some pretty interesting final games tomorrow. I can't wait to jump in there tomorrow evening. So I just try to put on the brackets again, which aren't actually updated, but we can use them as orientation. So Grey Ghost did play against Panda here, did eliminate Panda, and therefore is going to play versus Smios tomorrow in the, let's say, final of the Embassy Ruins bracket. And then after that, either Smios or Grey Ghost are going to face Eric in the grand finals tomorrow night. So, guys, what are your thoughts on the tournament so far? I mean, you have talked about some strategies that we've seen, Nupton being more advanced here, having some really interesting, nice plays. Yeah, what's your overall impression of the first day?
I think we're going to see a really, really skillful set of games tomorrow with kind of the types of decks these players have all come in with. They've got a lot of interactivity, and they've got kind of a lot of flexibility where no matter what win conditions come down, they're kind of ready to react to each other and to throw down. And we're going to see something like this, I'm guessing, where it's going to be both players kind of sitting on their cards, holding it in, and then it's going to come out in kind of this one big moment of what do they got, how are they going to react, and how are they going to kind of maneuver those big chains that come out in these yellow mirrors. And I think that's going to be really exciting.
And if I can add to that, I would say that after all this, like we will see like the best Skytear play tomorrow, right? And then Ricardo is challenging the champion, and I'm also curious to see what Ricardo would bring after the grand final, right? So tomorrow, big day. I'm pretty excited for it.
Yeah, I also think tomorrow evening is going to be a big final stream with wonderful gameplays. Curious to see who's going to advance to the final, to the grand final, and who's going to make the champion here, actually. As it's really hard to say, because we now have 3 players here who are playing it really top-notch. And I'm really excited to see what is going to happen tomorrow evening. So, and as well, we will have some updates tomorrow for you guys. So like the fantasy update, so that we can see who's going to have his best bets, who's holding his best bets with the fantasy decks. That's really interesting, I think, for the community. To see which cards, for example, are being used, or heroes and constellations there, as well as outsiders. So I'm really curious about those data, and we're going to actually talk about the meta between the games, and of course Giacomo is going to spoil a lot for us tomorrow evening as well, for the Roots update that's coming in January 2023. So a lot coming up tomorrow. Please stay tuned. We're going to post a link, a respective YouTube link, ASAP in all the social media channels. Yeah, and on the behalf of Matthijs and Calibra, I want to thank you a lot for joining us today here, hanging around with us, asking those questions and having those suggestions. It was a wonderful time with you, and I can't wait for our stream tomorrow. See ya. Bye-bye.
Yeah.